Hello, Yus. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. So far, a great tournament run for you. Is it going better than you expected?
I don't know. We keep walking, keep training. I think it goes how it is, how it should be. So
yeah, so good training leads to a good matches. Your team have a strong core, but some new players. How do you feel right now in terms of team communication and team synergy?
I think the synergy is much better than in previous roster for now, because we some experienced player joined our team, so now it looks much better. Yeah. Also in the previous roster, we lost our sniper, so it was hard to play, but now it looks better.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that. You played good anti-strats against Navi Junior. Did you prepare for them specifically?
Yes, of course we did. Especially Tien, our new coach. Yeah, he makes a lot of work.
So you know the team well, and it was easier maybe to prepare for them because they were playing a lot of tournaments, a lot of matches recently.
Yeah. For now, as a young roster, it's much easier to prepare because we can, especially Navi Junior, we've seen a lot of matches before we played against them, but we are not played as much, so it's much harder for them to prepare.
Did you feel more pressure against Navi Junior than against Sashi at the start of the match? Because it is your country rival as well, but it was second round of the tournament, so you were already in training and in the tournament.
You know, as for me, I'm not a player. It's not that nervous, I guess, as for them, but it's very good to win against Navi because before our match they had, I guess, 11 matches of win streak, so it gave us more confidence. So, yep.
Yeah, but for you specifically, don't you feel maybe more pressure than players because you don't have a chance to play the game, you don't have a chance to win yourself?
Yeah. It is.
Now you are against fnatic. Are you any familiar with the team or with the players? Did you play them recently?
I mean, it's gonna be an interesting match. I know we're speaking close with Jumbo, with Fear. So I think it's gonna be an interesting match.
And what is the main thing your boys should do to beat fnatic and to qualify for the playing stage?
I think good mood, good synergy as against Navi Junior, and just a bit of luck.
Or maybe more luck than just a bit. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck to your players and to you as well.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, Matheus. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Kubix played a great match against you. Did they surprise you in any way?
No, I think not really, to be honest. And hello to everyone, of course. I think we checked how do they play, and we kind of prepared, obviously. But yeah, they can shoot hard, so it was definitely not easy match.
Maybe with their aggressive approach and aggressive CS, were they more annoying than your first opponent, Cybershock, in the first round?
Oh yeah, I think so, for sure. Especially in CS2, it's very hard, to counter people that are playing so confidently, for example, Sometimes you have to win more duels than them, and then their confidence will drop kind of ish, and then they have to lean more on tactical side, and that's where I think we were better after. So I think the match was kind of under control.
Since these things that you said and the quick format of MR12, so are you surprised? Did you expect it to be winning every match?
I mean, we had a kind of brutal talk after Marino because we didn't qualify. Obviously, for Fnatic and us as a players, everyone had to qualify. We knew we have everything what it takes to qualify for the major, but we failed, and we had to kind of change the approach a little bit, and we are trying to now figure it out through the practices and these kind of officials, for example, But we are happy so far. We'll try to grind more, But we are, I think. We were expecting to 0 for sure, but we are. I would say we are humble right now. We know we didn't qualify for the most important tournament so far for us, and we are trying to make it up for each other, right now.
Since the RMR, is this the first BO3 you will play, or did you play another BO3s so far?
No, not really. So far now, right now,
Okay.
yeah, we are waiting, and that's it.
So maybe this is the most important match of the tournament for you, since the first seed can be a huge thing for the qualifying playing stage.
Yeah, 100%. As for me individually, of course, I'm very happy to play this tournament because it will be kind of like home, in Prague, for example, and I would really like to play in the home ground, for example. At least I hope that people will cheer for Fnatic and me individually if we qualify, of course. So that would be really nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they would. What is the biggest thing or the biggest problem you need to fix to have a clean BO3?
I think being on the same page, like we have players that are individually very strong, I would say. Only sometimes what we, for example, was the biggest detail on RMR that we were not all of times on the same page or the same unit, Sometimes in CS, it's not only one right call, what you can do as a team in the moment, but the strongest thing and the hardest thing is, let's say, pick one and very fast in the moment as a team and go with it, And since a lot of players have opinions, then it can be kind of sometimes harder for us. But we are trying to make it work no matter what, And it's a good lesson for us.
For sure. So then good luck to figure it out. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck to the series as well.
Yeah, thank you. Bye, guys.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket Aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. The week rolls on, our Swiss stage rolls on as we move towards round three's upper matches and we see who is going to be our first couple teams through to our play-in bracket. My name's Eternal J, I'm joined by Dwight as per usual for today's proceedings. And look, best of 3 time, Dwight, we got over those best of ones, we got over some surprises. Maybe now it's time to separate the men from the boys.
Indeed, and this is where I think the upsets kind of stop, right? Once you start getting into those best of 3s, you test the map pool, you test the depth against a lot more of the favourites, it's going to be tough to continue that run if you are an underdog team.
Well, of course, it's only a small step along the way in terms of their victories here today to make it to the Prague land. Of course, a reminder for all of you at home, this is just the first of 3 stages we have. The Swiss stage going into our play-ins, going into our LAN finals, of course, in the city of Prague. Where else would it be? It's all about the Conquest of Prague here and now. And look, the Swiss stage has certainly shown up some surprises here and now. You mentioned, of course, this should be the point where we should stop seeing the underdogs trying to get their one-ups over the favourites. But I also think there are some hotly contested matches in terms of what we could see in the best of 3s now.
Yeah, there probably is. And I think any time you've kind of got a lot on the line in these sort of matchups, a first seed and going 3-0 is really going to make a difference going into those decided matches. I think there's going to be a few teams in this comp. Let's just take fnatic and ENCE as an example. They need a LAN, right? They need to qualify from the organization pressure and also just the lineup pressure. So if you go down 3-2 and then get in towards those play-in games, mate, you could have a really bad draw. You want to get the wins today. You want to make sure that you go 3-0.
Yeah, of course, it's not quite like they're fighting for survival like the teams at the bottom of the 0-2 matches. Of course, the 0-2 best of 3s coming up tomorrow. Today, we focus on that upper group. We've got fnatic, we've got RUSHB, we've got ENCE, we've got Passion UA, a decent mix of at least 3 names that you would hope for very, very good things, and one particular underdog in the mix as well.
Indeed there is. And I mean, I even look at Passion, and I would look at all 16 teams in this comp and probably rate Na'Vi Junior the highest. I think that their form is incredibly good. I think they've been winning quite a few tournaments recently, and they've been proving that they can play at the top end of Tier 2. And yet this was a Passion side that was able to beat them with a fairly fresh-looking roster. So when I think about the progression about what it takes to win in the best of ones, win in the best of threes, get towards the decider, and get towards the LAN playoffs, there certainly will be some surprises of teams that we expect a lot more from, and maybe teams that are underperforming.
And of course, the victors of today's matches will be moving directly into those decider matches, top 8 of this Swiss stage, and then the top 4 of the deciders go into the LAN playoffs as well. So look, it's all that. That's really the primary thing we're playing for here today in terms of our best of threes.
Yeah, and look, for these best of threes, I think you've already got quite a few squads today that have been playing on HLTV this morning, getting a few officials under their belt, getting themselves ready. Now it's about putting it into action and finally getting the 2 map wins that's required to get into the decider.
Of course, we'll be starting our day with Passion UA versus fnatic, which is really the key focal point of my day, particularly, Dwayne. I've been looking forward to this one all week when I found out that this was the match that we were going to be doing in round 3. Look, this is a match that has not only the necessary chops about the nature of the qualification towards the deciders, but also the fact that these teams have history, the players have history. There's a lot involved in how Passion UA's downfall has been contributed to by the team on the other end of the board here today.
And it's quite easy to look at Fnatic versus Passion UA and say, right, well, Fnatic's just winning this game, aren't they? They're the favorite team. They've been together a lot longer. I think Passion are going to win it. And straight off of the bat, the reason for it, they're undefeated since adding Demka and Warrior to the team. Now, you add in 2 very clinical players. We're talking about a lethal AWP player and a really good anchor supportive piece in Demka. I personally would have thought that maybe it takes a few officials, maybe at least a few tournaments, and still we start seeing them kind of be embedded, right? Start getting familiar with Topper's calling in the system. Mate, they've been destroying teams. They have been putting up some really good results since they come, and I reckon they're peaking just at the right time to try and qualify here.
Yeah, look, I can certainly see why you would give a lot of praise towards Passion UA. I'm a little bit more reserved in terms of that match win streak you talk about. They've got 5 officials in a row, 2 of which were best of ones, however, and they also include, I mean, really the level of competition isn't exactly at the highest levels of CS, which I think the Fnatic really should be. I think the more key concern in terms of Passion UA walking away with a victory in this matchup is the fact that Fnatic haven't lived up to the hype that the roster on paper should do.
No, this is a Fnatic side that is gunning for a LAN. I mean, they qualified to the last major in Shanghai. So when you're a team that are fairly frequently at majors, you would expect that you're in and around the Tier 1 circuit, that you're playing the majority of IEMs and Blast tournaments. Well, where are they for Fnatic? Oh, no, they're playing CCTs, they're playing closed qualifiers, they're playing Galaxy Battle. And for a squad that's got Crims and BlameF on it, mate, you should not be grinding here in Tier 2. You should be dropping down the divisions to get Prague right, to be able to maybe test the map pool, maybe get experience for those Tier 1 tournaments. You should not be stuck in Tier 2. And I think that's exactly where Fnatic are right now.
And they've been struggling in that Tier 2 environment. We talk a lot about the online versus the LAN. I'm not sure whether Fnatic would do all that better online because we haven't seen it too much, but I do know from online they've had some very underwhelming results. If you take a Tier 1 team or a Tier 1.5 top-end Tier 2 team and put them in the kind of position that we're playing in here today, the kind of environment of the online Swiss stages, you'd expect them to at least do particularly well. And take a look back at that MRQ, for example, and I wouldn't really call that a very good one from them. Yes, you can say it was best of ones and that threw things into the mix, but it's just like, look, you're supposed to be making it at the very least out of that Swiss stage, and they didn't do that.
I'm just sick of the excuses, to be honest. I mean, I've even got Matties in the interview saying, well, we were a bit off the same page, right? We weren't really doing things correctly. Well, maybe that's why Borup is playing in the MRQ and then you bring Crims back. I mean, you can't sit there and tell me that we weren't on the same page when you've got a full 5-man lineup, you go into the most important tournament of the year, you don't use your 5th, and then Crims is back. I mean, what is going on right now for Fnatic?
The rumours have been flying all over the place, and we discussed a few of those last week as well, Dwayne, but at the end of the day, if they're not going to tell anything in public and in person, then we won't know for certain. All we can do is speculate as to what's going on. And I mean, at that point, we can potentially give like some sort of like explanation as to why things are not going well because of those stand-ins. I wouldn't certainly accept it because it needs to be far better from players of this caliber. So for Fnatic making a good run here in the Swiss stage and making it a 3-0 run on the Swiss stage may well be paramount. Now, on paper, we do look at the lineups and we have to consider the fact that, look, they took away 2 key pieces from the Passion UA side, which is why this match was so much riding on it for Passion UA, because Fear and Jambo certainly on paper should make up this roster, to make much better of this roster, and they had to come from Passion. So maybe some revenge is in order, maybe a little bit of an opportunity to prove them weaker still is on the board for Passion UA.
Yeah, while it's going to be revenge, I think it would have been revenge against anyone. Like, you can quite easily look at this situation and say if Fear and Jambo didn't go to Fnatic, they're going to go to another team, aren't they? The team was doing so well towards the end of the year. We see it so frequently in Tier 2. You plucky underdog teams, the lineup just gets crushed. It just, players start going in all different directions, better offers come. But if you are Jacasmo, right, if you are some of the leadership qualities behind the organization, you have to look at this and say, right, well, we've certainly been able financially to do very well, to sell off 2 players, but now that they're over there, mate, we've got to try and rebuild our roster. We've got to bring in guys like Waro and Demka and Kavem and try and see if we can make a difference to be able to not only maybe surpass Fnatic, but to go to a similar marker of where we were towards the end of last year.
Let's dive into that roster move a little bit more, because you mentioned earlier that they've been undefeated since bringing these boys in. It's only been 5 officials, but I have to sort of like, again, sort of just try and scrutinize that streak a little bit more, because we had to take a look at the caliber of opposition. First of all, you got best of ones against Sashi and Na'Vi Jr. Sashi, not so great. Na'Vi Jr. a lot better by comparison. Of course, those matches coming in the earliest portions of the Swiss stage. And then you got Fireflux, who went down in 2-0, Zero Tenacity that went down in 2-1, and then Saber, who went down in 2-0. Saber being a relatively unknown Ukrainian team. Now, the 2 names that stand out to me the most is mostly the Zero Tenacity and Fireflux results, because they were best of 3s first of all. But then you think about where Passion UA need to be up to the level of in order to beat Fnatic, and it's like, well, are those kind of matches good enough to demonstrate that Fnatic are a team to topple?
I think yes, and the reason for it is both Z10 and the Fireflux roster, they play good CS. Do you know what I mean? They're not like those gimmicky games that you get in Tier 2 that like to be really aggressive or like to play outside of the book Counter-Strike. I think they tactically play to a decent level. I mean, they just took on 9, who I guess is one of those squads that's sort of middle of the pack Tier 2, sometimes top end, and they beat them as well. So I think for Passion, you've got to play up to your opponent, and I mean, that Saber result, I don't even think there's any point counting it. But I look at the Z10 one, I look at the 9 one, I look at the Fireflux, even Na'Vi Jr., and I say this is all good for confidence, right? That you're facing off against legitimate names in Tier 2, you're beating them, the streak is alive, you're in a 2-0 game against old teammates. I don't think you could ask for a better draw. I think if you're Jacasmo and you're the boys on Passion, you would want to play Fnatic than any other team that you could face in the bracket today.
Well, no doubt that the other momentum team, the form team coming into this best of 3, I mean, there's not quite the same level of streak on Fnatic side of things. They've been playing a lot of best of 1s, and they have been hit and miss. Some of them, of course, have been from that MRQ, and of course the 2 matches leading up to this stage here in the Swiss stage in Conquest of Prague. Cubics and Cybershock being the teams that they've beaten. Cybershock looked like a far better performance from Fnatic than I think we were really like not expecting per se, but like I think we had a lot of fears that maybe Cybershock would be quite a bit of a challenge, and that's where I'm sort of looking at that one, thinking how Fnatic played. If they can do a little bit on development of that kind of style and that kind of confidence, then that's where they can shine the most against a team like Passion UA.
Yeah, when we cast them against Cybershock, you could just see individually they were outclassing them. Like, they were just not shooting back at all. You had pretty much Blame F and Matty's just running the T side of Anubis, constantly getting opening kills within the first 15, 20 seconds, and they're just bullying them on the server. I think the problem is, how do you bully Passion UA? I mean, I think on paper, you've got one of the hardest hitting Tier 2 lineups in terms of core players. You've got Kavem, who's been a top star player for the last 18 months, 24 months. You've got Waro, who's a stellar AWPer. And then you've got Demka, who brings a lot of experience and a lot of firepower. And that's not even talking about Jacasmo, who is a fairly consistent anchor, part of the previous iteration. On paper, I believe this Passion side is better than the last one. I think it's just going to take time, though. I think it's going to take a lot of time. I think even the players around it, you just got more experience. I mean, that whole Passion team that we had in the past, Jay, they had nothing.
Well, let's talk more in detail about the match itself. Picks and bans up on screen, Dwayne. Talk me through what we're going to see here.
Yeah, well, Dust 2 and Nuke normally always gets banned by the Fnatic side. In terms of the picks, I know Fnatic like their Mirage and their Train quite a lot as of late, and we know Mirage and Ancient is liked quite a lot from the Passion boys.
Yeah, so it makes most sense to go into Train instead for Fnatic. Highest win rate map of the last 3 months for them. Anubis picked out by Passion UA on the contrary.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a surprise. I'm trying to think when they've picked Anubis recently. They didn't pick it against Fireflux, and they didn't pick it against 9. didn't pick it against Zero Tenacity, didn't pick it against Saber. So this is the first best of 3 with the newer players in which Passion UA have decided to pick into Anubis. So maybe something a little bit different in terms of what they've seen from Fnatic. It should also be noted that the Anubis has been quite successful in those previous best of 3s. Even though it wasn't being picked, it's still that 13-11 versus 9, and the 13-10 versus Flyfox, and the 13-10 versus Zero Tenacity. So maybe a little bit of anti-strat and preparation for Passion to decide to pick into Anubis today.
I mean, even if you take a look at the overarching 3-month statistics for Passion UA, they have a 28.6% pick rate of this map, so that includes the old roster as well. So you have like a very good amount of picking involved in that map, obviously without factoring in the works of Warrior and Demka. So I like the idea that they've gone towards this one. It does feel like it is a perfect little map to try and punish against Fnatic. It's not one that they play all too much themselves. You go towards Mirage, the third and final map in the series. So in my eyes, I see the way things have worked up in this veto. I see the nature in which we could progress to all 3 maps and sort of see that big climactic finale with a map that both teams really like to play, but both teams do have a lot of success on it, and to see whether or not, to sort of see where that ultimate sort of strength will lie in terms of this best of 3.
And what we often see when you do make player changes is the shift in veto. Like, you might say, JR, they picked it a lot with the previous lineup. We also saw Train got played quite a bit on the previous lineup, but not the new one. I mean, Waro, 2K, and Demka, mate, we've not seen them on Train. So what you find when you bring in newer players is maps that you were familiar with in the past have to be shifted, and you have to work to newer strengths. And that probably puts a bit of pressure on Topper on how they can potentially change their map pool a little bit more, how they can use some of the strengths of the newer players coming in. For Fnatic, though, this is a series where they are the clear favourites. They have the clear understanding that we should be able to win it comfortably. I think you just got to make sure that your mentality is in order. And if it does get a bit competitive, if it does get a bit touch and go, that you don't just kind of flounder and start crumbling, because you can't afford to lose this series today.
Do you think that might be the one thing that Fnatic are missing right now? Like, during the interview, they were talking to Matties and they were discussing, like, you know, what's the thing that's been missing the most? What's the thing you think you can improve the most to try and, get a victory over this Passion UA side, where they get it comfortably as well? So, like, give me some thoughts on that one. Is it a mentality thing? Like, because as we said but many times before, on paper, this team should be doing well, but they're not. So, like, what's the ultimate problem for Fnatic?
Well, I think the players haven't even figured that out, and it shows that by the results, right? I think with the very lack of inconsistency that they have, where LAN events just aren't really appearing at all. I mean, look, maybe it's a bit of egos. I mean, you've got Crims in this team, you've got BlameF in this team, you've got a lot of players that have had huge amounts of success, and no matter how hard you're working and how hard you're grinding, you're just not even getting close to where you were before. I think there was a few tweets, I mean, probably just before the MRQ, that Fnatic had played something like 10 best of 3s or 11 best of 3s in 3 days, and I kind of thought about it for a moment, and I was thinking, mate, when Crims was playing in the Tier 1 circuit, when BlameF was playing on Astralis, you might play those same sort of maps in a month, let alone in 2 or 3 days. So it's a completely different environment of where they were to where they are now.
Most certainly a completely different environment to just the nature of the history of the Fnatic side. Obviously a well-known Tier 1 organization in Counter-Strike itself, and want to try and get back to that for their own pride alone. I know that the team has spent quite a lot of money to put this team together. I think that Jambo was reportedly having broken their transfer record. So they put a lot behind this team to try and make it work. Now's the time to actually make it work, though, Dwayne. And so as we look to the starting map up of this series in Train, like, how do we feel that they can do in terms of making that success happen in this best of 3 to getting their clean 3-0 Swiss stage?
Yeah, well, I'm predicting Passion in this one. I think that just with how they've looked as of late, and just the idea of the added pressure that Fear and Jambo are going to have going up against an old organization, going up against an old teammate, I think that the stars are kind of aligning right now for Passion to be peaking right in time of qualifying to Prague, trying to get out towards the LAN finals. And the worst thing that you want is a brand new team that isn't losing. Like, you might look at the sample size and say it is small. I can't debate you on that one. There's not many games. But when's the first loss coming? You don't want to be the team that finally kind of gives them that 7 in a row, 8 in a row, 9 in a row. It's got to be stopped at some point, and that's at least what Fnatic have got to try and attempt today.
And look, they do have the players in mind in the roster to be able to do that. They just have to make those players actually succeed in that respect. And I can see where they have failed multiple times over. I can at least have some faith that Train would be a pretty comfortable time for them, because even the old roster of Passion UA didn't really do all that well on it. So I'm not sure what Topper can do to try and make it a successful run here against the Fnatic side that should be, as you mentioned, the favourites in this series. But I completely respect the Passion UA pick. Like, it feels to me like that's a very viable outcome. I think it will go down to 3 maps if it does turn into that outcome. But, like, it is a very viable outcome nonetheless.
Yeah, I think Passion should be able to push it towards 3. I mean, they haven't had a huge amount of time in between that series, between 9 and now going up against fnatic, and I think it affects a lot of teams. I look at someone like ENCE, and they've been getting tested by this M1 Polish team. I look at RUSHB, they had to take on Ecstatic earlier on today, and unfortunately, we're just kind of getting into this climate in Tier 2 where you just aren't getting a break. VRS is so important in all of these events that you just can't afford to sort of decline an invite or forfeit a game. And I think it's affecting a lot of these squads. I think a lot of them are finding it tough to constantly be pushing for wins. Eklot's another one. I think that they're a team that would love to be able to qualify to the LAN finals here. But when you're playing so many officials, when you have to play day after day, the consistency is just dropping, and I don't know what the answer is. I mean, maybe it's stricter GMing from the behind the scenes to say, look, it's a yes and it's a no in these kind of tournaments.
Well, Tipsport, of course, do have fnatic as favourites in this series. Not too surprising there, but I think we're having a slightly different and more risky opinion here on the desk here. I think that I'm going to back fnatic only by a small margin, though, Dwayne, just so I can at least give a little bit of spice towards this. Because, look, at the end of the day, they should be favourites. They should get this victory. I don't think it's going to be a clean victory for fnatic. I don't think it's going to be a clean victory for either one of these two teams, but I have them going over in the 3-0 fashion. I think they can make it towards the decider stage.
Well, I'm going to put out a little bit of a hot take right now and say if fnatic do not qualify to the Conquest of Prague LAN finals, I think a roster change has to occur. I think that even though you brought in Fear at the start of the year and you brought in a new AWP about a month ago, I think it's unacceptable to fail a qualification at the MRQ and then fail a qualification here. So if that's what I'm considering, then the players need to step up. I think excuses are out the window now. You've got to put results up on the board.
No, absolutely. Again, I 100% agree on that respect. And I think that, you know, it might come down to this one tournament as to where those decisions are made. We know, obviously, that they were playing with stand-ins during the MRQ, the conversations and discussions and rumours that maybe Crims was out and that they were going to have new players in, they were trialling players and all these things. Like, those are tangible conversations behind the scenes. So are those going to be factors to weigh into it if things happen to not work out here in Conquest of Prague is the next thing that we have to think about if and when that outcome does happen. For now, they've got a number of key lifelines, obviously, to make it through the Swiss stage at the very least. It might come down to that best of 3 in the decider matches that actually decides whether or not they make it through towards the LAN.
And it depends on the seed of what they get and the opponent that is on the draw, basically, against them. I mean, I think I can look at fnatic and say, considering that RUSHB has been here for even a couple of years, I've been very underwhelmed by a lot of their signings over the last few years. I think that they've almost at times done Mickey Mouse signings and not really gone for the jugular. I think you can quite easily say that the last competitive, proper Tier 1 lineup that fnatic had was probably when it was still Swedish. I mean, can we look at a single international European lineup that fnatic have had and said that was a legitimate Tier 1 team?
I mean, on paper, you could say they were legitimate Tier 1 teams, but that's the issue. That's always been the issue. On paper versus in practice has been so unbelievably different for this side. And yeah, I mean, look, you think back to the Swedish rosters, the last time that fnatic lifted a LAN trophy was back in DreamHack Masters Malmo 2019. So let that set the precedent for how different times are now, how much that legacy has suffered due to the international projects and due to COVID and due to whatever has befalled them over the course of their runs in these competitions, because it certainly could have been far better, it certainly should have been far better, and it certainly should try and live up to the expectations of the past.
I mean, even looking at fnatic's last best of 3, that's what, versus ENCE in the MRQ, where they got eliminated 1-3 in the Swiss stage. That best of 3, they couldn't even hold weight. I mean, their map pick, they get, 6 rounds of Mirage? They just about get it over the line on Ancient in all rounds of regulation, and you think, okay, we're on for a barn burner. This final map decider of Anubis, it's going to be a killer, it's going to be competitive. And they get 4 rounds. And it was just a very disappointing tournament with not only sort of going out early, but the way that they did. I mean, opening game, getting 2 rounds against BC Game. There's just been so many underwhelming results for fnatic. I mean, even in the last 3 months, the best tournament run that they've had was a 2nd place at CCT Series 19, where in the playoffs, they beat Eklot, they beat 9 Pandas, they beat Nexus in the semis, and then couldn't even win a map versus BC Game in the grand final.
Well, let's see whether they can try and avoid similar disasters and similar chokes here and now. It's time to get into our matchup. Thanks for your patience. Of course, it's down to Passion UA and fnatic as we get into our first matchup of the day, our first of 2 2-0 matches. It's Passion UA on the CT side. Train will start things off. You're backing Passion. I'm backing fnatic. Let's kick things off with the pistol round.
Yeah, watch out for both BlameF and the likes of Matties on this map. BlameF averaging a 1.35 rating in the last 3 months, and Matties at a 1.21 aggression. Out here towards Ivy, first contact in, and a double entry for the T's.
Jambo and Matties kicking things off on the right foot here. Down to 2 players, and now 2 players on the server for Passion UA. Topper next to drop. Warro gonna hide at old hell, and Crims may give him what he wants, and the jump face still turns that Glock into a headshot. Jacasmo now back at Zed. Julie solid the leg of Fear, but he's unaware of how close Matties is. That 1 versus 5 goes no further than a casualty. Just damage being done to Crims, who sponged it, and a pistol win for fnatic. Good start.
I remember when Matties was lifting one of those local LAN trophies when he was playing at the MCR with Sampy, and I'm sure for him, I mean, he's obviously progressed his career a lot with an opportunity to jump to an organization like fnatic, but to actually play in Prague and to play with the local crowd, with an international team, he's got to be the most hungry out of almost anyone in this tournament, bar Eklot. I think he is so keen to get to the LAN.
I reckon that they're all keen to get to a LAN. Haven't been to one since Shanghai. Certainly in the local divisions. A nice return, not quite home, but close to home. Positive for Matties individually. One of the diamond in the rough signings that fnatic managed to succeed upon. Placing themselves well in the second round follow-up for Passion UA's Eco Pistols, not to get any casualties in. Mac tends to farm cash, 1 pick found, nothing more than that.
If I'm going to look at the majority of matchups in best of 3s that we've got here, I think this is the most exciting in terms of the hard-hitting cores. I'm looking at Warrior 2K, Kavem and Demka versus Matties, BlameF and Jambo. I mean, that's a thriller. You've got 3 players on both sides that like to be really active, like to be involved in a lot of duels. We probably won't see a huge amount of it on train just because of how the map plays out, but Anubis, I think it's going to be quite brawly, and especially Mirage if we get there to the decider.
I think we will get to the Mirage of the decider. I feel like we have to. There's an appropriate way to end off this game with a map that both teams love. Floated to the end of that veto for very good reason. fnatic have the early lead. Passion UA will try to respond towards it. They have a buy available to them.
It's very rare that you get the #1 picked map in the pool for both squads being floated towards a decider. Normally, it gets banned in that second wave if it's not being picked because you just don't really want to play it. That's a missed T-Con smoke, unfortunately, for Passion. It means that fnatic could explode out the gate towards T-Red, but they opt against it. Jacasmo out on B. It's got a bit of pressure against Fear, but it's fast-pacing towards Pop Dog rather than the brown holes.
The bomb the forward man at Pop Dog here. Mac 10 forward of Fear. Crims right behind him to try and essentially just get a bonus kill in and a trade frag. It's all bonus weapons on the fnatic side. I think they only had the 2 AKs and the 3 downgrade weapons that they're going to continue to have here in this one. Smoke set. Skavem tries to find a blind kill, but unawares that there's nobody out there directly in T-Con. fnatic are playing a pretty passive line of engagement overall.
Well, they've smoked off the brown holes, and Warrior's making an info play, and he's seeing nothing. So this is the tell that it's got to be an A split.
And Jambo caught fading through that smoke. Kavem's going to catch him. Matties undetected yet. Demka's going to mark him anyway. Swing to the headshot is not gained. The M4 converts upon the kill. Now Warrior leans up towards Brownhall's. Fear thinks it's safe, and he thinks incorrectly. That's bomb dropped, and most likely that's round as well.
Yeah, Crims, the best that he can offer is a little bit of a quick trade, get that bomb back, and then put some more pressure on. But where is Warrior? He's starting to disappear. He's starting to move away, and then Crims has only got so much time to clear out all of these areas.
Check positions while Rowe does catch him on timing. BlameF. Oh, nothing more that he can do. Maybe save onto the AK. He's actually got a lot less cash, so maybe he bought that secondary AK. 15 seconds to survive. Could see a very quick hunt as well from the CT side. Fights for a couple of casualties, but only a couple gained. There should be money to reinvest on most fnatic players. Passion UA have started off their campaign.
And this is going to be such a test for Topper to say, right, can your calling push Passion UA for an upset win? I know I've been a bit critical on him as an IGL because he's inexperienced, he hasn't worked with the best of pieces, but in these kind of matchups, I feel like you've got to kind of take it as evidence, right? To say, okay, you're facing off against a team that plays towards the top end of Tier 2, they've got some Tier 1 players, you haven't exactly played the best of teams in this recent rise of form in the round streak and the wins that are continuing coming. So, okay, I want you to prove it in this best of 3 today.
Matties leans forward as the forward man once again at Ivy, spotting Demka. Warrow checked, his spray does damage, but Matties gets away with the kill. 4th of the game for him. Fear and Matties are traded, however, by the CT side. We're not ready for that crossfire. Jambo has at least found an angle of return, but unable to find the timing against that player that was on the train itself. An advantage held by Passion UA. No response from fnatic yet.
Every time they've worked Ivy, it's been unsuccessful with the rifles. They've tried to walk contacts, try and fade these awkward positions, and instead they're just getting obliterated. A walk down on ramp is costing Crim, so now Jambo and a teammate of PLAYzone, you've got, what, an AK and a MAC-10? There's not much that's going to get generated here at all.
$45 seconds on that clock. Seeing nothing. Jambo finally swings to deal with Grem. Trade frag, but the bomb being revealed to get that pick together. They've at least reduced the man advantage. 30 seconds to get another trade and a bomb plant. And they're wrapping back towards CT. Demka's going to hear this and call in the cavalry. Tracasmo already watching one of the main entryways. Molotov sent towards Zed. Time ticking away against them. Secondary molly goes down and Tracasmo goes down with it. Bomb should now cross towards bomb site and get planted here. PLAYzone will cut the rotations. CTs only now begin to move. AK, well trained, spots one, spray through. Topper has fallen. Demka's low HP. fnatic have bailed themselves out of what was a very awkward start in this round to be looking for their 3rd. Demka can't do anything about it. PLAYzone with a double, locking in that lead.
And that's a real shame from Passion, because they felt as if they were all on top of them. They were able to get the opening shut down towards Ivy. The round starts to silence. They've got 2-man advantage in the 4v2, but kind of give away a couple of awkward duels, some individual faces, maybe unnecessarily. You've got an off angle being played just to the side of the bomb train, and it just gets capitalized upon. It's a good shot from Jambo. fnatic shouldn't have even been able to get the bomb down, let alone a complete round steal.
A 2-round advantage for fnatic as a result of that return. And the tactical does get called in by them early here. I thought that it would have been more of an opportunity for Passion UA to take a moment, if anything else, but very early doors on the tactical. 1 burned, 2 more to go for the fnatic side, and not really much that they need to adjust here because Passion UA are back down to the pistol basics. A handful of upgrades in the Deagles, but this should be a formality round here.
Well, fnatic need to realign the defaults and stop giving away opening casualties. I think that's something that's really hurting them, even if the scoreline says they're up 3-1. If they can start getting a handle on that, they'll have a much more comfortable first half. Topper trying to get that Deagle in close. You've only got 1 player defending the B-bomb site for now of Tracasmo. fnatic shouldn't be losing almost anyone in a round like this. Such little upgrades, maybe 1, 2 players at absolute most.
Look at those Deagle headshots above all else. It's just P2Ks, USPs, other than that. I think Warren might have a P250. The utility certainly more well set for the CT side. Demka's been spotted on the back lines. Eventually does get overwhelmed by the rifle game. Bomb plant as standard rotations will not get here quick enough to deny it. Tracasmo, the only player that can do anything, and all he can do is damage. 5-on-3.
This is now the 8th time in the last 3 months that we've seen a train pick come through from fnatic. They don't mind this map. It's normally Mirage, though, that's their first option. And look at this one, knowing that Warren and Demka haven't played it, knowing that even the officials that has been played for the core is limited. Let's get it in. Let's get a strong map to the series. What we certainly saw in probably the first couple of days of the tournament, Jay, and the best of ones, was a lot of landslides, wasn't it? A lot of one-sided games, uncompetitive. I'm sure fnatic would like to make a bit of a statement on map 1. If we can get a really good win, sort of 13-3, 13-4, that will give us a lot of confidence going into Anubis, which is a map that we enjoy playing ourselves.
You mentioned earlier how the Cybershock result went down for fnatic's favor. It was a bullying affair, I think is what you called it.
Very much so.
It was a 10-2 half for the fnatic favor. Eventually turned into a 13-7 victory. A small little let back into the end of that matchup. They also took on Cubics in the second round. It was a little bit more of a contest from the underdogs, but still ultimately fnatic's favor.
They've had a good seed going into this Swiss stage, haven't they? To be able to get Cybershock and Cubics in their opening couple of games.
Topper watching, Blame F leaning forward to the AK. Head to the smoke over at Olof. Topper. Maymore falls forward. It's all down to positioning and whether or not he recognizes the danger, and Topper does not. Blame F gets that kill. And a surge forward right into the hands of the AWP though. Warrior, it's an easy enough trade. Chakazmo's been lost to the backside and Kavem's going to burn. Just about gets out of the way, finds the only place where that fire didn't spread. Fear thinks that he might not be back there, but still gets caught on his head turned away. Turns back the casualty regardless. A 2v2 as Demka trades it. And that bomb currently in the open needs to get picked. Actually back towards spawn, excuse me. So just like that, this 2v2 with a kill back on Morrow suddenly becomes a lot more difficult for the veteran of Crims.
And the reason it was left behind is because they were just allowing Blame F to work a bit of a timing. He was able to walk out Olaf. He's undetected. He gets that first kill. And then that's when you want to keep the pressure up. That's when you want to start exploding out to the A bomb site. Make sure that you entrap the CTs, make it tough for them. What a round this has been from Warrior with the AWP, though. And I think that's what we want to see in this entire best of three. Just an AWPer that could potentially outclass Jambo. I mean, you might say in recency bias that Jambo is the better AWPer, but Warrior brings a lot of experience to the table.
We're looking forward to the AWP battles of Jambo versus Warrior over this match.
Well, it reminds me a little bit of what happened with Bait, right? Where they sort of give Rinku over to NIP, they get head trick back, and sort of on paper, it's like, we've lost an AWPer to a team that's picked him up, but hang on a second, we've actually done all right in the first place. Crims has done well to molly out Warrow, tap that bomb. No, he's got no time now.
Thought that these were going to be too close, but Demka didn't swing. Crims making a mistake to assumption. Actually might even lose this after time. Yep, back turned away. Not the best of information. Made some assumptions that's going to cost his team quite dearly there, because at least Fnatic could have held an AWP into the next round had he stayed alive, and instead they lose the round, and they lose quite a lot of money with it too.
And Fnatic are going to start feeling the lopsided economy go into effect if Passion put their foot down right now. Such a good start to the round from Blame F. I mean, it becomes a pretty good scenario, but it's the AWP. It's just Warrior's impact that pretty much crushes everything.
Another tactical by Fnatic, 2 of them called so far.
I don't know about that one. I mean, it's always nice to use your tacticals when they're required, but it is early in this match to already be using 2 when you've only got 3.
That's what I'm talking about there with the whole early tacticals that were called out. Only 6 rounds deep, and they've got 1 left for the rest of this map. Reinvestments still be seen, but you can see what Crims is going to suffer for with his real lack of funds. A Deagle only for him, but Jambo lands on top of first, but Demka can take him back from beyond the smokes. That's a 1-for-1, 0 impact more generated by that T-side AWP. Smokes down from Chakazmo, going to try and block them away from ramp, although it is a very shallow smoke, so they can take stairs if they want to. Matties will do so. His teammates are going to split in from heaven.
Chakazmo just needs 1. You got Demka that's even got an incendiary at the ready that can go up towards heaven.
Hasn't seen those players coming in from heaven, though. Focused down on Matty's spear. Now tries to extend out to the gaps and finds a kill. But Demka caught 2 in the interim, so it's a man advantage of Passion UA on the retake. Blame F needs to suss out where these rotators are coming in from, where that closer man is peeking in towards. And instead, Chakazmo just finds his teammate. It's Fear that goes down. Blame F looking to the back lines of default shots ringing out from the AWP. Wins a fight against the second man. Is the Dane going to make this happen? 1 versus 1 now. Smoke. Cover him off, sees the head, backs away entirely to the other side of the train. That's a good call to make. Warrow up high, not seen. Blame F caught by 4 by 3. Passion UA with 3 on the board.
And just imagine for the moment, right, that Passion lose their 2 best players to another organization, rebuild with scraps, and have a chance of beating them today. I mean, that would just be the best feeling in the world, wasn't it? If you would be Warrow, if you would be Demka, and you join up with just basically broken lineup, and come here to Fnatic and giving them a run for their money. A train from the beginning of 3-1 felt as if, okay, yeah, the international team, they've got the rounds, the economy in their favor, they can start running away with it. Now we're in a position where not only Passion can tie up the scoreline, but can potentially start pushing for a round streak that will push them in the lead.
Given the fact we've got a hero rifle over on Jambo, fnatic surely should be giving up this one. Passed off to him by Fear. Sacrificing his own money line for the sake of this round. And Jambo does see where Demke is. Demke will recognize that force buy. But fnatic will back away from that position, group together, and play something else.
Yeah, it's been intriguing that the upgraded AK goes into the hands of Jambo rather than a BlameF or a Matties. Jambo working around that T-con area after attempting a pick towards Ivy. The problem was it was sort of a jump face and a jiggle. There wasn't an actual swing coming from anyone from Passion.
Jambo doing everything he can to try to force out a pick. Flashes in from his teammates, unable to connect any kills. A try peeks in towards the B bomb site seems to be the next big call. Maybe you get a bomb plant out of this situation. Maybe you protect the AK. Cash bonus may well be the one thing. Fear's got one smoke to deal with Topper and Jacasmo. Hold on to the moment to strike. Deeper smoke starts coming down. Topper watching heaven. Teammate now going to check it as he watches Ram Jacasmo with a kill onto Jambo. That rifle useless now. Bomb not close to sight. Last player in a corner. Trying to take names with him and does get a couple out of it. BlameF doing extremely well to just make these rounds as expensive as possible, but runs out of ammo at the last moment. Demka deals with him. Passion UA are now to evens.
And we've got two international squads today with goals and expectations of playing in and around the Tier 1 circuit. We've got fnatic and we've got ENCE coming up a little bit later on. I think the difference between those two squads, Jay, is that you could look at ENCE and say, oh, they don't really have a star player, do they? They don't really have that #1 vet that can take over a game. Mate, fnatic do. They've got BlameF and they've got Matties. So what is your excuses when times are getting tough? How do you get those players involved to make round-winning decisions? A 4-4, there is pressure starting to build on this T side.
We were talking before the come back to that in a second, actually, because BlameF is going to try and act out aggressive here from T-con. He might just get a kill out of it, sees the shadow of Topper. Doesn't see anything at Kavem, did see his HE at least. And going back to what I was saying, you and I were talking before the broadcast about what the future of ENCE could look like at the end of the major cycle and potential roster changes. I mean, look, if someone from fnatic does get dropped, then maybe they could pick up one of those 2 stars, if that's possible at all. Matties has entered, proving that he's worth a spot on this fnatic team. The bomb will get planted back towards default on B. It's a 4-on-4 established. The rest of the T-side players will look to link up. Demka's going for a very long backstab, though. How long will it take?
They might just be setting up for exits in this one. You've got the NWP from Waro sort of anticipating an aggro move. Demka in the brown halls doesn't even have a T-side player against him.
Just took down Fear. Orb watching for a flick. He gets a Matties. Crims has responded once again. Jambo maybe up to task here, but his Galil isn't good enough. The AK now back at the red train. Turns it to 2 players. Looks for the headshot on one man, but I think the time is too far ticked. Demka on with the defuse kit. Swung upon. Waro's USP gets the kill. And they've just stolen it. Passion UA down to the wire, but down to the lead.
Well, fnatic have just trolled that post plant completely. I don't know how you've not been able to win that with how little time is remaining. First off, what's going on with Jambo? That is a huge whiff from the back of the blue train against the player coming out of Connector. That round was, to me, looking as if, oh, we'll look for exits. If a frag presents, maybe we'll have a little go. And then, nah, look at the time. There's just nothing there. And then within literally a split second, I think it's when Waro gets this kill, this round just looks on. I mean, how does Topper get into a position where he can legitimately 90-degree flick from the left to the right and somehow get that kill? That should just never happen.
fnatic have lost control. Bad to see Passion UA taking number 6. Nothing that the T's can do about that. Tech 9 for Crims, firing away. Topper, ding down. Waro will strike. Fear will get 1 kill out of the round alongside Jambo and his upgrade pistol, but now both individuals will fall. fnatic have 1 more buyback to try and deny the overarching advantage scoreline. 8-4 is the best case scenario for Passion UA from here.
And I'm certainly convinced that player for player, this Passion side is better than the last one. I think the difference is this roster's been together for a full 5 for what? Less than a month? Whereas that previous iteration when Fear joined, that was a good nearly a year in terms of sort of grinding, getting familiar with each other, how you can progress up the ranks, what it takes to sort of at least be in the conversation of a top-end tier 2 team, and then eventually have an incredible run at the Shanghai Major where you not only qualify to it, but start beating some legitimate teams. Fnatic are starting to run out of ideas on where we're getting opening kills. I can't really remember consistent openers from anyone. It just feels like it's really passive. It feels like they're just struggling a lot on this T side.
Do you know what else they've run out of, Dweg?
Yep.
Tactical timeouts. Just burned their third one, all in the first half. And they better hope that they got a stellar CT side, because any issues happen when you attack during the second half, then you're in trouble. Two rounds to make up, 2 rounds to go in the half. Waro posted with top up, leaning forward on his M4, but not seeing anything, just hearing the individual BLAMEF gets naded out position, but expecting a flashbang at that stage. It probably could have blinded him enough. Kavem trades him at least to a 4-on-4. Jacasmo strikes on the bomb site of B. Fear down, Incendiary on Crims, swings out for the casualty, but runs right into that M4, who continues to be a consistent element for Passion UA. 4-on-2 for them now. Matties doesn't quite get away with Kavem. Jambo in a 1-on-4 now.
Man, they are getting farmed. And it sort of began after Crims lost that 1v2, sort of drives the AWPer out of connector, taps the bomb, expecting the 5 for Demka, and he's just not there. He's just out on B. Since that round, it's been a pure collapse. It has been Passion destroying the enemy team.
And forget attacks at this point just for the sake of the match. You want to hope you've got a great CT side in Fnatic. Statistics do show it's the better half, but not by that much. Half advantage gained by Passion, Fnatic. One more broken buy left in them for the T side. Tech9s pulled out for Fear, Galil for Jambo, AKs on 3, 1 Shadow Scene, Jacasmos finally dealt with by BLAMEF, who turns up with Crims to take 2 individuals down. That's a bit more like it. Fnatic have forced them away. Backstab also inbound from Jambo. Galil in hand. AWP forced backcourt repositioning as Passion UA need to set up a very, very disadvantaged retake, which they might not even get to here. Jambo's wasted so much time.
Out towards CT, BLAMEF's even aggressed the marker. This has been an excellent round. Pure pace from Fnatic.
Pure pace and a fist to the face. They've just got nothing to work with. Like 10 seconds on the clock. The round is over. Nothing they can do. Fought back by BLAMEF and Matties. There's a 7-5 half for Passion UA. Generally really good on the CT side. Can Fnatic turn it? We'll find out after this break.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
2 rounds to the good for the Ukrainians. They're currently making best of Fnatic's opening half, but is this where things will shift? Again, superior CT side for Fnatic. Pretty awful T-side statistics as well for Passion UA. That does include the previous team as well, though, Dweg. So are there differences to be made here and now?
Well, I think all of those stats are nil and void for me, Jay. When I see a 4-1 Fnatic that ends up going 5-7 at the turn of the half, I have to look at on the game, or on the day performance. And right now, Passion have showed me enough. I think they're going to close out on trade. I think they're going to potentially set themselves up for a 2-0.
Pistol set. Those USPs trying to take a lot of Brown Hall's access away from Passion UA, and Matty's on a search and destroy mission. Jacasmo has been destroyed with a simple headshot. Man advantage, Fnatic got what they wanted, back away.
A re-smoke out there towards T-Con is going to cancel the T side. It makes it very uncomfortable for them. And the Julies are in a perfect position. If they try and brute force out of this smoke, Crim should be able to get at least 2.
Oh, Fear right through that smoke, takes down Demka. Gavem seen, doesn't register onto Crims. Jambo caught Topper as well. And at the very least, Fnatic will secure a confident pistol that will stave off a one-sided streak at the very end of this matchup and a one-sided scoreline that would close. Pistol success, Eco's inbound. No bomb plant bonus for Passion UA, so shouldn't be seeing much of a force by here.
And if we wanted to contemplate the idea of a potential roster change for Fnatic, I know the one player that is 100% safe, and that is going to be Matty's. This is a guy that, look at the timing he gets out there in the Brown Halls. To be able to have the perfect crosshair placement, that first tap, not only is it an opening kill, but it's just the tell that there's just nothing towards B. Get that smoke down to T-Con, and just get players ready for what will be the ASOL.
Fragging impact and in map impact. Jambo struck first on this one. Matty's going to once again push on to the exact same angles, this time from Pop Dog. Back turn, top up, knife pulled out, dead to Matty's hands. I'm going to give PLAYzone a chance to try and put some money down with the SMG there. Yeah, up close towards T-Con, where 3 T-side players await from Jacasmo in the open. Easy pickings, low HP. Horror's also been tagged, next man up to the chopping block. I'm just going to make sure that there's no flanks involved. And they lose the SMG, it's not too much of a worry. It does go down. Other rifles will look to swarm in. There's not much that Demka can do. Isolate just individual picks and hope for the best, but not much more than that.
And now that we've casted quite a bit of Train, Jane, it's been in the pool for a while. What do you think of the new iteration? Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. I really do like it. I mean, it doesn't help. I mean, it does help rather that the map it was replacing. I've realized it's actually been rather balked for a while now, and I mean, it definitely feels like a much more nicer map pool overall. I've always enjoyed Train, all of its iterations. I wasn't sure what to make of Pop Dog at first, but now I see that it's a little bit more dynamic than the initial ladder was.
Oh, I hate it. I love the old Pop. I think it had so much more variation now. It's like, oh yeah, I want to take Pop? Okay, let's just jiggle. Oh,
well, before
really?
It was, if you want to take Pop, just put some nades down there and just see if you can drop off and stabilize your spray. Like, it was a little bit just not random.
I like that. You know, you have something a bit unique, the double drop, the util, the molly on the outside. You can't even use the trains anymore. You can't even get on top of them. And PLAYzone, though, is getting some pressure out there towards Ivy. They don't know that there's a second player here. He's kind of watching out for A main. There is so much util towards Ivy.
Damage done to Demka is rather heavy. 2 points of health for him. Naded down by Fear to finish off the frag. Gonna swing in for even more. 2 lined up. Matty's finishes off the job that Fear had started. 4 on 2. Look, he's charging up Ivy as well. Topper's gonna hear him. AK pulled out. Is Matty's ready for this corner? Absolutely not. And we've got a secret agent mission. 00 Topper. Snuck past one player. We'll just take the kill on Matty's. That does leave a bit of an awkward spot for Jambo, who gives himself up. This is a 4 versus 2 Fnatic. Don't let this one go.
I think they already have. PLAYzone's going to get caught in time.
No!
Oh, I can see it straight away. Jambo out here towards Ivy. He's got a pretty good timing against Crims towards that left side of the smoke. The AK doesn't see it, but Topper knows exactly where he is. He could just run it into B.
Got a smoke that you can use to smoke off main as well. Crims is not sure where the man is. A slow walking Topper just to be safe about it. Safer plant as well. Crims will not hear that. Will recognise that it's got to be the B-bomb site. He's going to decide to approach from Z. It's a smoke that I think was trying to go down towards one of the back train entries over at CT spawn. I think it might have missed though. Heaven is the angle of the AK. M4 leans up, sees nothing, nobody, no smoke for himself. He's made noise now. And he's backing off to save his weapon. Passion UA pulled that one out of the hat. Fnatic bottling a simple round. One missed check from Ivy, and that's all it takes.
And maybe that is some of the fundamental issues that Fnatic have as a team, of just being able to get yourself in situations where the round's completely over and you just sort of troll it to overextensions and unnecessary pushes. Right there from Matty's, he's just charging up Ivy. And then even Jambo, I mean, he's got to know better than re-peeking back into an angle. Right here, the tell is that Topper's somewhere around Ivy, and he doesn't even jiggle. He doesn't even try and poke for the info. Instead, he just peeks into the angle. And that's Passion redeeming a round that should never have even come to even one more kill from the 4v2.
Yeah. No real reason to charge up Ivy. At least the AWP, you could say, wasn't protected. He had to watch the angle at some point, but now it's led to a round loss regardless. AWP will be back in play for Jambo. Matty's leaning around the back lines of the red train. Will take down Demka. Warrow will fall into the M4. Kavem can take one Fear. Will trade back at that 5-7. Go for a rifle because he didn't have one coming into this round. But opts to play it a bit more safe. I know that Tricasmo's behind that smoke. 3-on-2 for fnatic right now. Another man advantage to see if this one also goes to waste.
Topper's hearing the footstep of Fear out to Olaf, but he doesn't know where Matty's is repositioned to.
That incendiary might give him at least a little bit of a hint. Swing up. AK doesn't get a kill. Tricasmo now in a 1-on-3 that he should not be winning. Touch wood. fnatic can bounce back to an even stance.
Well, it helps that Matty's is unfortunately the one that threw away the last round, but you still have to remember he got a double kill Ivy, and now he's got another double kill. And for me, even though he's made the mistake that cost him the last, as long as he's putting up numbers, I'll let him be. I think just keep facilitating all of his impact at the moment.
Well, Tricasmo thought for a second. I thought for a second he was going to pull it off. Another expensive round for fnatic, though. 8-8 on the board. Passion UA is still in the contender zone. You'd imagine there'll be another buy on the table for them just on the basis of the damage they did to fnatic. And the fact that even from the strongest positions, Passion UA still have a chance. And yes, they will be forcing up. AK, Galil, Scouts, a couple Deagles. Matty's charging into Bob Tog. Two of the top fraggers on fnatic at 16 kills alongside BlameF. And both players grouped to roughly the same position.
Yeah, Crims can just drop the incendiary on contact and get a quick rotator from BlameF. And fnatic have got a pretty good read on this one. There's been no pressure towards Ticon or Ivy, so they're going to start grouping heavy players on B.
Crims has seen him. Fire quickly comes out. Flashbang is wasted. Smoke also comes down the block for more permanence. A longer term on that smoke. Minute on the clock to play with. Passion UA. Happy to sit in the brown halls for the time being. Kavem and his Deagle. It's had a pop dog trying to catch CT players off, and just nothing is seen in that outer bomb site. Inner bomb site may have a little bit more contention though. Passion UA revealing themselves up towards heaven. Deagle damage not quite done by Topper. Jambo Scout can turn up a kill. Demka takes two fantastic entries. Crimson needs to strike against all sorts of entries which will come forward from Kavem. 3-on-2 allowed. HE towards default will get Demka, but he's been watched from range by that Scout. And Artis can finally take Warrow down. Look to the second man back at blue. Low HP across everyone. The HE will come in far too late for Fear. And Passion UA have stolen their force buy.
And perhaps that's some of the conversations that Matty's was trying to explain in the interview of us not being on the same page. That's 3 CT defenders cross-firing on B against a fairly weakened buy. Now, normally, Jay, you look at that circumstance and say, well, the T's aren't even going to get bomb plant, are they? You're running into a heavy trap. And instead, Demka's able to get a couple of kills, and Crims only gets one on the return. It's just not good enough. And we're now going from a position where fnatic were 4-1 up. They've given the lead over towards Passion. Mate, the chances of Passion getting 13 look good in this first half.
BlameF going to have something to say about that, though. His SMG at E-Box, caught by a flashbang. Kavem can take him. 3-on-3. Crims, his 5-7 also steps up to the plate. Grabs an AK to play with in this round. Head Kevlar for him as well. Jambo sneaking up towards Brown Halls. He's got a big old backstab incoming. Passion UA forced to apply the brakes. This Deagle may well get quite a fair amount out of this. No one's watching T-Con right now, so all down to the Deagle. Get Topper, deny the round.
It's the timing against both players, because Jambo has the round-defining moment, but that bomb might be able to slip back into Pop without being seen. The timing is awkward and Jambo whiffs.
5-7 from range, can't get much out for Fear either. Crims trading Tricasmo. Smokes down against him as Zed knows that that's the one area where he can attack from. Still, Topper will slow down the round. Hasn't bought the rotation either, or at least the information fake. Crims, top of the Shanty Shack.
A 2 for 2 in clutch losses for Crim so far in this map.
You have no info up. Topper's now going to start to consider the wrap from CT Spawn. And looks back to the orange train where Topper is positioned. That bomb will get tapped once, but he needs to draw that fight in real quick. Holds it. Topper swings and it's easy. Crim's going falling. fnatic cannot respond. Passion UA on 10. And they're getting dangerously close to the end of this map up that fnatic probably needed to win in this series.
And I think, unfortunately for Crims, this stock isn't helping him at all. Losing 3 clutches on a single map of train. And also, you can look at him and say, look, well, he's a really experienced player, right? He brings a lot to the table and he adds to the team. Not if you're not playing LAN. If you're only playing online officials in Tier 2 tournaments, I can't see what he's going to add, unlike any other young rookie anchor. And I think that's the problem holding on to him if it's a team that's just not qualifying to LAN tournaments.
Not much in support of fnatic and their eco pistols, getting 1 pick out of T-Con. Topper and Demka have mowed through all those stacking players. Passion UA should be on 11-8 and getting closer and closer to this map win. The map pick of fnatic will be stolen away unless they can do something quick.
And let's be realistic, okay? Passion have just brought in a new 4th and 5th player within the last handful of months. Now, we know any new lineup is not going to be pracking every single map in the pool consistently. They might have pracked train a couple of times, but it's not your strong suit. Where's your best maps in the pool right now? Well, it's Mirage, it's Ancient, it's probably Anubis, and maybe you want to introduce Dust too. So the majority of pracks that they're going to be playing are those 4 maps. They have probably not spent a lot of time on train at all because they're thinking, oh, we'll introduce it a little bit later on. Let's just focus on having some strong maps before we focus on the weaker ones. And right now, they are going to be 11-8 up on the T side of train against fnatic, who's picked it against them.
Not an encouraging sign for the fnatic side. Set Passion UA up indubitably. Rifle buys out for the CT forces. They need to turn this around from here. 1 lost round will lead to map point. 2 lost rounds will lead to map end. Bashes forward. Blame F. Not quite at the first fight, but he did get a second one in against Kavem. That's a little bit better for fnatic. All sorts of flashbangs just coming over T-Con though. Keeping the CTs blinded, keeping Passion UA at bay as well.
It's just both teams brute forcing that T-Con area. You've got the CTs fighting aggressively and Passion trying to get outside of the smoke. A lot of spam, a lot of util, and in the end, it's Shikazmo and Kavem to fall without doing much damage to the Oppo. And fnatic are in a pretty leading position where they've contested T-Con. They've now brought a lot of players towards B, so this is where they should start clearing out some of those upper tunnels or brown halls area out there deeper towards the apartments and just get a feel of the round. See exactly where the stack is.
60 seconds left. Warrior and Dem could have to lean in towards ramp where Warrior gets a kill out of fear. Pretty much unscathed. He's forced another fight back on Crims. Second man to lean forward. Third player on the side defensive. They don't quite get it all the way. Warrior up in heaven, watching towards that Z connector area, and Jambo will deal with him. Topper, meanwhile, walking out to the A-bomb site. Matty's undetected, engaged towards that pop dog player. Jambo just seeing the jump face. Topper's got it to a 2 versus 2. But if Matty's are both tagged up, the M4 can't get that bomb carrier to fall. That Molotov will finally force him back. Matty's wins that fight on Topper. It's now all on to Demka here. Less than 13 seconds to get the bomb down. And then the retake inbound. He tries to jump up to win the fight. But Matty's puts him down and staves off that map point.
And when I look at what fnatic were when they played against Cybershock, when they played against Cubics, they were just outclassing in so many different factors. Individuals were hitting all the shots. They were closing rounds down really dominantly. I'm now feeling in train, even if it's a 4v2, a 5v3, I'm not convinced at the moment that the round is going to get won, and I think this is a clear example of it. There is not a lot going for Passion UA, but yet they get a double kill in the brown halls. They give themselves a really good chance of that walkout from Topper. That was nearly another steal from the Ukrainians.
Waro struck first on this round as well. Jambo's down. Passion UA not letting that one go unanswered. They're taking their time with this, slowly adjusting. Look to the brown halls where only Crim stands against them from the pop entrance.
It needs to stall for time, because once he goes down, there's no one on B and no one that's going to be a quick rotation through Con.
4 players round that corner. He peeks it. He's as good as dead. Top but seen. Headshot landed. Crims has fallen. M4 of Fear also caught by the Galil. It's overwhelming for Passion UA. Survival for Fnatic does not last long. There's going to be map point for the Ukrainians. Matties and BlameF might not even stay alive here.
Now, this has been a clinical showing from Passion UA. They've given the fight back to Fnatic and they've made it very awkward. You might look at BlameF at 18 and Matties at 20, but I think other than Matties, no one's convinced me that they're a star player that's making a difference in terms of round victories. It's been a fairly average showing. BlameF out here towards T-Con, can't even win the fight. Then Matties has got players all around him. Gets away with the first, maybe the second, but he's going to drop here. There's no time to be able to survive.
Too many players around him. Waro finds the kill. Fnatic carry nothing forward into $2,900 of overarching highest roller cash. Very little in the reserves. There's just nothing for them. They're very, very weak buy going into what should be the last round of the game. What a shot for Topper. And 3 map points to play with on Fnatic's own map pick. Passion UA are a step away from claiming the start in the series. Five sevens, SMGs, scout out, AK from range as they try and suicide dive their way into T-Con. I think they're aware of BlameF as well. Molly to that corner, flashbang in against him. Still goes down, nothing's found. Fnatic desperate to get something out of this round and they're just getting nothing at all.
Yeah, what a showing, even from Fear. Maybe he gets one, but should just get traded instantly. There's too many T-side individuals coming towards him.
Corner checked, Topper finds the head of the former IGL of Passion UA, even doubling up onto Jambo. And Crims in a 1-on-5. The 5-7 in hand, but no miracles on this one. 13-9 result for Passion UA.
Well, I'm not surprised. I may have said that Passion are going to win the series 2-1, but let's be honest with ourselves here, Jay. I don't think we're too satisfied with Fnatic regularly. So seeing that map go down the way that it is, to me, feels like an average day in the office.
I mean, I'm surprised because of the nature of the map involved with this brand new Passion UA roster. Like, as I said before, the old team didn't even have a lot of great results on it, but this team hadn't played it at all up until this point. So I was expecting Fnatic would at least get away with this one, but the fact that they haven't now is a very, very bad sign for the rest of this series in my eyes.
It's just a Passion UA side that had brought back just too many silly rounds. Man disadvantages where you kind of done some ecos, some clutches. I think just overall, it's just a subpar performance from Fnatic. And you can't get away towards the higher end of tier 2 by being average. If you're an average squad, mate, you're just going to drop. You're just going to start falling in the rankings. You're going to be losing games. You're going to have lack of qualifications to land tournaments. And I think that's kind of what we've seen for Fnatic in the majority of this entire year.
But that's the thing, Dwayne. They're not an average squad. They should be. They're on paper. They are an excellent squad, but they're not performing to excellent basis. And I just don't seem to understand why. We're seeing some of these mistakes being made. We're seeing some of the lack of coordination. We don't think that they're all on the same page. And at this point, considering what we heard from Matties in that interview, considering what we saw on the server right now, I'm starting to get more and more convinced that there may be changes ahead of this Fnatic roster in the very, very near future. I'm not sure they can win Anubis, Dwayne. I really am not.
No, I'm not either. I think this is shaping up for a 2-0 for Passion UA, and maybe it does come down to just the hunger of what it's like when you know what the low end is. I always get this sort of feeling, right, with Tier 1 players and Tier 1, 1.5 organizations when they drop in the divisions, is that the players are just there, right? You know, they're collecting their paychecks, they're carrying on, but it's only when you get dropped by organizations and you've got to play with adventurers, right, and you've got to play with the Icklers and the Drillers of the world, where you start getting humbled and realize that we need so much more to get back to even a competitive slot. And I just kind of wonder, for guys like Crims, Blame F, is it just like, oh yeah, we're just turning up and playing? Like, is that it? I don't know. I don't know if you'll ever get a firm answer on that one.
I mean, I don't think so, but I do know that the fact that whatever it is they're delivering right now is not quite good enough. I mean, credit to Blame F for posting the numbers right now, but even then you can argue that Matties was the better star overall. So, like, but even that wasn't enough, right, for Fnatic to get past their own map pick in this series. CT side gone awry, Train fallen by the wayside, Passion UA in the lead now in the best of 3, and can they close it out in 2-0? I think it's pretty likely. Anubis is coming up next after this very short break, so do not go anywhere. Might be a quick end to Fnatic in the 2-0 games.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Disappointing is the only word I have for Fnatic off the back of map number 1. Their own pick going 13-9 in favor of Passion UA. It's Anubis up next way again, and I'm not convinced this is going further than 2 maps, unfortunately. I want to like Fnatic. I really, really do. They got so much going for them, but if you keep delivering subpar performances, then I've got no choice but to criticize you, and there was plenty to criticize on Train.
And there wasn't for Passion. I think we had a lot of firepower ability in that first half. I think Kavem towards that A-bomb side, Warrow with the AWP. I mean, I feel even when he had the AWP, he was delivering rounds, but we'll probably see it a lot more in Anubis, right? I think he's got like a little bit more ability to try and get the AWP in high impact positions and try and see if he can overrun. And even for Demka, I mean, just not even being tested in a lot of those roles towards Ivy, I think Passion just had a lot more individual ability behind them, and Fnatic just didn't really give me too much of a fight in that first map.
Yeah, only real 2 players you could give any highlights to were BlameF in the T side and Mattis throughout the course of the entire map, in my opinion. Everybody else didn't really deliver too much. I was not too thrilled with what Jambo did. Unfortunately, didn't have the AWP in much of his hands through that second half, so opportunities were limited, I guess you could say. The one credit for Fnatic in terms of this map of Anubis now is this was the one where they bullied Cyberstroke during the best of 1. But I think it's less to do with the map thing and more to do with who their opponent is, because I don't think they're going to get away with the same confidence against Passion UA, who actually are bullying them in firepower fights.
And I'll just say it right now. If Passion get the 2-0 here today against Fnatic, I think there is no doubt in my mind that they're going to qualify for the LAN finals. I think with how the streak has looked since they've added Demka and Warrow into the team, and now you sort of, you're peaking at the right time, you're beating some okay names in Tier 2, then you take Fnatic down 2-0, I don't think a single team is going to stop them in that decider best of 3.
I honestly can't agree with you on that one. It just looks so confident from them in this matchup, and it's like, yeah, you can talk about them having the best of streaks, having the weakened elements of Fnatic and not being able to contest in Fnatic's previous matches. But in terms of the way that Passion UA are playing, I think it's that quality, that qualitative performance that you look at and say, this is an impressive Passion UA side who may well be about to get their 7th match victory in a row and continue to remain undefeated since adding those 2 new players. And I think it's a very key likelihood at this moment.
Well, let's even just look at where Fnatic are on the VRS. Like, they're getting close to being outside of the top 40. We're looking at Passion in and around the top 60 marker. But if Passion are able to sort of go to the LAN here in Prague and Fnatic aren't able to do so, I think you're going to start seeing a disparity over the next couple of months and probably Passion being in a position where they can legitimately say, we should be able to overtake them. We should be able to go higher than what Fnatic are now.
Well, if you've been keeping track of the VRS points, Dwayne, like I have, then you'll know that Fnatic are actually down 5 places in the world from their start of the month ranking on Valve's GitHub. HLTV had them pegged at 38 this morning. 33 was where they started April at. So it's like, well, you're already losing points as things stand, and you're probably going to lose a few more if you lose out to this Passion UA side, and if you continue to lose here in the Swiss stage, in the other competitions that you've been losing to. I mean, just remember the Fnatic, and this is not the first loss that they've taken in the last couple of weeks. It's ENCE, of course, beat them in a best of 3. Boom beating them in a best of 1. BC Game beat them in a best of 1. Those are going to be some serious points lost out to those kind of squads. And so you're thinking about that in terms of their overarching VRS structure, their overarching campaign to the next major. And it's like, well, yeah, actually, you could say that Passion UA would usurp them rather easily, honestly.
Well, I've been a bit surprised that Fnatic haven't even taken any of these BYOC lands. I mean, we had the Level Up Lund that went down in Sweden. We had Fragadelphia that NIP went to only a couple of days ago in North America. And it sort of makes me wonder, why aren't Fnatic trying to go to those events? First off, to just play a LAN, and second off, to try and jump at the opportunity of being able to get a lot of VRS points. I mean, they've failed at back-to-back PGL closed qualifiers. They failed at the MRQ. What other tournaments outside of Conquest of Prague is going to give you a slot at a LAN? There's not going to be many that they're playing in these next couple of months.
Well, clearly and obviously, they're waiting for the next few months for Epic LAN to come around, Dwayne, because that must be the only thing. It's UK org, UK LAN, I guess.
Yeah.
How does Fnatic versus Binmen International sound to you?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think eventually, right, there's probably a lot of these teams that say, oh, we don't really want to do it. But they have to at some point. There's got to be a fine line where eventually you go that if we don't attempt to even go to this LAN, we're just going to keep dropping. So I think that's just going to be what the current landscape looks like over the next sort of 6 months or so of the year.
Well, all that conversation can get put to paid if they can turn this series around, or at least find something in the Swiss stage in the next couple of rounds to make it to the deciders and make it to Conquest of Prague's playoffs, because that's what they're aiming for here and now. They're aiming for this LAN. They're aiming for this competition, and they need to try and pick up their selves really quickly, because it's not a very good way to start the best of 3s at the very least in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, no, it's not at all. And I just look at Fnatic and I just kind of wonder what sort of the next few tournaments are even going to look like. Because I think you've now getting tested by better opponents, aren't you? You go into Cybershock in your opening matchup. I mean, we both said it. We expected a lot more out of Cybershock. We expected a lot more of a competitive game. That didn't really come. You go up against Cubics in round number 2, and let's be frank, that you should stomp them. You should be able to get over them quite easily. But now you're going up against a Passion side that's quite fresh to bringing 2 players into the roster. It should be a series that you might get tested at moments, but you should still come out on top. And now they've got to try and come back on the back foot of being 0-1 down.
Losing out their own map pick. It's Anubis up next. Passion UA decided to play this territory, so play it they shall. A map that's been featured in all their best of 3s since the additions of the 2 new boys. So let's see if they're going to turn up and turn out. A 2-0 fashion, it would be a victory for Ukraine, a sweet revenge over Fnatic that dismantled this roster oh so many months ago. It's the pistol round for our second map.
Yeah, this is also the map that eliminated Fnatic out of the MRQ to ENCE. I'm sure they'll have a lot of flashbacks and memories to that. It's got to be more positive, and straight away for Waro and his teammate in mid, there is intensity to fight against the Ts.
Ashes forward as Kavem and Waro look to prod. As you take face, Kavem Goosh down to 15 points of health. Crim's flash blinded by Topper, as are his teammates. They can't push forward to that and get revenge of the first casualty. Kavem gets a double, almost a triple out of that one. Damage was done pretty heavily towards Matties. The Goosh is back on Topper in his 3-on-3. Will look to claim the advantage, but there's 2 more CTs right behind him. Fnatic need to think about themselves here. The bomb's been trapped, and Jambo fights back for it.
Excellent work for Kavem when he's just trapped completely to get a couple of kills. The problem now is that Topper has the kit, but he's been gooshed, and him and Demka are separated. Fnatic are going to drop and go quickly into B. At least Demka's got high HP, but he needs to get more than 2.
USP taps up, damage being done. Jambo takes his own teammate out of the equation. He gets caught on reload as well, so Demka can dish out some damage of his own, but he's basically on a solo defensive. Topper's on 8 points of health. Even if he gets here, he's going down quick. Jambo takes more damage. Blame F swings to the casualty, but Demka, with the penultimate bullet of the magazine, gets that kill in regardless. Now the backstab becomes effective because Jambo has no idea about Topper's presence, and Topper will lock in the headshot for Passion UA to take the pistol.
It's just a tilting round, because you look at it from Fnatic's point of view and you just go, how? How have you lost that? You've dropped mid-bridge, you've got into Electric, it's a 3v1 on the bomb site, and you've goosed the other player! This is just map to map. So many examples of heavy man advantage situations that for whatever reason, Fnatic are just not closing down.
It's like the 3rd time they've asked that question in this series. How have we lost that? No bomb plant, no buy. Eco for the second. Passion UA should be able to lock in a pretty confident one of that and just add to the frustrations of Fnatic. At least they get away with the kill on top, and maybe enough breathing room with that smoke down to get a bomb plant in for Krim, which Chasmo will not try and deny it. Waro instead farming some cash. The SMG gets away with his piece of the pie as well, so small cash injection for Fnatic. Passion UA with their 2-0 start, as you expect. The rifles will be out, and Fnatic really need to apply themselves from here on out.
Fear played on Passion UA for 10 months and 16 days and took them to new heights when he replaced Marat 2K. This has got to be a matchup that means not only a lot for him, but also for him to prove that I can be an in-game leader of an international team. I think something that we see quite frequently in English football, Jay, is sort of ex-players that just get managerial roles and instantly go to the Premier League. And you sort of think, you go, is that the right decision? Should he not maybe start in the Championship? Should he not maybe start in League One and work with a couple of teams before progressing up? And I think you could say the exact same thing for Fear. Did he not deserve an European international team in Tier 2 before in-game leading Tier 1 players?
It's a very good point to make. I wonder as well how much of the little intricacies we can discuss about his own like in-game leading potential, right? I think one of the issues that we'll come back to that in a second, actually, because they're already storming down mid. Jambo's been caught first and foremost. Matty's trading it back very quickly, and Fnatic opt not to continue the pressure, at least not like to the pace that they were doing so initially. They put utility down instead. The AWP of Waro missing a shot on Crims towards main. And Demka swings out of the 3-man unit, gets away with a lot more than he bargained for, which Topper can follow up with. Fear trades it on 2 casualties of his own. 2v2, HE to 32. The AWP is seen him, but Fear gets the headshot and gets that bomb out of dodge. He's expecting Chasmo to come in from Temple though, looking to fight against him. He's running out of ammo, needs Crims to get here. Crims on the other side of the map. Oh, the bomb carrier somehow getting away. Fear playing a game of survivalist and coming out the champion of everyone.
Chikazmo's not going to be able to catch him. The separation's too far now. And what he doesn't know about is the other player that's been able to get aggressive.
Crims will deal with him. No mistakes made this time. Fnatic at their first on the board. That, I mean, to go from one situation where Fnatic should have won the round to one situation where really Fnatic probably should have lost the round. The fear, man, breathe a sigh of relief, sir. That was a wonderfully played recovery from him.
Well, the only way that round is won is because Waro whiffs twice. He misses the A main player, and he also misses this duel against Fear. And for Waro's sake, he's got to know in the back of his mind, all I needed was one good connection. So I'm not really too worried for Passion UA after that last round.
I would concur. Fnatic. Weapon advantage over the Passion side at the very least, with the deal on Waro being the weakened element. To go back to what I was saying as well in terms of that IGL discussion, right? Like you talk about getting an international European team, think about the intricacies of communication. One of the things that stopped Shox, for example, from becoming an international player was because communication was a problem for him. He spoke English, but not to the kind of pace you need to keep up in Counter-Strike. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe the calls aren't coming in quick enough. Fnatic gets the kill on Chikazmo. Good start on the Galil. Fnatic, no issues in this round yet.
Well, right now we're seeing BlameF being activated towards mid, and then Matty's roaming around this sort of water electric position. And as long as those two guys are consistently finding impact, then it's going to be a positive sign. And what they don't know is they're running into a complete A gamble. This is a complete setup.
And BlameF still gets 2 kills out of it. Waro and Topper, 2 versus 4, making it 3 with a kill on BlameF. Jambo not whiffing his shots. Topper goes down. Waro leaning in to try contest. He sees one player in the back lines, but he's got a 1-on-3 to win overall. Sees that bomb carrier just barely peeking out, but just backed off before the wrong moment. Does get a 1v1 fight on Fear, and another towards Jambo, who does miss the shot this time. Matty's in from main, revealing himself with that Molotov. M4 can reload and reposition. Swing to timing. Matty's gets the kill, as Waro does with his spray, and Fnatic get to a piece.
A bit disappointing there for Passion. 4 defenders on A, all in a pretty tight crossfire. You're expecting to come out on top. And Fnatic can count themselves quite lucky that the entries were sort of flowing and didn't give too many multi-frags up. It was a decent effort, the 1v3 from Waro. These last few rounds have been quite competitive at the mid and tail end, haven't they? There's sort of been some 5v3s or some opening chances, but then when the actual site execs are coming in, it's quite close with the trading game between these two squads.
SMG peeking from Topper, get away with a kill alongside Kavem's double, but BlameF will trade him, so 3-on-3. Broken investment should be noted as well for Passion UA, forced into this round. Very little on the follow-up. Just those first couple from initial contact. Now a Deagle and SMG hold the A-bomb site.
It's another heavy A stack. And Demka sitting back behind Cake. There's a couple of mollies, so looks like one's going to go down to his position.
Take a long-range fight and just win it, but burn in the end. Deagle Chikazmo next up. Fear, utility in hand, but gets away with a missed shot on the pistol. Backstab of Waro being watched by the AWP of Jambo, waiting for that bomb to get planted, which he will do so now. Waro puts up an AK and gets shot back in an instant. Jambo ready for it. Nothing that Chikazmo can do now.
All Passion need to do is keep the mental fairly strong and keep it competitive in the first half, because I think they'll run away with it in the second. Just don't give Fnatic too many T-side rounds away. This round looked completely over. Chikazmo's got a chance at it, though.
Smoke, but no kit. If you're going to go for the ninja, you have to do it right now. Bomb plant open. Gonna try and draw out the fight from Jambo. Flashbang turned away from, and he doesn't connect it. All held together by the AWPer of Fnatic, the former teammate of several Passion UA players. And the lead gained for the international team.
It's a bit strange that the smoke doesn't go down either to the bomb or A main when they know each other where they are. These MP9s were getting so close. Wasn't necessarily a needed force buy. They weren't double eco, but they wanted to keep that pressure up. And it gives Fnatic just some breathing room for the moment.
Credit to Passion UA, even in their losing efforts, they are keeping the damage up, but it won't be able to get followed up by another force buy here. The casualties will maintain the potential of resets and keep that economy light. Advantage for Fnatic. No major investments I'm seeing as of right now for the CT side. Tactical pause ongoing. I'm not sure exactly who for, but the Fnatic burned them so early on, it wouldn't shock me if it was them, because they did want to try and adjust their confidence on train. They wanted to try and get some more better rounds, I think is what you said in that first tactical.
Well, Kavem's bought into a hero M4, and he's been working mid the majority of the round, so this is intensity to try and get not only an opening pick, but try and recover a rifle and get into the hands of Warrior if it's possible.
Meanwhile, Demka's focusing on main, where the majority of all of the T-side players are.
So many A gambles that we're seeing from Passion UA, and maybe that's a little bit of an anti-strat, something that they're prepared for from Fear's calling. If they just put any pressure or a lurk attempt towards B, they'll realize that the space is completely open.
Only Jacasmo to defend it. Fnatic do find that pick. It's Matty's into Electric. That does force rotations back, so the counter commitment comes in as BlameF starts leaning in towards long. No one seen on the site. Bomb should go down easy. Best to hold on to the M4 now for Kavem, especially with the pistol. Demka seeing what's happening. Matty's actually does get isolated, so that is a rifle that they can recover. So in this eco, success found on that objective. Jambo not going to risk it too much. Does land a stellar shot on Topper. The AK of Warrior should back off, hold his gun. Passion UA get away with at least that much.
Fnatic have just got to start drilling in these T-side defaults, get a familiar sense of how to sort of take the space, what sort of timings. I mean, we haven't seen many aggressive moves, and that's something that was different. Remember that game versus Cybershock? There was a lot of aggressive entry attempts outside of B. We constantly saw Crims and BlameF just running B main. They were just always getting in the face of Loficus and Nodaneki. This feels a lot more passive. There's a bit more brute force outside of A main, a little bit slower and tempered towards mid. Do you wonder when that adaptability is going to come in, when they start putting more B pressure up?
Well, Fnatic start to extend that lead. Early scores on the doors being a 4-2 advantage for the T-side. Passion UA. Full weapon buys with the AK support, not an AWP for them yet. Jambo has one for his team. M4 engaging or trying to engage from Smoke and Electric. Matty's the Demka to reveal himself. That M4 at least making a little bit of noise. No major fights to take until the AK swings and loses himself.
You've now got Crims that wants to put some pressure onto Electric, but because of that re-smoke, he can't activate, he can't take the space by himself. Out on B, Jacasmo has basically just been the rotator, the guy that's always trying to reposition back into camera or out towards beach on the A-takes. HE to open up the smoke. They don't give Jambo even a jiggle.
Just wait for the smoke to rebloom. Crims will try a similar strategy over towards main, except that smoke does not rebloom at all. 5 HP on Demka, naded down. Crims being flanked, he has no idea. Top up. Jets check for it though. AK, second man seen. Jacasmo still wins the fight. Advantage held, bomb carrier seen. Jacasmo drops it. That's all important to Fnatic. Losing Fear may have lost the round, and now even Jambo's getting challenged out of B main.
Yeah, this round is complete collapsing. BlameF is going to have to drop in the water. And this might just be a save call between the two of them. I don't see why they would even attempt it.
Yeah, they're out of there.
Well, Fear has just trolled the round. I'm not really sure what he's playing out there. Yes, you are desperate to try and drop and trade that water player, but without a teammate inside, you've got to run that bomb into mid. You've got to either take Temple, take camera. As soon as he fights and loses, the round is just over instantly.
It's not the first time you've said that either. In so many occasions where Fnatic give away something that really shouldn't be given away, and then the round turns back on its head.
I think it maybe talks about a bit of hesitation with the calling, right? Players maybe thinking a little bit too individual at times, maybe thinking that they can make a play, they can make a difference rather than being structured. I mean, right here, Jacasmo kind of thinks, okay, Fear's just going to back off, slightly repositions the angle and give themselves a worldie of a chance.
And that's the problem with too many stars. They all think they can make the ultimate difference with the ultimate swing and the ultimate fight. Bigger picture not being accounted for. Jambo covered by Blame F at least as he finds them to start in mid. The boost up of the AWP unsuccessful. The AK, however, is.
And fnatic have got themselves in with a brute force attempt, and now the CTs need to adapt. You've got Demka that was aggressive in A main in the previous round. This time he's a lot more passive because they're running a 3-1 setup. They're having basically Demka who can reposition from mid towards A, but they're gambling on B. And it doesn't look as if it's going to be a B take at all. It just looks to be a walk contact into A, so this should just be a full-on save from Passion.
Plant down, secured by Fear. fnatic have no further resistance to the Passion UA side, so despite the blunders of the previous round, they can once again get back on track on extending their advantage. Back to a 2-round lead, but that should be resisted in the next one because there's plenty of rifles being saved by Passion UA. Rebuy is inevitable.
Jambo joined Passion UA in August of 2023 and played with them for over 18 months. Now he's going up against them, and he's not particularly had the best of series. It's been probably mid to underperformance. Want to see a bit more out of Jambo, and we certainly have noticed the increase of AWPing ability. I think with the move of Bermalov to Jambo instantly in CCT tournaments, we're now seeing that crucial third piece. Just need to see it more consistently and against the better teams in Tier 2 to kind of push those deeper runs in those qualifications.
Land qualification here in Conquest of Prague is the ultimate one on fnatic's playbook. Spread out default, hunting for that opening fight against Passion UA. Jambo looks to take the most aggressive of those fights. The AWP leaning into the back of the bomb site. HE seen. Shot doesn't connect, and Jacasmo wins it instead. And that is case in point as to why he's not having the best of series so far.
And nicely done for Jacasmo. Bait and swing. And Crim's now out from Electric. Needs to get some help from Matties, but there's a bit of a separation. At least that smoke will give him some time to regroup up. 3 players on B. Topper doesn't have any nades to block, so the best that he can do is just fight.
Crims finds a fight. Topper takes him, and Matty's right back. Blame F and Fear, 2 versus 4. Both outside of B main. Both marked by Passion UA. Footsteps heard. What a shot that is for Topper, and what a follow-up it is for Jacasmo as well. And from back on track to back derailed for fnatic, a 4th conceded to the opposition, back within 1 of their advantage. Another tactical surely must be called by fnatic here.
One of my early memories of Topper as an in-game leader was how he was somehow managed the qualification to the IEM Rio RMR a few years back with a complete mix team. It was him, Tutson, a Rylax, Bro. I think you had Aiken that was also there. It was a ragtag team of players, and they just went through a complete run of the open qualifiers. And this is a guy that spent a lot of his times in the depths of Tier 2 and Tier 3 international mixers. And now you feel that not only have you been given the keys to a great project, but you're working with some top players. You're working with basically the best that Ukraine can offer.
I think about that Monty side that also played in that RMR. Not the expectations that they had set for his country and for him. Matty's fragged out first. Other man in question, top up and secondary kill almost secured. Crims is found by Demka in the end. Fear, they got tagged up by that engage with the bomb on his back as well. Must have been seen by the Passion UA side. And very little generated in response to Fnatic. Finally, Jacasma takes some significant damage, but still not traded. A little bit of mid-control being allowed for BlameF, but unsupported by his teammates. Look how far Warriors extended up here, out towards the A main entry through Rugs, and now rotation room towards the A bomb site is pretty much nullified.
BlameF is attempting, but just rewarded with nothing. You've got Demka that's playing out in the water. Jacasmo even on low HP, aggressing out to B main, and this is a statement from Passion. Jambo is in a 1v5. There's going to be nothing being granted at all. You've got players pretty much all around you. The re-smoke down, hope to try and get some of these aggressive CTs. Gets himself a first and a second, but the AWP is watching from top mid.
And he's baiting as well, Jambo, read that. Quadra taken, 18 points of health. Is this going to be the ace clutch for the Ukrainian? Quite possibly. Smoke down towards Temple. He reads the fact that Demka's coming in from the B-bomb site. Bombs on his back. Demka would have heard all those footsteps, though. Charging up. Peichi, dead. Denied on the clutch. Passion UA will equalise.
Unfortunately there for Passion, they could have held on to a lot of AKs. I mean, the economy game is okay for them, so they don't get destroyed massively. I think the shame there for Fnatic is how it just collapses almost instantly. Aggressive moves from Demka, aggressive moves from Jacasmo. And Passion have kind of got themselves in the exact same state as Train, right? Where it was sort of an early start to Fnatic. They were up 4-1, and then they lost that edge. They lost that ability to keep the game up. And now I'm looking here on Anubis, and I'm thinking it was, what, 5-3 at one point? It's now 5-5. If Passion can push for a lead moving into the second half, that would be magic.
Force back on Fnatic on round 11 is going to feature a handful of rifles. And Kafem just mows them down. Matty's in fear, dead in an instant. AWP of Warrior can strike on BlameF, and now this is a true statement from Passion UA. Last man just can't find anything. All 5 alive for the CT side. Yeah, shake the head, sir, because that was a disappointment in many different regards. In fact, this whole matchup can be summarized in that way for Fnatic.
And I start kind of pondering the idea is all these sort of international projects that we've got, all these teams with sort of tier 1 players dropping down in the divisions, almost none of them have started with a core. They've always sort of started with a few players, and then they kick one and they bring in another one. And they kick another and they bring in someone else. Rather than just bringing in a core like what Heroic did with Sangul, you wonder, is that just the future? Is the sort of replacing one after the other just a mistake for longevity?
Possibly. And where do those cores form from is the next question, and it's not so easy to make a qualifier run with the new international project.
Yeah, it's very true.
Fnatic charging in with their pistols, force point to round 12. Topper still able to get 2 frags before he falls. BlameF 2 to respond. Crims walks right past Glyph where Demka's holding. Sees that second man caught back behind the pillar. Jambo does return fire to a 2 versus 2, so they're keeping control of something here. Picked up on an M4 as well in his own right. Kavem on the reload, disappearing through the smoke. The AWP, but a backstab, unchecked. BlameF goes falling. Point blank against Kavem, gives Jambo a trade back. A HE sent to his position, and a smoke onto the bomb. Tapped it once. Warriors are going to try and bait Jambo into making a mistake. He's pulling out that knife. P250 as well for the Warrior part. Tap it again, hold it down. AK spray, it's nothing. Knife for a second time. He gets his damage, but he doesn't get the kill for it. And Passion UA end up with a 7-5 half once again. Stellar on our second map.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
2 rounds in the advantage for the full Ukrainian side. To make up for fnatic on this CT side at the very least, to press on in this map and stay alive in this series. It's Passion UA to take to the attacking half, where their stats do look fantastic, Dwayne, and honestly with what I've seen so far, I've got no more faith in fnatic.
No, I was almost like that at the start of this best of 3. Passion UA though will look at this pistol and say get off to a good start and we will start closing quickly. Blame F in from mid, does have fear with a flashbang, so watch the timing on that.
Fight, shot, Graham connected to fnatic. One thing they've had in their favour have been pistol wins. Fear gives up the advantage of the HP there. Almost went down to the Goose Chikazmo. USP of Blame FC in that bomb carrier. Waro has caught him. 4-on-4 established, mid control established. A may be the target, but B would be the weakened one. Jambo seen, he's been goosed to 5 HP himself. Passion UA again turning the situation back.
Jambo can't do anything. He needs to stay alive. It's the A-main individuals that can at least offer something. This is where Matties needs to at least get one.
Matties alongside Crims, gets 1 kill out of it against Chikazmo. Jambo on the corner, Demka overwhelms him. Fear, also low HP inside that smoke at the temple entrance. Warrior's got the bomb with him there. Timing could be everything with the back turn. No, he checks it at the right position, and the B site has been opened up as a result of that casualty. Confirmed by Topper, plant down to a 3v2.
It might have to be an instant save. Crims is making a lot of noise out here towards Electric, and Topper does not have a teammate close by. He's just jiggling and trying to waste time.
Support from the back lines, though. You saw the taps of Loro coming in from range. USP still trying to win the fight against Topper. Finally locks in that headshot. 2-on-2 now has been secured for fnatic, but can they turn it into a round itself? They need one at this stage. Lost pistol may prove to be their next demise in this series. USP's and smokes come down. Goosh on the Crims and Matty's taking damage. Demka gets his kill back. Crims no defuse kit. Can't find the bomb inside that smoke. Demka finally, here's that tap, but it's coming far, far too late. Crims is going to hunker to try and see if he can get the exit frag, but Demka now knows that he has won this round. Knife kill for Crims will boss to the cash, but the pistol win is on the board of Passion UA.
And this is for Fear, where he needs to get a bit of leadership going and make sure everyone believes in the call. Because if you're not beating a brand new Passion UA side in a best of 3, then I think your chances of qualifying to land are going to be fairly low. And then even if you get there, I also think the expectations are going to be fairly low. Now, this is unacceptable. And Passion, I mean, to get a 2-0 today would be a hell of a result. Especially after you got tested in that earlier series. I mean, that one against 9, it went on for quite a while, went 3 maps, all rounds of regulation in the decider.
Fear and Jammo just mowed through. 3 picks found on fnatic as they do force into this one, and they do get a little bit more for their trouble. Chikazmo does strike back, but Warriors traded. Bomb drops as well for the CT side, and that's a little bit more likely for fnatic. The concern for me has always been when they find these confident rounds, they almost never follow up on them. At least Passion UA down on the money stage, single stage, lost bonus, $1,400 to work with on a force buy means it's not going to be all that much significance. fnatic on a way back into the game.
Well, that's a bit disappointment for the Ukrainians, because I think they know that losing that round has halted their progression quite a bit in the second half, and if they would have been able to win it, they would have kind of got to 13 quite quickly. And now it's a setback, but not one that's massive. You've got a force buy back in. Not the best of chances. You need a real opening pick. I mean, you've got no rifles. It's only pistols. You need to get an opener. A 5v4 is going to be necessary.
Nice HE on top up. Warriors Deagle does answer back in mid though. Gambo's head taken clean off. Matties with 2 picks to return. All things seem to end well for fnatic. No eco 4 sport steals for Passion UA. No bomb plum bonus for them either. Fnatic with a chance now to start to work up some more rounds, to work up some more potential, some more breathing room, really, against Passion UA. Next rifle round should be when we go 8 apiece. Fnatic can try battle for the lead then.
And when you hear stuff like Astralis potentially closing their doors, right, with the lack of funding that they've got, the lack of majors being contested, you start looking at the other organizations, your NIP, your Fnatic, and I'm sure the players look at it as well and say, could that be us? Could we be in a position if we consistently drop out of that tier 1 circuit, if we're not qualifying to majors? And that would have felt like a real kick in the teeth for Fnatic to not even get to the qualification match of the MRQ.
At least they haven't wasted money like Astralis did, to be fair. Shot for Jambo, Matty's following it up. Kills coming in easy in this round against Passion UA, and at least in terms of the results, they're not fantastic, but may still be some more of a future for the Fnatic side. I mean, not as this existing 5, but we said time and again, these 5 players, they're all good. They just need to just get themselves together, really. Topper just stalling out the inevitable in this round. Needs to go down for the cash bonus. Crims will see him now and put him in his place. 8-8. Rifle rebuy for Passion UA inbound. Fnatic will try and take the lead away. A shoddy game overall from them. They've found a small breath of life to a force by steal. Now they just need to press for the finish line.
Well, I'd like to see Passion target the A-bomb site quite consistently in this second half, because I think Crims is certainly the weak link, especially not playing in the MRQ, but then being back in the lineup. I think over towards A, that could be a critical area where there's a lot of success for them. Demka puts down the molly to stop any of that early aggression. They got Canal crunched, and that's what lost them round number 2 on the break. Matty's to break the smoke. Not to peek with it, just to see what the response is from the T side.
Matty sees what's going on. Incendiary to block. Top up will fall. Well, the fight won out by the Fnatic side, an advantage taken. All part of Jambo looking to support Matty's on his flashbang campaign in towards Bino. He peeks dry and loses his life for it. I think there was a flashbang, but it came in far too late. Matty's acting ahead of the curve and costing his team a man advantage. BlameF AWP to get it right back.
A double AWP sequence to come through from Fnatic. Very rarely see an AWP in BlameF's hands. And done well to be able to get him and Jambo involved, but you're right about that. The call certainly was to flash Matty's in towards B main. It's Fnatic getting the AWP support to get them out of trouble. But when I do see moments like that, I start to understand why times are really difficult and why best of 3s are going down in the way that they are.
It was all down to AWP firing that gave them that round in the end. It could have fallen to pieces. I saw a world in which it was going to fall to pieces to that Matty's peak. Passion UA. Finally on the back foot in this map. Jambo flashed off, shot doesn't connect, blind as he was. Crims turns up 2 at least to remove the rifles from play, remove 2 individuals. Topper also caught by Matty's into mid. Crims might get overwhelmed by the pistol players here, but manages to maintain his life with no damage being done. Demka 1-on-4, and so many more to find for him. He should be only taking 1 kill actually with the Deagle, so credit to him, but Fnatic 10-8, Passion UA with a rebuy. I wonder if they take a tactical pause now. They haven't had one throughout the entire series.
Yeah, fair play to Crims. That's a superstar hold. You are being swarmed from double camera and double A main, and he holds it quite comfortably. He's able to deal with the 2 camera players first before exposing the angle towards A. And that's not easy. You've got a lot of util towards you and a lot of players coming in quickly. That is a superb hold.
Two rounds to the good now for fnatic. Passion UA struggling to win these opening fights here as Matties really gets involved. Topper has fallen. Advantage made, not extended, not responded to. Passion UA don't really have an opportunity to do so. There's smokes on pretty much every entryway.
He's just a playmaker. That's the sort of player that he is. And we're seeing it towards the canal, constantly being on the front foot, trying to activate into those opening duels. It was a bit of a gimmick where he sort of hides in and around the CT's resmoke of the front of Electric. It swings out on a good timing and then ends up backing up, holding on to the 5v4 and not staying around for too long. Passion. It's ever since they won Pistol and lost that anti-force buy, times have been tough in the second half.
Yeah, 5 in a row responded by fnatic.
And they still are maintaining these double AWPs, which is really unorthodox. It's surprising that they're doing it.
If it's working, there's no reason to. Shadow not being seen by Matties, though, that could be a mistake. Crossing the B bomb site at least. Will it cost them the round?
The double AWPs on the retake. Fear is trying to abuse one of these planters, try and force them in the open. The problem is the jewel just isn't coming. They're not even jiggling.
The second player close. Store them. Smoke on at Temple as well. Store the other two players. The AWP watching from the back lanes. Fear's AK leans up. Flash against Warrow. Won't affect him, won't affect Kavem. Ivor sees the man. FlameF now revealed. Orpa not wise to peek towards Warrow with a decent trade, but Crim's got two on the lineup and follows up onto Demka. Jakazma knows exactly where that bomb is. Forced to fight. Kill to line up two, but doesn't quite finish the job. Time is barely with Crims, but he will hold the 11th on fnatic.
Yeah, just about. That was a tidy retake. Didn't feel as if much was presenting. The two CT players, of course, when you've got AWPs, they can't just be running in. They have to be posted on the angles, waiting for the swings. It looked as if, for a moment, enough time had been stalled, but just not enough impact on the post plant. Passion UA will be frustrated because that was the ticket. That was the way back into trying to go neck and neck with the scoreline, and instead you've wasted that chance and you've given fnatic the round streak that only continues.
Now they're the ones within 2 of winning this map up, which is something I was not expecting to say at the turn of the half. Fight from FlameF. Look at his confidence to peek forward. Warrow is going to get killed off. Kavem's going to punish that aggression. Overextension from fnatic once again at a 4-on-4. Will the round collapse with it? They've done well to recover these ones. And Jambo, case in point, in from mid. Finally stepping up with some top fragging numbers for once in this series. Alongside Crims at 17 each. Advantage for fnatic. Matties on that B defensive, wary of where the T's could attack from next.
Jambo's trying to clear up as much of the water control as possible. What he doesn't know about is the T-side player to the left-hand side. The one out towards top mid with the bomb. It should be a B split just because of the space that Top has been able to take in here at Dark.
.45 seconds. Bomb looking to get planted. Retake. Up for fnatic. Up by a man as well.
Top is just trying to work on the edge of the smoke. The timing is awkward for him. At least he knows that there's two towards CT.
He's acting early. Backup still rotating in. Demka's at least forced out one fight. Kavem. Jambo checking for him, sees him, shot missed out though. Demka's been lost, Kavem's distracted however, and finally Jambo connects that kill, so could have been a disaster once again, but not to be. fnatic recover. It's 12-8, map point for the favourites.
I think Passion have just struggled in the post plants because they've got no util. What you see so frequently, Jay, is they use so much utility to take dark control, get themselves into the exec, that when that bomb goes down, they just are limited for options. They don't have a flash play towards CT. They don't maybe have another smoke to put down there at Temple or out there towards Spawn. And that's their problem. They do not have enough util to hold off against these retakes.
Finally, a tactical pause in for Passion UA.
Even the money's never been on their side, has it? You win pistol, you get reset, and then since then, it's a lack of even bomb plants. You're not getting the cash injection on the rounds that you're losing.
Passion will need to go 4 in a row to take us to overtime to stay alive in this map. Of course, they've got the map advantage as things stand, so it's not the most dire situation in the world. They're not fighting against complete loss of the series. Therefore, look in this direction, see whether they can contest fnatic. Riding a high of looking decent for the first time in a very long time. Auto control being taken, fear with an extension that doesn't go towards the stairs, instead looks on towards mid and that window angle. Rug's player might become a concern if he starts extending. Kavem's watching, fear, elevated position. Kavem's seen him, dives back out of the way. Secondary player not going to make his way in the end, fear is allowed to back away.
That's the right idea there for Kavem. You don't want to be dropping down there. That will just be a complete trap against the opposition. fnatic have created a lot of movement with that water control. They've backed off towards B. Even with the resmoke down at Temple, they want to get on the front side of it. They don't want to give respect to the opposition.
Incendiary on, just to suppress that mid position for the time being. No one's really there for Passion UA though.
This is almost a full retake on B. This is such a unique setup where everyone is on A.
Gamble stack on 4 rifles and everything. This will give Passion UA a bomb plant. fnatic had quite literally no presence there, and only now starting to take some mid access for Jambo.
Well, I guess because they cleared out all of water and they don't see anything, they're just expecting it to be mid heavy and outside A heavy. And what they end up finding is that just not quite the case at all.
Now Jambo's been picked up in mid, and they're still rotating. There's still only now a player making his way out of A main at the 25-second marker or so. And this will have to be just extra frags and saves for fnatic, so they give a bit of a gift over the Passion UA. Lash in against Swaro will take one exit frag back. Do lose Matties. Fear continues hunting. They also lose him at the same time. So this one actually might become a little bit more expensive for fnatic. They just charge their way forward. BlameF does take those 2 players out. So similarly expensive for the Passion UA side, who do not have all that much money in reserve here. They'll be rebuying everything they can. At least they have survival for now.
They should be buying mainly Galils. I think we should see at least 3 Galils, because if it's AK armor, there's no util. And I just don't think with how they've looked in post plants, you need to get utility over AKs.
Little of that utility to begin with here. Even 3 Galils out, so not getting the best of weapons either. Passion UA contested by fnatic. We're still only 1 step away from taking this map and pushing us to our 3rd in this series. Oh, what a shot for Jambo. Demka had his brain splattered all over water.
Jacasmo's waiting for this chance against Matties, but with the Incendiary and not much of a fight presenting, it's super tough against the Rifler. The trades are going back so quickly, and now Kavem, within a matter of split seconds, is just the last one left.
And he's dead to rights as well. No one left on Passion UA in this map up. It's fnatic do turn what was looking like a very, very dire situation right back around. 8-5 at one point, but ending up with a 13-9 victory on their opponent's pick of Anubis. We're off to Mirage Way.
Indeed we are, and I think unfortunately for Passion, it was just the denial of dealing with that round 2 break. You won pistol, they go in for the water crunch, the MP9s get a lot of success, and then from there, you're constantly on the back foot of the economy. You've been given quite a lot of conviction over to the opposition in terms of AKs and just rounds in a row, and we just didn't see much of a competitive nature in the second half, so didn't quite seize the opportunity when it presented. They've got to come to map 3 to try and get the series over and done with.
Indeed. On the contrary for Fnatic, I guess you could say a marked improvement from what we saw in the previous map, especially for Jambo, right? Very quiet on Anubis, very quiet for the first start. Oh, sorry, very quiet, rather, I should say, on Train, and very quiet for the first half on Anubis. But in the second half, really turned it up. He even got that massive sequence at the final round you just saw there on the replay. So obviously, we're looking for more out of him in terms of how the series can go. But that's just to add to the complexion of what Fnatic brought forward from that first map up. Still looking awkward at times, though, Dwayne, because even when they were winning rounds, we were saying, there's a flash missed here or mistiming there or over-aggression here or something going on that ultimately led to a return from the Passion UA side, or at the very least some sort of deficit on Fnatic's part of things. So it's still not the shakiest, it's still not the most solid of victories, I should be saying right here, for our favourites.
Yeah, it's true, but I will say their retakes look pretty good. I mean, even with where the critics lie in some of their mid-rounding ability, their retakes were on point. They didn't give anything away to the opposition. The factor is, though, it's only one map in the series, and Mirage is going to be the real telling story on whether Fnatic have the chops to be able to convert a 3-0 Swiss stage run, or whether they're just going to play like they did in the first half for Anubis, or like they did on Train, where they're just giving us a subpar performance.
I'm hoping that at the very least that second half of Anubis is more telling to what we can see throughout the rest of the series itself, because, I mean, look, it was basically the first half of the best of three being all Passion UA, and now this second half potentially going towards the favour of the Fnatic side. But you are right about the assessment of Mirage. It is a strong map for both teams, and therefore we're hoping for some really good stuff out of both sides.
Yeah, we've at least seen a few officials on Mirage since Demka and Warro's been brought into the teams. They've been able to introduce it into the map pool, and they've been picking it quite a lot in best of threes frequently. So it should be a very competitive affair, and it should be an exciting battle between the two teams.
Let's find out how exciting it will be in a short few moments' time as we head towards a very small break. And when we come back, we'll find out who our first team to the deciders will be. It's Mirage between Fnatic and Passion UA.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
We do go all the way in the end, despite doubts from yourself and me, Dweg, that Passion UA were going to take it in 2-0 fashion. They couldn't quite get the job done on Anubis. It was Fnatic's favour, and now we move to Mirage, which is a strong map for both sides in terms of their win rates, Dweg. But remember, it is Passion UA that are the ones on the map win streak of 5 in a row.
And 4 of which have now featured the new Core 5, the whole lineup together. Fnatic have been really inconsistent on Mirage for probably the last 5 to 6 weeks or so. I think it was really good towards the start of March, but then since then it's been really up and down. And I just look at the performances that we've seen from some of the guys. I mean, Warrior2K is averaging a 1.32 rating on Mirage. So he has been farming in those recent officials versus the Na'Vi Junior, the Fireflux, the Zero Tenacity, and I want to see it right here against Fnatic.
And look, he's been doing pretty well in terms of those impact frags. He hasn't quite got the highest frags on the board for Passion UA in this series, but he has been generating that impact, and I think that could be an important thing just to think about, the fact that not only is he good on this map, he's good in this series, and therefore could be a difference maker to the Passion UA side. On Fnatic, however, they really got their act together at the tail end of that matchup. They really were able to, punish Passion UA for not having enough utility, for not quite finishing the job that they needed to do in the late rounds on that T side. And so now is a chance to punish once again. If they can recognize those same mistakes coming into this third and final map, then they could still come away with the victory here. My concern is more the mistakes the Fnatic are making on their own side of the board.
Yeah, look, you have to always take a lot of these bases from map to maps. I think for Fnatic, you could just be quite happy at the current moment that you haven't been 0-2'd, that you've actually been able to give yourself a bit of a chance in this series. I think we definitely saw a little bit more out of BlameF and Matties together on that last map than what we did on the first. So I think it's about getting that dynamic duo involved. And on Mirage, you can brawl a little bit more than you can on Train and Anubis, and they need to be able to fluctuate that. They need to be able to get those two guys involved.
I'm looking forward to seeing whether Jambo can really step it up in this third and final map. He brought it together on the second one after a disappointing opening first map in this series. And so you're looking at a number of individuals that are stars, that can be stars for Fnatic, and you should expect them to have that star potential, that have sometimes, at times, not quite been able to deliver, maybe in this series, maybe in other ones. And so they need to deliver right here and now if they want to try and take this series victory. Again, as we said, they are a team that were hunting for the 3-0 Swiss bracket. This will be their last chance to try and make it happen. Our final map in this best of 3 proceeding. Mirage is about to go live as we get ready to see who will be our first team forward to the decider matches, Dweg.
What a tiring day this has got to be for Passion UA, but it doesn't matter how many maps you've got to play, how many best of 3 series you've got to play. It might be your 6th map of the day after that series against 9, but you've got to lock in and you've got to show up and you've got to show that you can have a successful day of winning 2 best of 3s back to back.
Indeed, yes, of course. They are the team that are coming into this one as the formed squad, the fired up squad, I guess you could say, the warm squad, whatever you want to call it. They are the team that have had to work real hard for their success here today, and of course here in Conquest of Prague. And they have to work real well to get this knife round together as well. CT side start is the more favourable, of course, for Fnatic, which is what they will be able to claim. So look, they've started things off on the right foot. Now it's time to get the real impact involved.
And just looking at both of these teams, if we're looking at the last 3 months on HLTV in best of threes, Mirage has been picked 13 times for Fnatic and 10 times for Passion UA. So when you get that map as a decider, you go on even ground for both squads. They're going to have some really good fundamentals. They're both going to have a really good idea on how they want to play. The difference maker probably is just going to be star players. It's going to be your con player of BlameF. It's going to be Kavem in con, and it's going to be the AWPing prowess that both Jambo can offer on the server and what Warrior can do for the others.
Of course, looking at that top fragger of Demka, who is the top frag of the team as well for Passion UA. Not top frag of the server, that honor goes towards Matties on Fnatic here across both Train and Anubis. So we know who our stars are going to be. We know who to highlight. We know who to watch for. All we have to do is see whether they can get the job done.
And this is still Jambo's, 26th map under the Fnatic banner. It's now Demka and Warrior that have been playing their 4th best of 3. There are players on both sides that haven't really had a huge amount of time to embed themselves in the system, get familiar with the calling style. It's all about being able to provide that impact in an all-important series, because it should be noted, whoever wins this game right here, to me, will win the decider matchup. It doesn't matter what the opponent is. If you go 3-0, I think both teams are going to be able to go to LAN.
Let's find out who takes that favoritism, and of course we'll find out in a couple of weeks whether that is really true. Passion UA, T-side to kick things off in the pistols. USPs out for Fnatic. The smoke sent down towards jungle. It's a very heavy mid-present setup. No one on the A-bomb site on the CT side, so they'll be playing retake here because Passion UA, that's exactly where they're going.
Jambo doesn't see them take all of the space towards jungle. Instead, it's a silent walk from Demka to try and clear out all of these cubby corners. Matties should be the first contact.
And USP was looking down from the murder hole, disappears through that murder hole to join his teammates, and now BlameF has a rude awakening with 3 players in connector. That's info the other ones can use, with Aura also revealing himself as the 4th man out towards the ramp entrance. They have scattered on Passion UA though. They've repositioned. They've got the defuse kit set for Fear. Matties with the kill. Smoke's gone down on the bomb for both individuals. Demka can take Jambo out. Matties trades it real quick. Looks for even more out of this one. Turns back towards Popper, who runs out of ammo. Meanwhile, the defuse is still being stuck for Passion UA. Get him at the last moment and claim the pistol once again.
Well, I feel for Matties, not only is he the front runner on the retake, but he's the only guy that's generating something. He's coming out there from default, he's looking towards jungle, he's looking at A ramp, and he's actually collecting kills. He's putting numbers up on the board, and no one else is doing anything. Topper's got a really good timing where they're looking out there towards connector, and then the bomb just does not quite get stuck in time. The diffuser gets off of it, and Passion UA start off with a pistol win.
All important start. Want to bounce back from losing control of the second half of map 2. Because after that pistol win, you truly thought that they were going to run away with the 2-0 series. I mean, they just looked so strong on the first half of Anubis. Maybe they can look strong in the first half of Mirage 2. Maybe that could be enough. Gain their 3-0 Swiss campaign.
And we know there's been some heat waves across Europe, Jay. Imperial Sol unfortunately had power outages out there in sort of Spain and Portugal that's been happening. You've been enjoying the heat that we've got here in England at the moment these last few days?
No.
You haven't been enjoying it?
I wear all black. What do you think is going to happen? My entire wardrobe is just black. I'm wearing long sleeves that are black. I've got shorts that are black. Like
I found it quite funny. After the broadcast yesterday, I left the house in joggers, and as soon as I opened the door, I was like, bloody hell, it's warm. Let's go back inside and put some shorts on.
I mean, my parents have been away for like the last week and a half, so like I've been watering Dad's plants, so it's like I've had to experience that much at least.
What the sun looks like. Gamer sees the outside world.
Well, speaking of the outside world, it's outside of the realm of possibility. The Fnatic are going to win this round. Eagle and P250 is all they have to work with. And stacking towards the B-bomb site. Once again, Passion UA leaning to A. And Warrior will be able to cut off and farm some stats here in the second round of this map. Crim's now seen Jambo, similar story.
Warrior just putting more pressure up there to try and make it awkward for the CTs. Matties gets away with one, so I guess the Deagle was worth the investment if you can at least get one to drop. And the next garden round is going to be key. And again, my eyes are always just going to be on BlameF and Matties just because they play short and con. You're playing the active roles. And it's up to the anchors on A with the flashes to just make sure that they're being set up and that they're pretty much demolishing the majority of the T-side line defaults.
Similar enough formalities for Passion UA to get started.
You know what I have noticed on the player cams over the last few broadcasts here is that a lot of them have standing desks. And I was sort of thinking, would a CS player, like a professional player, ever use a standing desk?
Well, a player, probably not, no.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was a bit strange that I saw them. I mean, I've never had a standing desk myself.
Well, here's the thing, because I want to get a standing desk with my next desk.
Okay.
Which won't be for a while, because the desk I have is solid as it stands and it's perfect for what I need it to do. But like, because my sister, she works in an office and she has a standing desk in her office, and it's great for her because it's like, it's supposed to be not ergonomic, but like it's supposed to be more healthy for you if you're able to stand up and work.
I'm sure it is.
Times. Like if you sat down in an office chair like all day, every day, you can turn into
like we do.
like us. Then you get turned into the Hunchback of Notre Dame, basically.
Sure. Yeah. I don't know. It might be one of those where as soon as you get one, you realize how much you use it. But I'd sit there and think, would I ever actually raise the table? I don't know.
I think I would.
Yeah, I'm not sold on it, to be honest.
I mean, here's the thing, though, Dwayne, right? It would work well for you because you stand up and you cast, right?
Yeah, but would I raise the table when I stand? Yeah.
You could do, mate. Because think about how much you bend your neck down to look at the monitor.
It's true.
That way,
I am only 6'5", so there's a lot of like looking down.
6'5".
So there's
like
quite a lot of height.
5'5", bruv. Are you serious?
There's a lot of height looking down. I might even be 6'6", so it makes it quite difficult on the next train. You are right.
Unreal.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. We've got all of our friends watching this stream right now, Dwayne, and they're just sat there just like, what is this bullshit?
Yeah, no, it's definitely not true. He's got the stilts on.
It's like the what's it, the trench coat and like two kids standing on top of each other.
Oh yeah, get into the cinema. Yeah.
That's you and Mitch, man, right there.
That's like...
Well, as you can tell, we're about to exit our tech pause. We get stuck into the thick of it. Passion UA 2-0. At this moment on Mirage, Flame F almost lost the opening kill there towards mid, seen by two individuals that just strike out that mid face very quickly. Fear involved towards short, is hoping for more contact, but no such luck offered up to him.
Demka is waiting for that aggressive move to come from Fear, but it's just not quite presenting. So resmoke down towards window. Flame F and Con, Crim's resmoking off towards the apartments. It is going to be a fairly quick B split from Passion.
Half HP on Kavem. Demka almost seeing the edge of that smoke. He does pop out of it and Fear can deal with him. He's wary of a second player, but he's read the position wrong. Topper finds him from the bench, going to boost up Woro to K. Jambo hiding on the other side of that smoke, and he gets checked. Woro nearly caught on the jump up, but 11 HP, he's alive.
And Crims is now in an off-angle position, trying to get out here towards bench. He's lost a teammate that's fallen back on rotates. He at least gets one, but he needs to try and stay alive for as long as possible. Buy further time to get Flame F out here from the market entrance. The problem is the lineup to Casmo struggles with the control, but gets both kills. And I just want to go back to that moment in window and think, how? I mean, how does a Galil win out a fight there? It just is madness.
We'll see it on the replays from his perspective, because you're right, like literally he was seen whilst jumping. That should have been an easy kill for the CT side.
Yeah, poor Matty's being the A-side anchor. You just can't get involved in a single fight, can you? They're taking short, they're going out of the apartments. It's basically on everybody else to be there for the trades to keep it up. And instead, we're looking at a Fnatic potential 0-4 deficit to start off Mirage.
Pretty likely. I mean, I don't see a way they can bounce back from this. Not with the buy state being where it is, not with the only weapon being held over as an M4. Reno start is guaranteed. 4-0 feels like it's an eventuality. You'll see it again from Woro. Man alive, just the no hesitation reaction, just like flick, spray, call it.
Passion should get a leg up now. I mean, let's look at what Matties can even do with this M4. I think go aggro A ramp or go aggro into Palace. I think you've got to try and get that rifle set up for an opening kill.
The SMG will take Dark at Palace. Matties is pressing into the apartments. How far is he going to go with it? Quite far, it looks like, actually. A defensive is set up. We're going to hear these footsteps, I think. Information onto Gavem. So Jambo will indeed be looking down range here and at underpass, expecting there to be presence, but nothing revealed just yet. Passion, you may have taken it slow.
And Matties should eventually start walking out, but he's got to get a good timing against the opposition player of Kavem. And it doesn't quite work. Waro waiting for the reposition, and it's within a second he gets a returning kill.
Deagle sussed out by Topper as well. Jambo down, 5-7 to BlameF, checked, kill, found the first, Warren missing his shot. Secondary peek actually goes down towards Crimson's Deagle, advantage, tips the way of Fnatic. They may well be on for this steal. I may have to eat my own words here. Demka, 30 HP, finally gets a trade frag. Both of the two remaining CT players are also tagged up here, so that makes a few opportunities for the rifles to work with. Matties is still in play though, that M4 still available, and Jakazma gets caught off guard by it. Demka tagged to 1 point of health. BlameF needs to breathe on him, and that would be enough. Demka slowly walks over to the bomb, grabs a smoke, grabs a molly. He's waiting for the Dane to act.
Well, he knows that BlameF was out there in jungle, so he's got a few options. He can either go towards CT, or he can stay jungle and go con. Because he hasn't presented the fight towards CT, Demka should start reading that it's probably jungle or connector.
Gone left, back for the bomb, he left it there. He has to make some noise to reveal himself towards BlameF. He'll let that bomb get planted. He knows he can win the fight. If only he had a HE right here, he'd win it outright. Molly towards the back. Blame have to lean up. Blame gets a jump on him and he gets the kill as well. A 1 HP 3K that keeps the streak running for Passion UA.
And this has got to be more and more frustration for Fnatic. That's a 2 versus 1. Yeah, you might look at it as a low investment round, which it is, but you have to be seizing those opportunities. You've come in with a little bit of armor, a few upgrades. Matties with the M4 has got 2 kills, and yet you still can't close the round down. And then you start putting that into effect after what Jambo's whiff against Warrior 2K out in window, and that starts getting sort of the mental factor involved, the tilt of the scenario that we're just not converting fights and rounds that we should be.
CT side trying to get started still. They've got rifles available. They did significant damage. Smokes are both sides in a con. Crims up and over Jambo, watching the AWP. HE sent to his position. He'll counteract with one of his own. Give him down to 21 HP now, but BlameF is dead. The Topper first leans into Con. Matties deals with him. Boost has been seen as well. Warrior does get caught. They weren't ready for that extension. Low HP on Gavem as well. This could finally be Fnatic's chance. Jambo leans up, connects a kill. Matties is lost for it. Gavem's still low. USP could be enough. And a big old flank from Demka. Finally, Gavem's been dealt with, so it's the flanker that's all left to clutch a 1 versus 3.
You just have a scenario of constant pressure and constant over-peaking there from Fnatic. Short, window, con, giving a lack of respect to the opposition, just constantly fighting. I mean, the AWP was sort of just waiting for that one moment in at window, and then the short, or the con player, I should say, just re-peeks through, catches Topper, and then catches the next. And nicely done from Fnatic to just be all out abusing sort of the constant over-facing. And for Passion, though, I've been quite happy with how many opening kills they are generating. And that might be a little bit of a worrying sign for Fnatic in the first half if that continues.
Passion. Oh, shot down by BlameF. Swings onto Demka out in the open. Dane begins again. Topper responds to him though. Headshot through that smoking connector. The AWP of Jambo can't see Jack. Fear will lean forward to check out the apartments once again, but will not see much more of them. No more contact for Passion UA.
This is a great setup from Passion. You've got 3 players that are grouping towards the apartments. A late lurk in there from Ladder that can deal with the short player of Fear. It's just patience here from Warrior now.
Swing and spray. Warro wins it by a margin of 19 HP. HE sent his direction. He's somehow alive, though. 7 to his name. Crimson's hunting. This should be an easy enough frag. This time Warro's not getting away out of that one. 3 on 3. Orpa Jambo sees 2, but overcooks that flick. Massively so. Naded out of his own right. Molotov sent towards the bomb plant position. That'll force Jacasmo away to a different plant angle. Smoke goes down as well to extinguish it. Topper's waiting for contact. The CTs are moving in.
Topper's got a good off angle to get that cross out from the doorway. It's all about how quickly the CTs can get an opening fight, because they're starting to run out of time.
We're waiting for Matties to close in the backstab. No one's watching us directly. Jacasmo will check from short. Matties. Scene 1, burst fire, gets his headshot in, looks towards the second rifler. He drops down, Tech9 all alone, and it's a triple for Matties. A massive sequence to succeed on the retake on his lonesome. fnatic will get the second round.
Yeah, that first kill out there to jail is a bit of a stray bullet. I mean, he's pre-firing in the hope that there's a slight overextension on the jiggle. That's excellent work from Matties. Just the understanding of where the jail player is and then how quickly he intercepts that there should be a player somewhere around the archers. I mean, look at that pre-aim. Doesn't even have the information that Kavem is there, but he's just ready for the fight. And that was a beautiful sequence.
Passion UA started off so stellar. fnatic trying to answer back with stellarness of their own. Easy pickings against these upgrades. The half invested a T-side buy. Sphere involved against them. Happy to fall away to take more passive kills, even through the wallbang position. Tagging up Warwick. So Warro, Topper, and Jacasmo have actually got a couple of kills out of this one. So this actually might get a bit more threatening until Matty strikes back with Jacasmo.
You've still got a mid-lurk that's hoping to catch BlameF overextending in con. It does happen, but it's just not quite the immediate kill there from Topper. There's not much leniency in terms of another kill or even a bomb plant, but 2v3 to drop Fear and drop Crims, I think they can be happy with what's been gained already.
Tech9 from range will try fight back for Warro, but always going to be difficult. Demka, best he can do is try to look for a plant default. Incendiary won't be able to deny it. He'll get killed off quickly anyway, so just a cash injection for Passion UA. Best they can do in the circumstance. 3 on the board of fnatic. Rebuy to defend the lead.
You've got a lot of Mirage officials being played from both of these squads. I'm looking at the last 3 months. 14 wins, 10 losses for fnatic. Passion UA have got 12 wins and 7 losses, but only 4 maps that Warrior 2K and Demka have played so far since joining the team. And this has been a game where it's not too back and forth, but we're seeing quite competitively how some of the rounds are going down. Now, one of the good weaknesses that Passion have been exploited is BlameF and COD. It feels like every time, especially in a gun round, that BlameF gets a kill, he instantly gets traded. So that's something that needs to be played in the back of the minds of fnatic on maybe how they can set up BlameF differently and make sure that he tries to multi or at least stay alive as soon as he gets that opener.
Jambo posted. Oh, again, missing a shot. Starting to get concerned that this performance on the second map is not going to be replicated again here. Topper trading on a second man. Matty's responds at last. An M4 in for mid at BlameF, also providing extra support. Matty's turning up the heat with his 13th kill of the game. Kavemvo is falling, and despite Passion UA stellar start, sees him now. Warro, information given up, and BlameF wins the fight. Last man in Demka, 1v3. Pretty magical to win a round like this. I don't even think he's got time for it. 22 seconds to go ahead, grab the fights, grab the bomb, and commit it to a bomb site. Just not going to happen. He knows it. fnatic know it. 4 on the trot. Both Passion UA and then fnatic in the follow-up. We are all squared up again.
When BlameF and Matties are playing like they are right now, it does make you wonder, well, then what's going wrong for fnatic? Is it just everybody else? Is it just the cooler? Is it the AWPer? Is it the anchor? because you've legitimately got some of the best riflers in Tier 2 as that rifle duo. And we've just seen it in so many gun rounds on Mirage that between the two of them, they're probably getting 3, sometimes even 4 kills. You can't stop that. You have to try and look at the weaknesses on the other players, on where the exploitations are coming from. This is Matties and BlameF at their absolute best. I mean, that was a recovery of a 3v5 from them.
Absolutely, and very well played for them to continue being star riflers. I personally think that the issue Fnatic have in their consistency is coming down to just the team not being cohesive, not having chemistry. Demka losing another fight to BlameF. Top as the Eagle going to try and return towards it. Jambo struck with the AWP elsewhere. 5-on-3 with no trades found on Passion UA. They had a hero weapon in the AK passed off by Demka to Chasmo. Fnatic just looking to deal with these players as and when they come. They're prodding around mid in the sniper's nest. Passion UA revealing themselves in mid somewhat. No fights to be lost, it doesn't seem like. Matties to provide support in from that sniper's nest. The AK being tagged up, top has fallen. Easy pickings for the CT forces. All 5 alive, almost all 5 alive actually. Moro does get 1 all the way out. But it's still 5th in a row for Fnatic, who now have the lead.
Even Kvem, he's meant to be your star rifler. He's meant to be your best player on Passion UA. And I think he's had an okay series so far. You've now come into the T side of Mirage and you're just not producing impact. Out of all players, it's Topper that's been working a lot of the opening kills. He's kind of been being the guy aggressively into mid and trying to get BlameF in con, trying to catch a Fear out there or Jambo towards window. So Topper's giving them chances, but 1 and 8 for Kvem, not quite good enough. Need to see a step up in performance.
Passion. Slow sort of formation, but they're leaning in towards mid right now.
Yeah, Crims has got a huge wraparound. He is taking a lot of information away, and he'll be able to backstab and probably get 2 kills against the ramp individuals.
I'm not checking it. Crims headshot, swings on the Demka, wins it. Lovely stuff from the veteran, trying to find his own impact way. Fear involved as the forward man as part of connector control. Warrior has been tagged up by wallbang sprays. Actually, let's see Fear peeking into the crossfire and losing his life. He didn't know who to aim towards. Jambo seeing the 3rd man. That's all the info given away to the Fnatic side, but Jambo connects that kill, so Topper is no longer a threat. 4-on-2, making it 1. Warrior at 12 HP is number 6 of Fnatic, and a wonderful return to what was a very solid start from the Ukrainians.
And this has easily been the most dominating sequence of rounds that we've seen from Fnatic in the entire best of 3. Just consider the start of Mirage. They're down 0-4. They had a couple of rounds that they probably could have win. Didn't quite happen. Then you sort of come into the gun rounds. You have BlameF and Matties doing quite a lot. And if you are Topper, you try and change the pacing of the round. You slow it completely down. And what ends up happening, but Crims walks Palace, goes all the way around into T-spawn, comes back into A ramp, and it's just a lurk attempt that then warrants 2 kills and completely shuts out the round. And that's BlameF and Matties not even being required. So it's getting very tough for the Ukrainians on how they could just legitimately post rounds in this first half.
It's getting better and better for Fnatic. Was getting worried that that second map, second half was going to be a blip on the radar, but it's starting to formulate into something more cohesive, something more tangible, something you can really chew into. Opportunities are opening up. The minimum 6 at this moment, 8-4, the best case half that Fnatic can gain.
You can just feel that this winning streak is going to slowly start to end for Passion, with how good they've looked in their last few best of 3s, with how they've implemented a lethal style with Kvem in the team alongside Warrior and Demka. Looked as if they were going to 2-0 in this best of 3, and now things are getting very difficult and they're being tested to another degree.
Wouldn't hold my breath on that one just yet. We have seen how Fnatic can look extremely dire at times, and I still have that fear in the back of my head, just like, well, are they going to continue to look this good throughout the rest of the map up? Are they going to transition out over to the second half? Are they going to hold their weight even still? They're doing it right now, but right now may be different to 10, 15 minutes time from now when Passion UA have sussed out fnatic.
I think the only way to draw comparisons and gather a bit of evidence is to look at map 1 and map 2. And I think what we saw on map 1 was a slow start from fnatic, and then what we saw on map 2 from them was another slow start where they redeemed themselves in the second half. This has been something a bit unique, whereas not only are they going to get a lead you would expect transitioning at the end of this first half, but they're making it very uncomfortable for Passion early on in the series rather than later on in the map.
Seeing how those stars of fnatic, you said earlier, too many stars on fnatic, start to really show up. Again, 14 kills for Matty so far in this third and final map up, so he's really been delivering the numbers. BlameF has been providing the impact, and then in the last couple of rounds you've seen some extra support from the likes of Crims and Jambo. A lot of things going right for the international team. When the things start going right for Passion UA once again. Probably not this round, it's a hero AK.
And Chakazmo to work out from mid. And Kavem has been A-ramp the majority of the rounds. This time around he's got a teammate with him. HE placement looks pretty good. Chip damage is quite heavy towards Demko. He's just trying to get the Deagle set up for an opening kill.
Chakazmo's rifle set into underpass. Oh, Jambo just seen Topper at the edge of that smoke. Kavem got caught by BlameF. Looks back, burst, fires, wonderful. Demko's down. Chakazmo got picked up by the AWP as well, so no impact on that bought weapon. 1 on 5 for Warro. No more impact for Passion UA.
It's just the round streak that I noticed in that second half of Anubis and the parallels that we're getting here. That might be an indictment to the in-game leadership for Topper of when things aren't working out, that there's a struggle to adapt, right? There's a struggle to come up with a game plan on what we can do to work success. And he is a young IGL. I mean, he's only surpassed 500 maps played on HLTV. This is probably the best lineup that he's ever been a part of. You are in a really important series against a strong team. He needs to be able to show that he's got what it takes to call the team out of trouble.
Passion. Rifle set for one more round in this half. We've seen 2-7-5 halves to favour Passion UA. How appropriate would it be for fnatic to end this series by going one better? Slow to the uptake once again on Passion. Careful to place, careful to take control in mid for one individual, set towards the A-split play. Matties gets dealt with this time. The top fragger, the key man, found. Jambo's AWP, however, he's stepping up to fill his place, and BlameF at sandwich swings out at the right moment, looks for the bomb carrier. That is a fantastic headshot to boot. And a 4v2 now. The Passion UA can't hope to win. Topper and Warro isolated, and BlameF. Blame frag. This is over.
You've got two players that have dropped 29 kills between them. What an impeccable first half performance from both Matties and BlameF. They have set fnatic up for the lead. 8-4. What a streak of rounds moving into the second half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
The first two maps, fnatic had the deficit at the turn of the half. This is the first time in this series they've had an advantage coming out into the second proceedings. Was that a sign of things to come? Is that going to carry forward off the stellar performances of blamF and Matties, who are leading the charge, the stellar backup performances of Jambo and Crims, the AWP pivotal in that last round as well. 4 rounds separate, 5 to win. For fnatic, can they turn this series back on its head?
Out to mid, this should be an explosion. This could be a much quicker play from fnatic. Get themselves in quickly, try and go up short and into B.
Them tapping those USPs, trying to get some blind shots against Matties, which will connect in some small amount of damage alongside Fear as well. Demka is the man that strikes first on blamF, and a second and a third kill at the backup bench. Oh, the tossment to the Quadra! Jambo finally gets his piece of the pie, but it's coming far too late. 3 kills for him. Oh, this will be the most mental pistol round of the series. He's gone for the USPs at range. The bomb has been dropped back towards short though, and the CTs know it.
He just doesn't know where the CTs have repositioned to. He's not getting a timing. No one's giving him an overpeak. They're sitting back and they're playing so defensively. They're almost allowing him to get bomb control here towards short.
Let him plant. And then go for the retake after the fact. Is Jambo about to throw a curveball into the mix? Check the Kavem. See him, but Kavem puts him down. Oh, fnatic. Decimated by a single player. Thought for a second Jambo was going to clutch it, but a pistol win goes the way of Passion UA.
And that's what you want from Demke. You've signed this guy for a reason. Not only does he bring a lot of experience, but he brings firepower at a tier 1 level. This is insane. Jiggling out from bench against so many short players, and they're all jumping around. They're all making it difficult for these connections to come in.
Oh.
The tap against the apartments player is superb. And for fnatic, I don't think you could really do much against that at all. You've just been railed going up short into B.
Yeah, that was honest to God insanity from the bench player. Mental from Demka. Topper on defensive, backed up. T-side players pouring out of apps. Get that bomb out of the way. blamF and Matties have gone, so has Crims. Jambo picked up another USP headshot for Demka. 6 on the border. Passion, Eco over for fnatic. Into the rifles we go. They want to get onto these quickly and reapply the pressure to the Ukrainian squad.
Now, I know on T-side and Mirage, you've got Matties, who's a little bit more of an aggressive rifler, where blamF is a little bit more baity. He's slightly more passive. So you're going to get Matties involved in a lot more early round impact, where blamF is going to be involved in the late round impact. I wonder how that dynamic changes, though, between the two of them in terms of kills being presented and just rounds being converted into wins.
I don't know if you noticed, Dwayne, but I love how we just saw Fear like getting really into his comms and calls. Animated to lead fnatic forward here, trying to get them on the right page. Left B side pretty opened up here, where fnatic are about to act out. They're walking through the apartments. Passion UA. Something must have spooked them. Stack on A. Smokestar coming down. Demka's going to be late to the market here. They're already on the bomb site, and Matties domes him.
But there's just no pressure out to the apartments. There was nothing being seen there from the IGL. I mean, even Topper, sometimes when you throw that HE, if they were stacked out on B, you'd hear the tags coming up, but you just don't hear anything. So that tells you there's no lurk in the apartments. Of course, it's misdirection. It's info that we have that they don't. But it's an educated gamble towards that A-bomb site. And look, in the end, at least they hold on to 4. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not as if they're losing the round and they're not gaining anything out of it. I say that as Warriors slightly stays around towards CT. They'll still be able to buy next round, and they will get the AWP in his hands, at least.
Would have been nice to have a second and 4, though. You are right, though. Investments are on the table for Passion UA. fnatic at their start on T side, extend the lead back to 3. And are very close to the end of this map up even now. So with the money held over, it will save them from getting completely crippled. Adjustment from Matty's looking so sick. They'll still take the MP9s here, so they really want to conserve the economy line.
Yeah, this is a very intriguing buy line here from Passion. Now, it probably tells you they want to get the MP9s a bit closer into some of those fights, and that's why Top is playing under Balk. You got Jacasmo out there at default. Waro jiggling from the van, will catch a timing against BlameF. Oh, Jambo just sort of strafes left and escapes all of those spam bullets.
That's some sick game sense. I think he knows Demka's habits there. Not to hug the wall, instead just to dip out of the way as soon as he hears that spray. He didn't take a licker's worth of damage. Utility sent by the opposition. Check the ladder room. Kill off the likes of Demka. Look for Kavem. Round the corner he goes. Caught jump facing. Damage being done. But Jambo still wins it. Waro left alone on the back of the bomb site. Crims got picked up by Top with a lurk out towards Palace. The apartments players start making their moves in. Jacasmo's going to try to join them. Waro's not been seen. BlameF may have missed a crucial bit of information. Molly sent towards the market doorway, smokes down to suppress. Still, Matty's has now been seen. Waro struggles to get his kill, but does drop that bomb. BlameF trades him, goes back to try and plant it. 2v2, both players on site here for Fnatic.
They don't know just how quickly they're trying to get through the market doorway. Fear goes 1 for 1, and BlameF has a HE.
16 kills, top fragger for Fnatic right now. Top fragger in the server. Hides back, knows where Top is coming from. In open on short. Sees his man and connects his kill with great prejudice and furious anger. He is on fire in this map up. Fnatic took a while to really look special, but they are looking on point right now.
Well, they've just got to be looking at themselves in frustration if you are Passion UA and saying, how do the short individuals just get nothing? First off, it's a lazy check out there towards ladder, so Demka should have the jump. And then the call is that Jambo is low. Kavem has no right losing that fight. It doesn't matter that he's jumped around and that he's strafing in. The bottom line is that that is a 1-for-1 fight that he wins every single day of the week. And instead, it allows Jambo to get a double entry. And that obviously is the reason why the round collapsed completely.
Confidence brimming on Fnatic, so much so that Crims takes a face into an AWP and still managed to force him off angle. Warren missing his chance. One tap. Didn't connect either, so it's no casualties to open. And Crims are still dealing with the lurks out. And Jambo. Working in towards mid, his teammates up top as well. Might end up being a split into A. Do have that lurker down a ramp there. Considering their repositions, they're going to leave that bomb back in the apartments for now.
Kavem averages a 1.18 rating on this map in the last 3 months, and he is 3-12. He's having a tough time. It's a quiet game. And when you've got the M4 and there's only 2 in play, you need to be a difference maker. It's a heavy stack towards A. It's a gamble completely, and it looks to be another one of these B splits where Topper is the only defender. At least Warrior's coming in quickly from market with the orb, so he can try and set up a bit of a crossfire between the two of them.
And boost an AK on the cinder blocks as well on short. Topper unrevealed. Fnatic's trying to run out of time. M4 can't win the fight from range. The orb going to try and cut the bomb carrier off right here. Matty's still to hold. Bomb's been sent towards bomb site. Picked up. Molotovs go deep. Warro's out of there. And so are Passion UA to save their weapons one more time. They don't have cash to reinvest. And still Matty's is on the hunt. Kavem goes down. Fnatic may search here. If they get all these weapons, this could be a guaranteed map point and match point at that. Swiss stage 3-0 on the line for the victors of this map. Warro's missing bullets, looking frustrated in doing so as well. Jacasmo has fear to fight, has BlameF round the corner, can win both of those engagements, get a rifle out of the round. But look at the backlines, Crims is still hunting here.
Even one kill is going to make a huge difference. Just one of these CTs to drop is going to have ramifications with the buy state. It's a good effort from these T-side players. Jacasmo does eventually fall. He was worried about Con, worried about Spawn. There's only so much time. Matty's will just get the all-important one. And I think what we've seen from Passion is, unfortunately, they have shown nothing in gun rounds from the first half and the second. I mean, just look at the rounds on how they've been won. They went 4-0 in the first half, and they've gone 2-0 in the second half. They have not converted anything since the start of Winning Pistol.
Look at some of those numbers as well. Kavem on 3 frags in this match. All that passion, UA positivity that we had at the start of the series, that we had for what felt like the majority of that Anubis, all washed away here on Mirage. Damage done to Kavem as he tried to peek in, just tagged up at the very least as alive, but FAMAS in hand, the 46 points of health. Unlikely he gets much out of the round here unless fnatic really bottle the engages against him.
It's so difficult as a con player to only have a FAMAS. I mean, it's just not giving you the range game or the advantage against any T-side player. And Topper, we saw the previous whiff that he had out on the B-bomb side. Now he's given himself a tidy off angle against Crimson Apps.
He's being faced by another CT player as well, which Demka is going to win out. So that's the lurker gone. Matty's getting 2 kills out of the Palace walk, though. Jambo gets his return, and Fear responds towards him. 3 on 2 now. Demka leaning in, needs to fight, but he's aiming far too high. And fnatic clean up Topper as well. It's 12-6. Map match and Swiss point for fnatic, who have dominated their way through the 3rd map. This is a way to shut up your haters, especially at the start of this series.
Well, we had fnatic having Matties and BlameF dropping 29 in the first half together, and now they've dropped nearly 40 together. So it tells you that they've not slowed down. It tells you that they've transitioned into the second half, and they've continued to just pounce on that form. Matties with a double entry out there on A, BlameF to cut rotations. Individually, they've outclassed, and that's what we did see in the best of ones right in the tournament for fnatic.
They know where their strengths are, and we're just looking at their weaknesses as being the one thing that you can really exploit for better or equal squads.
Well, considering they were looking down the battle of a 2-0, it's an awesome return.
Absolutely. Really does highlight exactly what I'm mentioning there about the weaknesses of fnatic. They were on full display, and maybe they'll be on full display here and now. Charging up mid, charging up Palace. Passion UA have managed to get a couple of kills out of this round. Ooh, BlameF awkward nade does force him into a fight against Demka, which he will lose. Fear edge of the smoke, sees his man will take him, but it's coming far too late to really make this round workable for fnatic.
It gets a little bit gimmicky there from Passion UA just because of the lack of buy. You've got a couple of prods out in mid, really late work out of Palace towards the A ramp. I don't think fnatic are going to be too worried about that, though. The economy still looks pretty strong from them. And the slower that they cross this round down, the more expensive they can still make it for the CTs.
Matty's making some noise over towards ramp, backstabbing from Jacasmo, so Fear may be in trouble.
They're still on 100 HP. It's still winnable for the T-side, even if it's unlikely.
I think Fear may have heard the footstep. He's checking it. Jacasmo goes down. Okay. Is there a way out here? Matty's going to pull more attention back. That bomb carry eventually going to have to commit. 15 seconds. A site's got to be the target. Passion UA aware of that much. AK swing, sees that player still back at jungle. Time running out on them. CT spawn might be the key concern. They plant down default, especially Matty's focused onto Waro 2K, who picks him up, and Topper will close the last. So no recovery for fnatic. But they have plenty of cash to free buy, and they have plenty of rounds to get their one in.
Even Passion, you think about what worked in that round of being on the front foot, working some of these tighter angles. You're just not going to be able to replicate that consistently. And Demka was able to get a bit of protection out there from underpass, but then got abused when the smoke cleared. fnatic, all they need to do is just run a default. Run a default for the next few gun rounds. You're going to be able to close. Fundamentally, you've just been better. So there should be no hope here for Passion.
Five to the good still. AK's held over the CT side. Kavem tries to use it, but still can't get past that 3-frag barrier. Demka at least trades Matties, and Jacasmo focusing in the back of the bomb side. Looks back towards Palace to get his double in. Fear took Demka down in the meantime. Jacasmo's low, and now he's dead to Jambo. 2v2.
The bomb can go down straight away, and there's a lot of room for them to take space. Jambo's even got a couple of flashes if they want to try and exploit somewhere deeper towards CT spawn, perhaps.
fnatic. Leans up, Waro sees the head, gets his kill. Fear knows the bomb's open. Woro checking all angles. Smoke to go down, but on default, the bomb's not planted for it. It's right in the open. Fear can get his kill. Back up towards Tetris, play the timer, and lose his fight against Topper. But has Topper got time for this, even with the kit in play? It's down well close. But it's Fnatic's round and Fnatic's series ending the 6-match win streak of Passion UA, proving that the start of the series does not reflect their true quality. They go 3-0 in the Conquest of Prague.
Well done to Fnatic. I think it's a very difficult campaign that they were featured in this best of 3. They certainly at times looked like they weren't even the favorites, but they dug deep. They made sure that on Mirage it was a lot cleaner than what we'd seen on both Train and the likes of Anubis. So I think they can be satisfied with going 3-0. I just don't think they can be too satisfied with how they played and what could potentially happen in that decider best of 3 when you go up against a stronger team or even a squad that's been together a little bit longer than Passion have.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing for Fnatic, right? This map right here was the strong element of the series, right? This is the one we looked at them and said, right, this is where we can see Fnatic unlocked, right? They have stars. They have incredibly good players. When they're firing on all cylinders, they can do extremely well. But the issue, I think, comes down to, chemistry, cohesion, maybe a little bit of calling involved right there. And I'm not sure how you fix that immediately. This feels like it's the kind of thing that might take some time for Fnatic to really get that together, because that is the weak point that we've seen time after time when it comes to taking on squads of similar caliber, like you mentioned, even in this series as well against Passion UA. Genuinely thought that was going to be their downfall, and they made it work in the second half of the series.
Yeah, it's tough to be critical for a team that hasn't lost in this tournament, right? No matter how they've looked in other tournaments and how they've looked in individual games, I think you can only criticize a team when a loss comes out. And if it does come to the situation in the decider best of 3 that Fnatic sort of choke it, right? They're the favorites, but they don't win, then I think we can edge that conversation. But for now, they're 3-0, and their eyes has to be, we need a qualification on LAN. We're now 1 best of 3 away from qualifying to the first LAN in 2025.
Yeah, no doubt about that, look. They can walk away with their heads held high in how this series went down, because we were all saying, you and I were saying, this could be a 2-0 for Passion UA, and we saw the threat off the back of how map 1 went down, and they were able to take that threat and then just turn it back on the other side, right? They were able to return fire and actually make a very good, solid series out of the situation. So in terms of them, it's great for Passion UA. Be a little bit disappointing, because you can imagine when they were up 8-5, that might have been their missed opportunity right there to get revenge on Fnatic for dismantling their roster, to return towards Fear and Jambo and to get a series over them, but not to be on this day.
And sometimes you need a loss in order to progress. And I think that's seriously the case here from Passion, because they just dropped the ball completely on Mirage. Individually, they couldn't even compete. So I think they'll use this loss today, and it's only going to help them, because I do think that they're a front runner to qualify to LAN. I think they'll be able to get a win in the next round of the Swiss, and I don't think they're going to have too much trouble going into that decider best of 3.
Well, they've got 2 more chances to make it to the deciders, so let's see whether they can do it in round 4's proceedings. For now, we roll on with round 3. You just saw it a moment ago. ENCE will take on RUSHB, as ENCE also look for their spot in the decider games. They will look to try and make amends for their MRQ failings. Can they make success happen like Fnatic? We'll find out after the break.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Na portále PLAYzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál PLAYzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
Hello, Executor. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Another tough match for you against Partizan in second round. But were they easier opponent than Gun 5 in the first round?
I think, yeah, it was pretty comfortable opponent for us, as it turned out.
Yeah. What do you think was the main difference between these two matches?
I mean, Gen 5 are playing really fast, and that's the main difference, that you have to aim that Gen 5 will play fast, and Partizan were playing very slow and methodical.
Was that the style of CS of your opponent that suits you better against an opponent who plays a little slower?
I mean, both suits us. I don't know what doesn't suit us, but slow and fast are both good for us.
Okay. What was the main thing you would say you improved from the first match to the second round?
From second to first, from first to second, I don't know, nothing really.
Okay. You personally had a great match against Partizan. Do you feel in form right now?
Yeah, I'm in good shape. I'm playing a lot of CS. I'm confident at myself.
Now you are against one of the biggest favorites of the tournament. What is the main thing you need to prepare against ENCE?
The main thing is we need to prepare ourselves to play comfortable, to have fun, and that's all it needs to beat them, I think.
Is there any player from ENCE that you are a bit worried about or a bit focused on?
No, not on anyone. I have to respect Glaive, that's all.
Okay. Are you preparing for your strategies or some anti-strats against ENCE as well?
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
Cannot
so
tell
both
you that much.
both sides. Okay, we will see. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you. See you.
And welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. It's time to get into our last match of the day and our final match of the 2-0 games here in the Swiss stage. We've just seen fnatic best Passion UA and move on to the decider games. Now, ENCE will try and do the same over RUSHB, but the question is, who's going to come out on top in this one, Dweg? Once again, a situation where we've got a team that does look rather decent on paper, but ENCE not able to live up to the height at times, even if they did go further in the MRQs.
Yeah, it's true. I think there's more of a disparity in this matchup, though. I think between Passion and fnatic, I mean, I even picked the underdogs. I think in this sort of series, there's a wider gap, and it comes off of RUSHB surprisingly being 2-0. I look at this squad and think, okay, they had to upset in a local derby in their opening matchup to get a 16-14 versus Gun 5, and then they were able to beat Partizan, and quite comfortably, and that's a team that I would have thought that RUSHB would have fell down to.
Well, I think we said last week during the best of ones that RUSHB are very much like a borderline team in terms of like being a favourite to make it out of the Swiss stage. I mean, there were some squads that we could see them beating rather easily, some teams that were going to give them a bit of a test. So the fact that they're here in the 2-0 matchup certainly is an achievement for their own right of things, and the run so far has certainly looked like it's been testing at times. Obviously, the overtime in round 1 was come down to them and Gun 5, the CIS derby. The Partizan matchup you mentioned probably should have been a little bit more closer, all things considered, but RUSHB have come out with those 2 victories, and now they stand to try and do the same thing over ENCE.
And I'm looking at Executor in particular. I know they were talking about him on the interview having a good game. He dropped 26 kills in the best of 1 versus Gun 5, and then 21 kills topped up the board against Partizan. So maybe he's like a key factor that transitioning into the tournament, into a best of 3 now, that he needs to continue that form, because there's going to have to be a lot of things that go right for RUSHB if they want to win this series today.
And no doubt, they're up against an ENCE side who have certainly been at the higher ends of the space. Obviously, we talked about earlier this afternoon, coming into this show, about the fact that we've got 2 teams in today's proceedings that were part of the MRQs, fnatic and ENCE, both disappointing in terms of their campaign runs. Neither can make it to the major, and one of which didn't even make it out of the Swiss stage. ENCE got a little bit further in that respect. So they are coming into this one with a little bit more favoritism of the 2 favorites in our series. And therefore, you look at them as being de facto favorites in this matchup as well, right?
Yeah, I think their results have looked okay as of late. I mean, you had the Yellow Compass Qatar tournament. They were able to get into the grand final there, beating 9 Pandas in the playoffs, beating BetBoom, another squad that qualified to the major. So this is certainly a team that should, in theory, play at that top end of Tier 2 and sort of settle around that sort of marker. I think the problem that they've found is the lack of qualifications. Astana and Bucharest in PGL were early exits in the group stage, top 16s, top 24s. The MRQ, they eliminated fnatic, they eliminated Saw, but they still didn't have what it takes to qualify to the major. And I just kind of look at where they sit, and I think they added Kaspersky and Naitu over 6 months ago, and they've only been to 1 LAN, that being Alyssa Masters Espo, that they won. Other than that, they have not qualified to a single LAN tournament.
It's very true. And for a team that, you know, as I mentioned last week as well, Glaive said in an interview when he joined this team, I want to win trophies. It's like he's been a very long way off of winning a lot of those trophies. At least the Masters aside, none have come through. So now it's a case of trying to get some of these Tier 2 lands, getting these opportunities at Conquest of Prague, trying to make a run in some of the online cups. And look, you know, they've obviously been on the online grind to build up the VRS points, but not all of them have been all that successful. I know that Na'Vi Jr. have been a key kryptonite piece for them and might end up being a kryptonite piece as well if they have to face them as well in this competition, if they go towards those side of matches and the draw works out against them. Because, look, at the end of the day, this is a team that should have done a little bit more, I think, in terms of their opportunities when they've had them available to them. So picks and bans, Blake, talk me through it.
It should be an ancient pick out for ENCE, and we know Nuke is loved by RUSHB, so no surprise that comes in at all.
Wonder how much Glaive is going to channel that inner Dane when it comes to using Nuke to his own favour here. Anubis coming out of the ENCE side, and Train will be able to side a map up in the best of 3. I want to see 3 maps just to see Train again, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a surprise to go in for the Anubis pick. I know that it's been mainly Ancient as of late. Anubis is the 2nd most picked map in the pool for the ENCE side. And then even for Nuke, I've been quite disappointed by the Nuke as of late by the side of RUSHB. I mean, they took on Ecstatic earlier on today. That's sort of Nut and Nixon and those boys over there, and they just struggled to find any form on the T side. It was a really slow start from them, couldn't build up the competitive nature. They gave themselves a chance later on in the series to redeem themselves, but Nuke fell by the wayside, and you kind of think 2 best of 3s on the same day, 1 Nuke was really poor. Do you want to pick it again? It's certainly a risk from them.
Oh, I mean, look, they're going in towards Nuke anyway here as the first map of the series, so there's going to be played out in the series regardless. But ENCE, obviously, their position in terms of their best of 3s as well, I mean, and what they've seen over the course of the day, I think we did see one rather surprising loss that they had to take against the M1 side, which is a Polish squad that really there's only one player that has any level of notoriety about them. So I have to wonder about form coming into today as well for the ENCE side. You might talk about them as being a favourite team overall, and that's certainly still an agreement. I'm still going to predict them because logic dictates that to be the case, but we've talked about the fact that on-the-day performances on certain days can just be the decisive factor in a matchup, and is that going to have to be the case for ENCE here and now?
Yeah, probably was. I mean, at least they were able to push that series to a 3rd map because it looked like they were going to get 2-0'd, whereas that's exactly what happened to RUSHB. I think the problem is that you're just constantly playing officials. Like, I know even RUSHB, they're playing, Eklot or Delta, I think it is, tomorrow in Thunderpick. You've got ENCE that are playing in the A1 Gaming League. They're playing in the Y Games Pro Series. So you're going to have so many broadcast days or so many game days where it isn't just 1 best of 3. It's going to be quite frequently playing at least 2 games.
Well, despite that, Tipsport still have ENCE as the favourites, and that still is a fair assessment to make. Both teams have had to deal with the circumstances of multiple best of 3s in a single day. Maybe ENCE have dealt with it a little bit better, although you could argue that maybe worse because it is M1 that they lost to. And look, I still see them as like the way I see things for ENCE is the fact that they always manage to bounce back in some capacity, and they maintain themselves within a decent high VRS ranking as of this morning at number 34, which was a 3 placement improvement from their start of the month ranking at the same time. So if they can keep that up, if they can just return firing as a team like RUSHB, they should be okay. Whether they can do that, of course, comes down to the series itself.
And we just know that for ENCE, they've got to crack a LAN opportunity fairly soon, and they haven't really been tested by the best of teams in this comp. I mean, your opening game was against Maestro. That was the Notice, basically, brand new roster with Fleeve. Now, they did get a pretty good upset, if we're going to be honest, in the opening couple of days of the tournament, but that's a weak team. You then, in the next round, get 500, who is a rematch from the MRQ that I think is going to struggle with Red Star now being added and ships being kicked. So you've kind of got two best of ones in a row that you should be beating, teams that are much weaker than you. And then you get another case of the same sort of conversation. You're going up against RUSHB, not a top-end Tier 2 team, middle of the pack by far. It almost feels too good to be true. It feels like you've got the perfect draw of teams. And I kind of wonder if Kinky and the boys can show up and actually make a competitive series out of this.
Well, look, they've been able to do well so far in terms of Conquest of Prague. They've done pretty decently in terms of like other competitions that they're playing at the moment. I know that we've been watching them in Compass, for example, and they got a good start over there. Thunderpick obviously wasn't the best of showings, but ECL was a much more better opportunity for them, which they're currently in the playoffs of as well. So, look, they've got opportunities here and there that they're taking advantage of, and I think they have the potential to really give a fight over. I just think, again, it's just that consideration of what ENCE have been able to achieve by comparison to RUSHB, the level that ENCE are playing at by comparison to RUSHB. Remember, RUSHB still play in a lot of unranked events. They still have to kind of grind things out in the CCT play-ins, for example, to get towards CCTs in CCT proper. So you are talking about just the difference of caliber of where these teams play, which is why I think ENCE have the edge.
Well, even for RUSHB, they've only won 3 out of their past 9 best of 3s on HLTV. You sort of look a little bit deeper and you go, okay, Spirit Academy is one of them. That's a pretty good one. That's the upper bracket of stage 2 that got them into the playoffs of ECL. The next one was up against Betra, where the final map decider was a forfeit win from them. And then their last win was against Yano, Alu and the boys. So you sort of look at that track record and you go, well, where's the legitimacy? Where's the proper result? It just hasn't been there. And of course, you can only play the teams that are served up in front of you. But we've seen quite a lot of losses from them recently. BC Game, Ecstatic, Novak, Arc Red, Incilio, Ecstatic again. They need to try and be pushing for some of these deeper runs. I mean, they missed out in the LAN qualification to a local LAN tournament. So here's an international one at Prague. I think if you can go 3-0 and you can upset a squad like ENCE, that would give you a lot of confidence and a lot of belief going into those decider best of 3s.
It would be a huge victory for RUSHB, no doubt about it. In terms of their caliber or position, I do sort of like, I am sort of thinking about the way the VRS works now, and I sort of say to myself, right, well, if they were playing the teams in front of them and they were still placing highly and they were getting good victories on the board, then surely they'd move up to those higher level of competitions at some point, at least in theory. But obviously, that's not happened for them. They still sort of sit down much lower than where ENCE are at the moment. So it would do well for their VRS if they can get an upset victory here. It would do well for their tournament campaigns and they can try and make a crack at LAN. And this victory could mean a lot towards them, but I still just can't see much in terms of them working an opportunity or working an angle against an ENCE side.
Well, even when RUSHB took on Ecstatic earlier on this morning, they had a 9-3 CT half on train, 1 pistol, and couldn't close out the game. Now, that would have really tested the mental, because in situations like that, it's almost impossible for you to win the map and eventually lose the series. So this has got to be where Kinky and especially some of the younger boys have got to reflect on that previous series. And I'm sure ENCE are the same. They shouldn't be losing to M1. They shouldn't be losing to some absolute no-name Polish players. They should be winning those kind of series, and they've got to try and really lock in and really focus for what is a key matchup that could basically make or break whether you're going to LAN or not. Because let's just think about it for a moment. If you go 3-1, even 3-2 into the deciders, you're going to have some tough opponents to play in this decider best of 3s.
I mean, I can't imagine Glaive walking out of that M1 matchup and saying to his team, oh, unlucky boys, you know, like, we'll get them next time. Like, he'd be pretty pissed off, if I'm being honest with you. So I'd imagine that they probably are, like, at the very least, like, mentally more determined, I think, to try and get this next series over the finish line, because on paper it should be a tougher affair, right? Like, M1 aren't that proficient, they aren't a significant squad, but they are a team that can but they are a team that have beaten ENCE so far. So for RUSHB, it's now a case of just showing that you can do better at a better level of competition.
And I think we have seen at times RUSHB take on some of those higher end teams and push for results. It's just that it's infrequent and it's sort of nitpicking a few best of 3s here or there rather than looking at them on a weekly basis. Now, what will be a bit of a helping hand from them is just how many officials they've been playing. I mean, this is their 41st best of 3 on HLTV in the last 3 months, and that's not including some of the Exhort series that they're a part of that are just on Liquipedia. So they're certainly in the mindset of trying to get a lot of officials under their belt, get the match sharpness up, for ENCE, this is only their 30th best of 3, and I think they've even played quite a lot of best of 1s as of late. It's been a lot more tournaments like that rather than the best of 3s. We saw that in a couple of the Compass closed qualifiers and even in some of the early stages of the MRQ forum.
Okay, well, as we wait for this match to get set up on our first map of Nuke, we are having some technical issues with players, I believe, over on the ENCE side. You saw Kaspersky actually restarting his PC, so we're going to head towards a very short break, and when we return, we'll be able to jump back into things and get things started with our second 2-0 matchup. We'll find out who is going to join fnatic in the decider games. You don't want to miss it when we return.
KFC patří ke hře.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
And welcome back. It's nearly time to jump into things. Nuke will be our first back between RUSHB and ENCE. ENCE hold favoritism. RUSHB hold a chance to maintain glory on their unlikely path to the 3-0 Swiss stage. Dweg, we've made our allegiances very clear. Let's talk win conditions before we get started.
Well, first off, for RUSHB, it's going to be good fundamentals on Nuke. This is a map that they pick very frequently in best of threes. It's also a map that they haven't really played that many international teams on as of late. They had, what, 5 officials in a row of basically just playing either Kazakhstani teams or Russian squads, and then the last European international lineup was over a month ago, that being Copenhagen Wolves. So different play styles that they would have been up against. For ENCE, they've got to try and get out of this losing streak on Nuke. 4 officials in a row, only one of which has been competitive. That was against BetBoom. Outside of that, 7 rounds against Metasport, 4 against M1, and then just 7 against Z10.
The M1 matchup is the one that has me concerned about this opening map at the very least here. ENCE, however, it's their opponent's map pick. You mentioned how much RUSHB love to play it. You mentioned how much they love to pick it. So appropriately, they'll be favourites at least for this first map up. In my eyes, I'm going to go 2-1 towards ENCE.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0 actually for ENCE. I have just a gut feeling today that RUSHB is going to not be able to win a single map on HLTV.
Well, you also did pick Passion UA to win the last series, and I picked fnatic. So, you know, I'm just going to say that maybe I might have a little bit of a point on this one.
Yeah, you might be right.
Cross out towards this open position, get towards the secret angle where Poddy strikes first. Kiro has fallen. Kaspersky dually set towards the vents. SDY holds back, and Noman gets back towards the bomb site. Zinni takes a trade back, and a 4-on-4. Glaive is low. Winnable for the RUSHB side as they look towards this vents and pop back up towards the A bomb site where Glaive lies in wait, looks for headshots. Domes one, Kinky down.
It's a good mid-round call, though, for RUSHB to go top side. They'll be able to get the bomb down for free. Executor needs to deal with Poddy, though. Get this kill in the round's on.
Mentioned him being a star individual in the last couple of matches that they've played. Well, unable to get a kill onto Poddy. First up, Texty tried to provide support from the squeaky corridor. Glaive going to flash his teammate in to get towards Venton now. Look up to the crossfire. It's SDY with the kill on Executor. Zinni can trade one back. They're both in the open and ahead of the silos towards the main side. Glaive finally goes falling. Night2 is low. 2 versus 2. Still swings to get a kill. Hold the defuse. Poddy. Oh, what a swing and what a shot that is. I think they've got enough time for this even without the kit. This will be a pistol win for ENCE.
Just about. That was not an easy retake at all. And it makes a lot of sense for Night2 to get onto that bomb. It knows that in that situation, Poddy just... I've got to have hope, right? I've got to have a bit of faith in which that he's going to kill the Hut player and get the job done. Great shot from Glaive out there in heaven when the T's start coming and cancelling B going up from the vents. And ENCE will probably be up against a force buy, though. A lot of casualties and bomb plant. I imagine RUSHB are going to be forcing.
A number of players out in the exchange. Looking forward to see how far they can go with it. Wonderful shot from Poddy to close. And one of the criticisms we had of ENCE is the fact they don't have enough stars here. You have to wonder whether the Academy player or any of these newer pieces, the likes of Night2, can end up stepping up to become a star for the side. Kaspersky, man that wants to take the star position and catch off Kiro, who didn't see that coming at all. M4 of Night2 unable to deal with the players inbound from the trophy room. 3 seen, 1 tagged up. That's as far as it goes.
Kinky might be able to try a little walk attempt and then a potential A split. I mean, it's quite unorthodox taking ramp and going A, but Kaspersky's been seen out here from the lobby after going up towards the T roof. He's just been a manic man. This MP9 is everywhere, and it's just blocking all of the options that RUSHB have.
And the smoke down towards the ramp entrance means that they haven't really got any more moves for them to make other than to go towards ramp, potentially play towards Hell. You got Poddy marking that off in the open. They know where these 3 T-type players are. Information gained by Night2. And Poddy still loses that fight. Zinni trading him.
Glaive has got to be wary about the main wrap, but also Heaven. It gets really silent, and they're trying to line up a single flashbang to get them in. They've got such a lack of util.
20 seconds to make the moves, and the CTs are ready to receive on either bomb site. 2 on A, 2 on B. Texty leaning forward as Night2 keeps himself tucked out. Headshot seen, struggles to get the kill in. SDY's there with support, does get overwhelmed in the end, but I think they've stalled for enough time here. That's all they need to do. Bomb plant is held. Glaive from range. SMG fires back. They didn't think the decon was open. His Executor alone now. M4 in his hands. 2 SMGs to fight against. Kaspersky and Glaive both revealing their positions. Executor hides.
And this M4 just needs to try and waste as much time as possible and see if he can isolate both of these fights individually.
Once again, no kits. Kaspersky leans. M4 takes the fight. Glaive knows that he's been dinked. SMG on the corner, and the M4 loses it. Glaive will have enough time to get this defuse in as well. ENCE taking heavy casualties. They come out with their 2 rounds.
And Kinky's going to be calling for another buy up here.
Yeah.
You just need to keep the pressure up. You need to be forcing that reset. That came close. That was a round where it didn't feel as if much was being presented, but within just a couple of contacts from ramp going down towards B, they self-sufficiently get a plant in at least. You've gone from 3 players dropping to now 4 players dropping in a round that was a 5v3 that didn't even feel like RUSHB were going to be able to get the bomb down.
And well played from Zinni, of course, to enter into the B bomb site and get those kills appropriate. SDY's pick, I think, was reduced to a 4-on-2 at one point. And you're right about that buy up as well for RUSHB. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, Deagle out for Kiro. Held on a cash to buy into the next round instead. They know that ENCE's own economy is on the ropes. They could swing things well and truly to their favour. I thought Poddy got a collateral. 1 frag on Zinni for now. Second player seen up top as well. It's 3 players of information overall. Poddy going to back off past this smoke. Texty going to extend out towards the garage. Kinky firing manically. Knows that the SMGs are in position. Poddy lands a leg shot. Needs to put out that pistol right now. HE sent. Texty gets his kill in the end. The flank successful. Kiro struggles against Kaspersky, but Kaspersky still goes down. SDY trading to a 3-on-3. And Nighty with the XM1014 in at hell. May well find Kinky in a moment's time. The doorway tap from range. The shotgun not great. The rifler still gets picked up by Texty. SDY's fallen next. It's all on him now to clutch.
Such a tough clutch from Texty. He's got the bomb at his feet. He might just try and drop vents immediately, knowing the pressure that's going to start pushing against him at Heaven.
Fade. Night2 sees him and gets his taps. Cash bonus as well for the XM. No bomb plant bonus for RUSHB. And still taking heavy casualties, but I don't know if they call a force buy this time.
Nah, it's rough without the plant. It probably isn't worth it. I think Hero's worth it, though. Get an AK and armor up there and get a few upgrades around it. It's a shame because it was looking quite good. Once they got that main pick against Kaspersky, you thought that there was a good timing that could have been exploited. And then it just starts wrapping pretty quickly. That XM doing well from Night2. Not even... Oh, no, there is a hero. It's just not an AK. It's just a Galil to get some extra util forward for Texty.
No, it's a straight force buy. Look at the money state.
No, they're 750. They're not buying all the way. They got max round loss bonus now.
$250 on several other players, though. Zinni's down to low cash. Executed down to low cash. RUSHB, quick out the gate. M4 to fight from Glaive. Will get 1 pick out of it. Texty does get overwhelmed. Kaspersky trading back on him. AK up on the rafters. Does get caught off guard by Kinky, but is still trading from SDY's part. 3-on-2 established bomb in the open. Back up rotating as well in towards Heaven. A second man also a mini bomb. Finally does get recovered by the man. The SMG comes up top. Kaspersky bursts through. Loses his life once again for Kiro. He cannot get the clutch in. Ends with a 4-0 start.
Yes, it's a shame they don't get the bomb down there because it means that Zinni and Texty are probably going to go down to a Galil rather than an AK armor and full util. I like the idea, though. I mean, you put a lot of pressure into the round, and even when there's a situation where you can get the bomb down, they're kind of looking for a bit more. They're looking at the circumstance saying, right, let's have our guns up. We actually might be able to steal the round instead. And for ENCE, though, it's a perfect beginning. It is a 4-0 start where you're getting a lot of kill bonus with the MP9s. The XM's done some work. Poddy's on the big green. Zinni's even going to go for a Mac 10. Could be a quick vent drive from him.
Fast out. Zinni in. Kaspersky saw him. Mac 10 spam. M4 does get caught. It's absolute chaos as they rush the A bomb site. RUSHB living up to their namesake only in part. Finally forcing out against Glaive. 4 versus 2 situation. The aggressive buy strategy seems to have finally worked out. HE not going to do much. Poddy and Night2 need to back off and look for exits, save their guns, because they cannot afford them in the next round.
And that was bloody quick. That was a real pure accelerated round from RUSHB. And I guess when you've got double Galil, Mac 10, that's the right idea. You know that ENCE are starting to get a little bit settled at the start of this half, so just try and beat them by pace. And unfortunately, the anchors, well, they just do nothing, do they? They don't hold off. They're not doing damage. So you hold on to what you can. Night2 can drop, well, a FAMAS. maybe an MP9. He can drop double MP9s. That might be something that he's thinking about.
First round up for RUSHB. Reveling in the chaos. Texty, those 2 kills really kicked it off for him. Tactical pause for ENCE because they really got caught flat-footed in that kind of round, and that's the kind of pace that RUSHB are going to keep bringing to the table. They're going to have to counter it.
And this is where the coaching staff's going to be really important. ENG as the head coach, Fisco as the analyst, on just getting the teams like ENCE ready for those weaker competition. It doesn't matter if you're facing off against RUSHB. This is a 2-0 game that's going to get you close towards driving into a potential land spot. So you need to be ready, and you need to be prepared as much as possible for these weaker teams that are a bit more gimmicky, right? They're not always by the book. They try and use sometimes a bit of pace and a bit of individuality to give them advantages, because for RUSHB, that tactically, they're not going to be able to outclass ENCE. So you need to do it on gimmicks to be able to give yourself at least something to work with, give you some sort of positive.
Quick out again for the team. Seeing one man dive down Ventclave, can't catch him in time. All out to a teammate, perhaps Poddy can make his way downstairs and try and deal with it. Of course, he's playing out ramp, so maybe they might have to wait till the sound cue comes in.
It's mental that Executor drops without even flashing into main or lurk smoking. Just completely going in dry off of that.
Take none of the search, because Kaspersky damn near got that kill. Zinni stays alive with a better weapon, better firepower. Close to death, but he's got a kill on his name.
Glaive is desperate for that return, but it's just not coming. So many options. Heavy outside, player dropped into the vent already, passive lobby. You can go secret together, you can wrap into main. This is all question marks for ENCE. They've got Poddy with the AWP out towards ramp, but no one on lower. So my prediction is if this bomb goes down on B, it's just an instant save. Just ENCE aren't even thinking about rotating.
Mass numbers of players to deal with on RUSHB's part of things. Yes, they have tags against, but now they start to make moves in. HE's glass popped open. Poddy's still waiting for someone to work their way in from lobby, and no one's coming. Kiro's lurking outside of the yard. And yeah, ENCE do look to back off, save their guns. RUSHB will connect 2 on the trot as a result. And ENCE was a solid 4-0. Now it's starting to disappear.
You start thinking about some of the standout individuals for both of these squads. I mean, you've got 28 nuke officials in the last 3 months for RUSHB, making it the highest out of the pool. It's only Ancient that's slightly behind that at 22. You've got 13 for the likes of ENCE. In terms of the numbers, it's SDY up at averaging a 1.19 rating, Kaspersky at 1.13, and then out for the side of RUSHB, Zinni at 112, and then Executor at 111. That's the highest that they've got. I'm sure that with the likes of Warrior 2K and Demka joining up with Passion, they might be hoping, Jay, and thinking that post-major, could we get SDY? Is that a potential move? Is there something that we could convince our organization and convince ENCE as well? Try and redeem the core that we had on Monty?
I mean, it's a nice idea. I don't know whether ENCE will be receptive to it.
Well, ENCE might be thinking about upgrading or at least changing, and I'm sure Passion, especially with the aggressive moves that they've been making, would be thinking the same.
Poddy's not going if he keeps hitting shots like that. Lightning fast reaction to Texty. Oh, fight and frag. SDY's extended. Kaspersky's finally found his Tech 9 sequence. Kiro, Galil fighting back from the lobby entrance at a 2 versus 5. Reduced to 4 against the Frenchman's, the Poles casualty, I should say. Kinky picked up Night 2. SDY responding. Kinky now knows the bomb's been lost. 1v3 for him to win. He's given up all the information and to know exactly where he is. Only a matter of time before he goes falling. Poddy covering off. Glaive's SMG alongside SDY on the roof with the bomb. Kinky, no way out of this.
That is just such a unique circumstance. The Tet-9 dry swinging out from door. We saw Kaspersky try and do it the previous round. And that's mental. And that's caught RUSHB completely flat-footed. The Kinky is being watched and SDY gets an easy kill. I mean, even for Kaspersky, I think he's had a really strange career path. You've got him sort of playing in the local Polish scene, but not really for long. I think anytime we look at a Polish expats, I like to say, guys that have kind of gone on, MHL as an example, of guys that sort of grew up in Poland, moved over to international projects, mate, they'd be on all the lineups. They'd be on Aves and Illumina and AGO and Vizsla. It feels like they would just go through the cycle on playing 5, 6 different organizations and then go. He just went from PGE Toro to then instantly international with Young Ninjas. That's not seen.
Ninja certainly saw something in him. ENCE have seen something in him too. He's shown us something in that last round, and 6 kills deep, makes him the top fragger of the server at the moment. Matching Zinni and Texty on the other side of the ball, and RUSHB have allowed their aggression to do the talking for them. ENCE they funnel them into the ramp push, which is where Poddy is holding from. Texty has gone down first up. Orp watching. Bomb carrier right around the corner. Seen, shot. Poddy's out of there.
Just fall back and play defensively. You've already got a lower player here from Naitu, so you don't need to worry about keeping that emphasis up. Now, he doesn't know about a late lurk in from Secret. His attention's drawn between 2 different areas at the moment.
Giving the window peek. Molly sent deep. M4 watching Zinni. Seen him now. Quick burst to do some damage. Teammates can't do anything for the T side. Kaspersky takes the next kill. M4 lines up a kill with Glaive support as well. And ENCE have minimums.
It's been a bit strange with that Mouse NXT roster, in which a lot of players got good opportunities, but I think very few have actually been able to jump at those opportunities and make something out of it. Krisen, of course, has just qualified as an in-game leader for OG at the Major. I think he's been very successful there, but Cyril, I mean, he's not really doing much in the Danish scene. PR, you could say, very successful with the move towards Gamer Legion, but Bermalov, I mean, he didn't really get much out of it. And then even Naitu, he gets the call up to ENCE, but it's not a very successful project since he's joined.
I hope to try and change that if possible. You are right, though. Again, ENCE, one of the underwhelming squads that we've really looked forward to seeing. Another team that I really want to enjoy, I really want to like them, but haven't delivered. Poddy struck first. Kaspersky, edge of this smoke. Over Executor is struggling to deal with him, though. Wrapping that corner, finally gets his pick in. Losing his life to Texty. Glaive holding center of the bomb site, not sure where to look. Naitu backs him up, though, and bails him out of what should have been the trade there for Kiro. 1v3 now for Kinky, who's silent drop. I think Naitu's undetected. SDY gets the kill regardless. And ENCE have the half.
It's getting really messy, and it's by choice. Of course, RUSHB, if you watch any of the Nuke games, you'll know that they play like this quite often. High pacing, util, really tight spacing. And for ENCE, they do look uncomfortable, don't they? We're getting some really odd positions, some really strange spams that are coming out from teammates on crossfires. However, they're not being buckled in terms of round losses. Even if it is getting a bit mental and it's getting really difficult to adapt, it's still a 7-2 scoreline, which is excellent for an international squad.
The first tactical called in by RUSHB. Because whilst they have found decent success in the aggressive stances, they haven't been perfect with it, and despite the uncomfortability of ENCE, they're still getting away with the majority of these rounds. Seriously think about what's upcoming for them. It's 5 to the good on ENCE. Kaspersky again engaging aggressive at heart. They struggled to deal with him last time. Can Executor deal with him this time? Can Poddy be found out towards outside? Glaives moving alongside the SMG to take a fight. That Executor is going to get picked up for. Kaspersky leans forward. Zinni has caught Glaive on the turnaround, but the pole is closing into a wider backstab. Kinky's caught Poddy to a man advantage. Naitu getting back down to that B-bomb site, and Kaspersky's SMG on a bit of a search here.
Don't really know why he's got an SMG. They've got so much cash. SDY's got a good timing as this smoke is going to start to clear on the back of T-Red. Kaspersky, I think, may have just been seen on that jiggle.
Can't quite tell. Then he's checking left and right. He's looking towards Squeaky. Yeah, no, he was looking towards Squeaky a moment ago.
But yeah, I'm not really sure why he's got an MP9. I mean, he's had a few rounds where he's had just the Tet 9. He's now on an SMG. They could get him on a rifle, no problem at all.
Oh, he almost got 2 kills out of that round, so maybe he just likes playing the MP9. Texting on 1 point of health could be an easy pick for Naitu and SDY. The last 2 players remaining for ENCE. They're working their way down into that B bomb site. I think Naitu's in the vent at the moment, so he's ready for a rotation. Now he's going to have to get back out towards B because that's where the play is. Smoke comes down. Sees what's coming. Vent dive potentially for Texty. Is SDY going to get caught at the edge of the smoke? Oh, this is timing. It's all timing for these 2 players. Naitu doesn't swing. It's planted not for double doors anyway. SDY now looking to try and join his teammate. How does Texty impact things right here? He's a very late round lurk.
As soon as Texty comes into the vent, the round should just be over. SDY's even being spammed up, so his attention's being brought away.
Gap in that doorway, gives him a kill. Not quite a second, Texty finally strikes Naitu. Now information on both players. Texty's still low, only had a HE right here. Focusing down towards Kiro, gets that shot back. Doorway's open, 1 bullet's all he needs. Texty, he's not tempting fate. Bomb tapped and held, Kit's in play. Naitu, he's not baiting, but instead, Texty hits the headshot. And RUSHB get their round.
And Texty has got an all-important lurk. I mean, the timing was very awkward from both squads. They're sort of passing each other through that smoke. In the end, SDY starts dropping into the vent. This is a round where it might be 2 kills for the SMG, but if I'm looking at that range, I reckon if he has an M4, he gets 2 there. If you're looking at the MP9 doing, what, a 99 and 5, then he certainly would have got 104.
Yeah.
ENCE. At least they give themselves a bit of a good rebuy. I know HUT players are a little bit unique. We see the XM being bought quite frequently. MP9s, they do like those closer range weapons rather than rifles.
Khalil's on 3 players for RUSHB because the money was not there. And the many casualties they took at the end of that round, I think the last player did go down at the bomb blast. SDY, all M4, turn away for a moment, almost got caught off guard, but the aim punch of the dink down cost him his life. He did take Kinky with him. Poddy's AWP striking well, not missing a beat here at ramp. Kill on Executor. Second player caught by his teammate. Naitu provides it. Kaspersky leans in against Texty. He's not allowed any impact right here, and ENCE get right back on track.
It's been surprising how frequently Poddy's had the AWP out towards ramp, because typically your AWP heaven rotate is sort of helping outside. He's maybe starting ramp, but then sort of just supporting. He is playing ramp quite dedicated at the moment.
Kaspersky will close out the last player pretty nice and easy. A moment to grab as many AKs as possible. Only 2 brought in play by RUSHB, so the 2 players that will have them will be all good in the hood. 8-3, looking for 9 on the ENCE side to close this off on quite the high.
And they'll be satisfied with 8-4 or 9-3. They've put their foot down, they made it uncomfortable for the opposition, and knowing that it is a RUSHB map pick, and ENCE are on a bit of a losing streak at the moment, this feels like a much more positive performance that is not only going to lead to a good scoreline at the turn of the half, but potentially a map steal, which would just set up Anubis perfectly for the 2-0.
Just thinking about how M1 thrashed ENCE earlier on today on this map, and it's like, again, I don't think guys like Glaive would be too happy with that. Definitely had words with his team. This may well be the result of said words. RUSHB trying to get a consolation prize, or at least work from a slightly reduced deficit, because you'd rather be behind by 4 than behind by 6. Definitely not to be behind at all, that's not an option. SDY making a bit of noise, HE to open the smoke, but seeing nothing. Texty's allowed to cross towards Secret.
SDY is hoping for that right connection, but just doesn't quite come. Now, Executor knows previously, Kaspersky's gone for some of those aggressive moves in lobby, so stay on the T roof just in case. Even the jiggles from SDY. He's not seeing the main player come out. At least it's being heard from Kaspersky at main.
SDY adjusting Kinky to walk. Looking down towards the Hell entrance though. Shots don't connect for him. SDY. Frag found. Bait and switch with Poddy. Only the Deagle is able to get the kill in. The leg shot of the AWP not sufficient enough. 3 players remain. Kiro gets caught. Bomb dropped. Kaspersky trying to dive back in a credit card. At low HP. Texty's been seen. Executor very far away from having any impact. This round is over. ENCE are going to have their 9-3 half. Very satisfactory performance of that.
Executor out from doors, being spotted from Glaive. 9-3 from ENCE. What a performance. This is going to be tough for RUSHB to try and redeem themselves in the second half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
6 rounds that are good on ENCE, a 9-3 half on their CT side. You can take a talk about statistics of the CT sides of RUSHB or the T halves of ENCE, but regardless of what you want to bring to the table, this is going to be a difficult comeback to make happen in any context.
It's just a situation for RUSHB where they've lost their edge completely. Look at that Gun 5 series. Then they led by a very big deficit and were able to kind of claw their way back out of this one. And then against Partizan, they were doing quite well, whereas today they just haven't even competed. They haven't shown that edge at all.
Now may allow ENCE a layup opening map, their opponent's own pick. Nubis will be calling us in the second, of course. Naitu going blows to blows with Kinky. Zinni goes down. The trade is found. 4-on-4.
And Kinky might have to retake some of this lobby space. Now, Glaive has still got the bomb and starting to scale on the outside. There is so much space that's been taken by the T's.
Executor looking up to the rafters, expecting ENCE to make their way in from heaven. He's right to assume so, but that bomb's going to make its way in from main. Jump face, try and drop down. Poddy gets the kill in, running out of ammo though. May leave his teammate for dead. They are tagged up in small amounts. Kaspersky with the Julies eventually provides enough support for that bomb to start crossing. SDY, perfect headshot on Kinky. Low HP for Kiro as well. Texty may have to do it all on his lonesome in what might ostensibly be a 1 versus 4. Getting Poddy, that's a start. Opening up the double doors, or the single door rather I should say. Trying to bait SDY into a peek, trying to not let him escape. He saw the player at the end of the silo. Shoulder bait, gets the info. Texty trying to fight. Kiro moving closer. Finally looks to engage. Put down by SDY. Good headshot from Texty, but he's coming in so late. And they are just stalling here. They'll go out with the bomb if they have to, but they don't need to. SDY with his 14th. Texty down. And ENCE with 10. The pistol round is claimed, and that may start to spell the end of the first map.
Brilliant patience there from SDY. Notice how he doesn't even give a single wide swing. That's an experienced player playing in a position where he knows he doesn't need to move because they've got his cross on the bomb site. So as long as I tuck and as long as I don't give away an easy and opening def to the opponents, mate, we've just won this round off of time alone. Texty was just begging for a swing, wasn't it? You can see he's waiting out there at door. He is hoping, he is praying that he even gets something from SDY, and he's not even offered a jiggle.
A moment's respite. Soon as that first round is lost in the half, a pause is called. Although it's technical in nature, I honestly thought that RUSHB were going to take a second to discuss things properly because they are seriously losing their grip on this one.
I don't think fundamentally they've played poor. I think there's been some really competitive rounds in that first half. I think they've lacked quality to close rounds down, and that's understandable. This is a team that doesn't frequently play at a top-end level of Tier 2. You're going up against a much stronger squad, and in a 2-0 matchup where you've only been able to show a best-of-1 map pool, you haven't been able to show sort of the depth in best-of-3s against these stronger teams. So I wouldn't be surprised if RUSHB continue to struggle over the next few rounds of the Swiss stage, depending, of course, on who their opponent is. So there's not a lot that you can adapt and change on the fly when you are just going up against a much better opponent.
I think as well about the fact that the map has been hit and miss in terms of their recent officials on it. They're getting wins over Gun5 and Betra and Spirit Academy, yes, but also losing to Ecstatic against Cilio and Novak. It's actually a couple times there as well. Number of occasions where they've just been caught off guard by the quality that the opposing team brings, even if they are underdogs in those matches. And in this case, it's RUSHB, the underdogs here. ENCE making this look simple. It'll be simple to close on the rest of it. Ecos for RUSHB, harsh ecos at that, fast out the gate. USPs will be able to see where Naitu's at and take him down in an instant. The T's will adjust and actually get a HE down onto Kinky to return to the 4 versus 4.
Yeah, they're trying to get that rifle in there at door, and ENCE just accelerating on the outside. Mac 10 is holding close towards the door. Poddy clears out the majority of main. Flash around the corner, a little bit of tunnel vision. At least his teammate catches him.
SDY and Poddy, one-more combo. Kira does get away with a double dink onto Glaive as well, and Kaspersky also takes down Poddy, so it does become expensive by proxy. Which RUSHB actually will be looking for here. Take 3 casualties, remove a bit of money from the table of ENCE. And then from there, try and find a reset that would bring in the ultimate of comeback. Still going to be 8 rounds that are good. Unless he pulls off some sick 2 Deagle headshots here in the retake.
It'd be nice to see what RUSHB look like on LAN 2. I think that they're one of those sort of scapegoats in Tier 2 where you see them in almost every competition. And if you're a team that's maybe on the rise, you want to be beating squads like a RUSHB to prove your legitimacy and to be able to prove that you can actually hang. But we just very rarely get to see them on LAN. And when we do, it's normally all the local divisions. So I'm sure there is a lot to impress if they're able to pull off a run here to Prague.
An opportunity to go to the MySkill Pro League, which is an unranked event in the CIS region, which would have given the top 4 a chance to go to LAN, but they went out last place at that one. That's the closest they've got. Outside of that, end of last year, RASF Open, that was the first place for them. That's the, again, CIS LAN, Forza. Team that they played against, Forza Reload, in fact, for that matter. We aren't talking the highest caliber competition. Certainly would be the biggest event for RUSHB if they made it to Conquest of Prague's playoffs. Right now, it feels like they're a little bit of a ways away from getting there here. ENCE stomping them at this juncture. Rifle buy for RUSHB, needs to win it or they'll be done on nuke.
And they're going very quickly with util to fake an A-site hit, but what they'll end up finding is that there is not much at all. It's a complete cancel. And you've got the CTs with hardly any util left. They didn't have a lot coming into this round because of where the economy sits of opening rifle, but now we're looking at what? A couple of smokes, a couple of flashes and a single HE. This is tough for RUSHB, and now even with the diags on the outside, they have to bring the lower player of Texty closer towards Secret to get an idea of what's going on.
ENCE waiting for a chance to strike. Molotovs will get sent towards Executor's position. Try and fall back down the ramp into the B-bomb site. ENCE will be able to take that ramp control without much more contention from the opposition.
And it seems like they're going to go Heaven and wrap A. You've got a re-smoke out here towards the door. The Org needs to catch the right timing because there is not many CT defenders on A.
Making noise towards outside to pull his attention from the Hell players. Kaspersky could get caught off guard right here. Indeed he is. AUG finds the frag. Second player swings out from Secret, gets the kill, but Texty got the man advantage against Poddy first, so that trade does not lead us to an even stance. Maybe a kill on Texty may well be able to do so. Glaive rushes out, he's not ready for Executor, who's still sat dropping that bomb. That is the round done instead for RUSHB. SDY can get a responsive trade, but it's coming to the opposite end of the map. And a dink down a low HP with no time on the clock. Even Naitu will not escape with his lifeline. 12 is denied. It's 4 on the board of RUSHB.
RUSHB have done well. That was a bit of an uncomfortable round. You get a good timing out there towards sort of what the AC, just on top of Hell against Kaspersky that's trying to scale up. And then SDY gets away with a pretty quick 1-for-1 trade, but then there's another impactful kill almost instantly. And that was a misread from RUSHB. They had 3 defenders down on the lower bomb side, and it came to both the A defenders being able to basically hold off, waste time. And that just discombobulates the round completely for ENCE. They think about taking ramp, cancelling A. So RUSHB have been given a lifeline, given just a little bit of a chance.
Another tactical pause in for them, though. Because they know that it's just the one. They need to get a lot more than just that. Contest this game, to contest Nuke. ENCE on the other side of the board are going to consider their own strategies in a follow-up round. And they're going to force buy because they know they've got a little bit of a buffer. See if they can set the AK up to steal one back from RUSHB. And if they can do that, then, well, all's fair and nothing more, as they say.
You've got another situation where a lot of counter-util comes in from ENCE at the start of the round, but it's not an A play at all. Kinky is now wary about the vent dive. The door is open, the smoke is up. Texty's not found any connections with the spam against the outside players either.
See Zinni get towards the rafters as well. Texty over to the M4, looking down into the outer yard, seeing nobody. Smokes come out towards the red box cross, which means the Secret is going to be a key target for ENCE. SDY knows that there's a player close at main, gets that kill and connection. Kinky trades in, or trades his teammate rather. SDY takes a second and a triple, in fact. Adjustment towards Zinni in the rafters, 2v2. Naitu looking to fight with the Deagle at range. The bomb's been dropped. Gonna go back for it. Kaspersky grabbing that M4. They're making noise going down the vent. Executor's gonna hear that and begin his own counter rotation.
Kaspersky's got to be the one to play. As soon as this bomb goes down, he's got to be prepared to fight instantly.
No helmet might be sensible to the M4. Burst fire against the AK instead. Gets that kill. Needs that second. And he goes down instead. Naitu's Deagle. He gets smoked off. Swings. Shot does only land the tag. And RUSHB got close, but no cigar for ENCE.
I think unfortunately there, Kaspersky just gets locked in on the moment. He kills the player towards the left-hand side of ramp and knows that the player's there on the right as soon as he first jiggles. I would have preferred for him to jiggle, spot the info, and then work off of Naitu. Instead, what they kind of do is they give both individual jewels, and that's not a helping hand when Naitu's on red HP and can't really do much with the Deagle.
It's a shame that such an excellent sequence from SDY goes to waste. Low HP and everything from him. ENCE. Bomb plant bonus will give him some more upgrades, but not a true investment round here. They're going to take it on the chin. RUSHB will get within 5 of the ENCE advantage. Outside presence for ENCE, so look towards that red box cross once again. The flash of Texty gets his kill on Glaive. Spam down to that Tech 9 again, getting close. And Kaspersky did actually catch Executor, so that's a 4-on-4. SDY not so lucky.
Kaspersky just needs to get one more kill. Know that there's a player close towards the double doors somewhere. Naitu with the FAMAS has seen the single door individual, but Kinky's caught a timing where he's trying to move away.
Kaspersky close to the tap, gets it on the last bullet, but he's lost all his teammates in the meantime. 1-on-4 for him, basically. The first frag has been found. So that smoke pushes forward, and Texty is on the other side of the corridors, not in vent where Kaspersky was looking. So more of a return now for RUSHB. And now comes the truly difficult part, the rifle rebuy events.
They haven't even seen that many gun rounds in this second half. So for ENCE's mindset, they just need to focus up, get a feel on the timings. I mean, they've been using outside quite frequently. They've been doing the 1-2-3. They've been doing the diag smokes. They've been catching a lot of timings on lurks. RUSHB have been given a chance to at least keep this game competitive. They want to try and keep a round streak going for as long as possible.
Texty struck again so early. Kaspersky's being neutralized. Out of hut, they look in against Zinni, who takes another tag onto SDY. A rough end of the stick in terms of his opening. So early he gets tagged up. 21 kills deep so far still for him, though. A weakened element for such an important player in this map.
Texty's been all over the place in terms of where he's playing from. He's fighting from main. He's playing outside aggressively. That round, he's trying to cross secret. He's pre-aiming up there towards Silo. And that's what you want from an outside individual. Impact in different areas and at different points in the round. Scale at the back of T-Red doesn't quite catch the timing. Does get seen now towards secret, but Poddy gets a play against the ramp individual.
And Kiro trying to put some utility down to stop them from making their way into ramp more specifically. Glaive on outside is walking. He's got great timing against the CT that was out there to protect Zinni on top of Hut. Kiro does not extend to check Mini. Mini's going to be watched by that Hut player, at least in double duty form. Perfect chance for Glaive to swing and get a couple kills out of this. Execution on the target. And his back still turned. Kiro checks him in the end. Advantage mitigated. Zinni also chimes in. SDY has fallen in. Squeaky door. 92 trying to act out. Catches a player that makes his way up from the open vent, but Texty still gets his kill in, and the last man of Poddy. 1 on 4, killed off. RUSHB are making a go at this comeback. 4 more to go.
ENCE are certainly struggling to close. That's a round where they probably just take a little bit too long. I think knowing that Glaive catches a really good timing where he gets into main undetected, how long can you realistically hold that? You don't know when the CTs are going to be retaking space. You don't know at what point are they going to start creating some movement. And to me, it just took ages for the door players to try and come out towards A. So instead, he ends up getting cleared, and then the round just collapses from that point onwards. 11-3 to now 11-7. We're starting to get a bit of a streak building here for RUSHB.
4 on the trot, 4 more to evens. Potential stands in their corner, but ENCE still have the advantage, and quite an advantage even now. They just need to close. They need to find a way to close. One more round to map point. Very least guarantee the overtime, if not the map itself, within 2. Been a lot for them to take away this nuke from RUSHB's side. The pick of the CIS squad. It's quick out of the gate for ENCE. Outside control established by SDY as he takes Texty. He takes a lot of damage in return for it, though.
Texty won the opener pretty much straight away in the last round, so they're trying to catch that. Know that he was aggressive, try and get yourself into a position quickly. And Kinky tries to be backing off. The T's are packing quite nicely outside. Everyone's in good trading position, so as soon as contact's made, they've even got Naitu down secret in the vent drop that can come up from secret, so this is unknown right now.
Might have to play flank into the B-side split instead, because ENCE have started to back away from outside.
Well, they need to break the glass at T-Roof at the same time that they break the glass down here at Lower, because they don't have any util to mask the sound.
Okay, open to engage, want to make some sort of play out.
But that spam is allowed the window to break.
I don't know about this, yep. No, Execute's going to check it. They had a suspicion. He'll go down, 3-on-3 established, still with that AK of Kaspersky. Check that corner, get his kill. Adjusts back towards Execute, struggling as the Eagle of Glaive gets him instead. Zinni is rotating back, but ENCE pulling him for another fake. They hold their position. Are they going to go to A?
Zinni just needs to stick to one. Whether it's A or B, it doesn't matter. He can't be indecisive in the mid-round. He's trying to clear out space. He's trying to go into lobby. He's going to miss the timing completely. He'll be able to drop vent quick, but this is a tough 1v2 for him.
Even at the HP advantage, even with no Kevlar on Glaive, you're right. Captain picked up an M4. Zinni. is going to have to be quiet about this. AK in hand. Both players hidden. Kaspersky watching for Decon, Glaive watching for the window, and double doors will open up for information, but Zinni just falls to the first contact. Kaspersky has closed it in map point for ENCE.
Just a shame that you let it slip on an eco round. If you're kind of bringing a comeback from 3-11 down, if you lose it to a full AK round, you could look there and say, okay, fair enough, but you've lost it to a few upgrades and what is just a hero AK from SDY. Executor, this looked like the kill that was going to make all the difference. I think it's unfortunate there's a bit of a whiff there. If that kill and the lineup was a bit cleaner, the round's completely over.
Five map points for ENCE to play with. Naitu struck first in this round. Texty and Zinni can trade it. Zinni is low HP though, and Naitu can get his responsive in. Is he going to continue to act out? No. Executor goes down to Glaive instead. Texty wins a 1v1 fight on that outside player. It's Glaive and SDY to work together, to work into that B bomb site. Glaive is trapped here in a lobby. The backstab from SDY is going to have to come back from the secret control.
Well, the info is that SDY is the outside lurk and that Glaive is somewhere in the sort of the upper lobby area. It's how they work together, which is the concern. Now, Glaive has got to try and get almost all the way out towards ramp. They're hoping to catch a reposition. One of the CTs to be caught in transition. It's just not quite happening, though. There's no movement.
The window is busted open without distraction, so they'll know what's going on here. Texty at Decon just open up that doorway. Kiro's gone downstairs. They think there might not be even the bomb site they're taking. Kiro made some noise. Will Glaive start to read this, but he realizes he's so close. Will do so now. Fight goes awry for the CT side player. Engagement of Texty also comes back up from the vent as well. Glaive needs to make a decision. Are they going to counter-rotate? It seems like they are. Back down to hell. Back down through vent. RUSHB will beat into the bomb site. Glaive is all alone here. SDY still lurking. It's going to be a 1v1 fight that he needs to win on the captain's part. He gets Texty. Kiro's low. Also pushing from vent. Glaive planting the bomb away from Decon. M4 to swing on an SDY who closes. And ENCE close out the map. 13-7 of Nuke taking RUSHB's pick.
All in all, that was a good performance coming out of ENCE. It was consistency in the first half, and they didn't get pressured very much in the second, even if there was a little comeback presenting for the side of RUSHB. I think, unfortunately, the Russian boys are going to be really concerned that they couldn't even hold weight in this best of 3 on their map pick. It's not a good sign moving forward to their opposition's pick now.
Yeah, I mean, the only person that regenerated a lot of impact was Texty. Zinni throwing a few rounds here and there in terms of the opening kills, but like the top fragger of the server for RUSHB was definitely Texty, and it felt like outside of that, you're right, there wasn't really much being contended on, especially in that first half where ENCE were just having their way with RUSHB.
Yeah, they were just caught out of their depth in this opening map, and it's difficult to reflect on that and be able to adapt moving into another map of the series because you have just been simply outclassed. I think what you can control is trying to keep the mentality in order, make sure the comms are really good, but it's going to be a tough map number 2 to try and force it into train.
Yeah, no doubt about that one. Anubis coming up next, and you look at the map pick of the ENCE side, you consider the record they have on it as well, and it's like, not too certain about this one for the RUSHB camp. The on-the-day performance seems like it's much more improved for the international team, and now the map choice they get to take on right now, it feels like to me that this actually might indeed end up in 2-0 now.
Yeah, you would expect so. I think for ENCE, this is exactly what you want. You've come into a tournament as being one of the favourites with the grand prize of a LAN qualification, and you haven't really been tested in any map so far. So this could very well be them going completely undefeated without being tested against good opposition.
The international team have set themselves up wonderfully to try and make their own 3-0 campaign happen to join the likes of fnatic in the decider games here in the Conquest of Prague. But can they get this past the finish line? We're going to head to a short break and find out when we return.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Get out of the game, I don't play that fact. Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma be the best that you never had. Yes, I don't flex, I'm success. If it lifts, yeah. I'ma kick back when you back. Would you let me come back? Got it.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Z TV Tipsport ti nic neuteče. Nikde jinde nenajdeš všechny zápasy Tipsport Extraligy. Nejlepší MMA, domácí i světový fotbal, tenis, basket a ještě mnohem víc. Prostě všechny streamy na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Time for Anubis. Time to see whether ENCE indeed will close out in the 2-0 fashion that we expect them to do right now. Just took their opponent's map pick pretty handily. Dweg, Nuke going swimmingly for the first half, and for the majority of that second half, it was about a fruitless comeback. So it's Anubis next up, and in my eyes, I feel like ENCE should have this pretty nicely wrapped up.
And they've always got the depth of the map pool, and also the depth against teams that aren't towards the top end of tier 2. I think ENCE didn't really get tested out there on map number 1, and it probably shows you that SDY was basically, roaming outside the majority of the second half, and yet he's just not even really taking many deaths. He finishes that first map of 23 and 10. So I look at RUSHB saying we're probably not going to have too much of a competitive edge from them, unfortunately, in this second map. They should be simply outclassed and be focusing in on the next round of draws to see if they can basically get that final win and that final push to get them into the decider BO3s.
Yeah, the last time they had success truly on this map was a small little win streak a little bit earlier on in February. Outside of that, it has been pretty much losses for RUSHB on HLTV. So we really haven't seen anything of any worth in this second map that should give us an opportunity for RUSHB to turn it around on the ENCE side. I mean, just look, in general, it was ENCE looking excellent by comparison. So just using that as a marker to carry from map number 2, you have to look at the logic of them being heavy favourites from here on out.
Yeah, you do. And look, for RUSHB, as long as they can hold competitiveness, I think I'll be happy with that. I'm not even really too bothered if they win the map or not, because I don't think this is an opponent that's realistic to beat. But if you can show that you can sort of play a decent level of CS, and we can maybe get a little bit more out of some of the star individuals. I mean, I look at Zinni and Texty and say, okay, these are the players that are in a bit more of those active roles. They were creating chances out on Nuke, but it was only Texty that was putting up numbers that were leading to round victories.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you just compare the pair of the top frag of RUSHB versus the top frag of ENCE, right? And you can see where, and just as well as that, just compare the general kill spread of the board, and you can see where the impact was generated and lacking on the RUSHB side. And you need to see impact from a few more pieces than just that if they want to try and make something of this second map in the series. And I'm just not convinced it's going to be the case right here. ENCE did beat M1 earlier on this map as well. It was 16-14, so probably a little bit closer than it really should have been from the ENCE side. But even so, just talking about their weakest point of the day, that still was a strong victory, a victory from them overall.
And what's a bit strange for RUSHB, considering this team plays frequently on HLTVs, you sort of, like you mentioned, had that winning streak towards the end of Feb, and then we go into March, and there's just not a single Anubis official being played. So we're talking about the last two being, the 2nd of April and then the 8th of April. But we're down to, the 29th now. So it's obviously very frequent in which Anubis is being banned in that second wave of the veto to not allow it as a decider. So that gives you a bit of an idea that they're not too comfortable playing this map.
I mean, to be fair, that could come down to the fact they're playing in a lot of unranked tournaments in March. So maybe that's the reason why they won't actually feature on HLTV if they did play them at all. But you are right. There's a big gap in that resume that just doesn't include any good positivity for how RUSHB are going to approach in this particular proceeding. So again, I'm all aboard the ENCE hype train. They played it 19 times in the last 3 months. They look good on it. They've got a positive win rate. They've got good victories over good teams, including the likes of BetBoom and 9 Pandas in the past. I'm just convinced this is going to be 2-0.
And knowing that you do have ENCE and fnatic sort of striving for that final spot in the 3-0, you don't want to potentially go in sort of 2-1 and then 3-1 or even 3-2 where you can meet off against one another, because that's the rematch in the MRQ. If you both go 3-0, you're not facing each other in the deciders. So that's got to be the mindset here for ENCE.
Yeah, just don't have to draw against any of those potential underdogs that might be able to threaten you. The favourites will get the draw that they're looking for above all else. Now they just have to focus on actually securing it here and now in the case of the ENCE side. So what are the key sort of win conditions, or at least decent conditions? As you mentioned, you wanted to just make it look competitive on the second map. What do you think needs to be done by RUSHB in order to make that happen?
I think for RUSHB, just keeping it as simple as possible, especially on the T side, keeping it very trade heavy, keeping it quite packed in a lot of the situations. I think what they found on Nuke was they tried to keep it quite gimmicky, especially on those T side upper rushes. They tried to be quite chaotic, and it obviously didn't work. They threatened rounds, but they just weren't converting enough gun opportunities. So I look at Anubis and think maybe try and keep it a little bit less gimmicky and keep it just a bit more simple, a bit more relaxed, and maybe the change of play style might aid and add a little bit more success.
There's a bit like regardless here from the RUSHB side, of course. I think the one thing that I really want to try and avoid doing is what we saw in the first half of the Nuke, and ENCE just absolutely running away with it, that 9-3 advantage that they just weren't able to recover from. The comeback, even with as far as it went for RUSHB, was not good enough to actually match the number of rounds that ENCE did in the first half. And when you're doing that, it's like, again, you can't let them get this out of control.
No, and it doesn't help for ENCE that even though Anubis doesn't get picked massively in recent history, they are playing so many officials on it. I mean, we're looking at what? M1, Z10, Na'Vi Junior twice, BetBoom 9 Pandas, BetBoom again, a GTZ Bulls, Nexus, Bait, and Fnatic. That is all in the space of under 2 weeks. That's a crazy amount of Anubis in that time window.
Yeah, they're well practiced. Their protocols will be set and placed and ready. We talked about some tactical concerns on ENCE in the past, but I don't think that's going to show up here on this Anubis and all. I think the only thing to really discuss in terms of ENCE potential on this map up is those star players, right? Because we saw some great individuals on the first map up. Is that going to translate over to the second as well?
You'd probably expect so. Obviously, it depends on the role that a lot of players have. I know that SDY likes to get into a lot of those star positions. Naitu is a bit more of an anchorish player, so we're probably not going to have the best from him. But even Poddy on the AWP, I think in the beginning of the first few gun rounds, we saw some important AWP frags from him, but it was just so rifle heavy in that T-side line that we didn't even get to see much from Poddy. So we'll probably get a little bit more when it comes to Anubis now.
Well, obviously a lot of potential in all the players. And one of the things we're talking about again for ENCE is their lack of true stars. Like, they've got a lot of players that are like call-ups to a certain capacity. Like 3 players that came from academy teams in particular is what I'm thinking about the most right here. And so you don't have a lot of that potential star power like a team like fnatic, for example, would have. So I want to see whether these players can really develop themselves into stars in the long term. And maybe this matchup, maybe this run in this tournament might provide some evidence to provide who's going to be that star in the end.
Well, if you say long-term, is 6 months not long-term? I mean, this lineup's been going together for, what, a core 3 for over a year and a core 5 for over 6 months.
It's true. That is very true at the same time. I was wondering how development is going to be a thing for the ENCE core, of the ENCE camp in general, actually, for that matter.
It's just tough because this lineup, in theory, would like to try and get to a lot of LANs to get LAN experience under the belt for the young players. But if you just can't qualify and you're not consistent enough in Tier 2 online, there might be very few LAN opportunities. I mean, if we're looking at the middle section to the latter portion of the year, how many are they really going to get? 2? 3? Maybe? We're talking about a low number. I don't think they're a team that's going to be gunning for LANs consistently.
No, I mean, look, they've given their chances, they've had their opportunities, but they haven't really been able to reach them per se. So you are like, again, you mentioned some of the things that ENCE have done in terms of the PGL qualifiers and obviously the MRQ, which they failed out on as well. As like, those might be their key opportunities that have been lost. Maybe this is the chance to go towards LAN. Maybe this is the competition in which they will make it to a stage or something of that nature. So I think that's obviously where I think up the most in terms of ENCE's potential for the rest of this particular season. But you never know what will happen after the major concludes, and we never know what might happen to the roster or who might get changed if a change is on the table for the ENCE side. So Pistol's about to go live on our second wrap of Anubis. Again, we're all aboard the ENCE hype train. RUSHB going to have a very tough task to bring this back from here.
I'm even looking at what the potential scoreline could look at, because we're talking about T-side start here for RUSHB. They really struggled on their T-side and Nuke to even find consistent gun rounds in a row. It was the odd round here or there for them.
Slow walk up from Glaive firstly. USP in his hand. USP's across the entire board, seeing the cavalry. Great shots by him and SDY. 3 kills between them, no casualties conceded. SDY playing back behind the pillar, low HP for him. Damage up on the other 2 individuals as well towards mid. A 3-man mid play, plus 1 player in Canals that Sparsky can try and strike back towards. Kinky gets only 2 on the way out. Another pistol win for ENCE.
I know that Kinky is an in-game leader that likes an aggressive buy, but I don't think he's going to buy here. I mean, they just got nothing. They got absolutely no success in that round at all. They group and pack quite heavily towards mid, and it's just the search parade. You've got Glaive on the front foot, sees that first player, and between him and SDY, and then everyone obviously just starts swarming as a complete unit. RUSHB, the rounds felt as if it had something going for it, and then within a split second, it's just completely over.
And to get that positive start that they wanted here. A little bit more out of the eco round. Flashes in to try catch CT players off guard. They will blind both of the initial contactors, but Glaive will quickly clear up his vision and get his 3 kills in. USP pulled out with support of Naitu, getting 2 on the Frenchman's side. Nice and effective. No bomb plant bonus. There was no buy in that round either. So there will be an investment of rifles inbound now.
I do wonder if we're going to get a little bit of a shift of Veto moving into the middle section of the year for ENCE. Typically, Ancient has always been their go-to map in best of 3s, but They picked Anubis versus the likes of Na'Vi Junior recently. They picked it in the rematch that they had in the Galaxy Battle Tournament. They picked it against Nine Pandas in the Yellow Compass Qatar event. So we're starting to even picked it against Bait, I should say, in that last matchup of the MRQ. So we're starting to see a little bit more Anubis from them.
You can tell why they decided upon this map up here in this particular series on the basis of not only the pick rate, but also the success rate. The extension out from B main is going to get so much information right here. Fight on, Zinnikor. Kaspersky's done well to start. Naitu smoked, supported by his teammate there in A main. Kaspersky can extend out towards C spawn. See another player, not quite win that fight though. Still got Polly pushed up, however, so this could still be his data rule.
Yeah, all you can say is that this is a really lazy default from RUSHB. Canals was being taken from SDY, but they've got no one watching outside of B there. It's just a complete read, because Potties knows that they're not going back towards top mid, so it has to be an A play.
Although the peek out from Texty might draw their attention back in. This could be the chance for Potty. If he doesn't extend all the way out, well, it might not matter because Kiro is going to be left alone as part of this A pack. He does get Potty, but he's lost Kinky and Executor. Low HP across the CT side. They're not the most impossible 2 versus 3.
They should plant open for CT here. This is where Cairo should be able to try and back up his teammate.
Plants instead for Glyph. The CTs are coming in from Canals. One also going to go the long way around towards spawn. And wary of an electric piece of presence. And they've got individual fights they can isolate. RUSHB push Texty all the way up to Temple. HE's in, smokes onto this Glyph position as well. Kyra's going to wait inside of it. Texty now moves back on the bomb site they look to go. Spam down, AK to engage, second player not seen, Naitu's caught back, Cairo gets his kill in, but Glaive is traded, Texty holding out for time, Glaive right back on that defuse, but he's not going to have a kit, so he's not going to have enough time. Grab the AK and run for it, sir. RUSHB get there first.
A bit of a weird smoke out there towards Glyph. They have no molly, but would have thought that that smoke would have been better just to get onto the bomb. It limits so much vision, and then it's just back and forth spam, very uncomfortable. ENCE will be disappointed with themselves because it looked as if they got themselves in the perfect situation. 3 players towards A, they've got the read, but it was the B lurk. It was the narrow opportunity out towards that B bomb site through the canals that gave themselves at least the chance to get the bomb down.
Quick up here for Kinky. Smokes in. Executor and Texty going to wait. Kaspersky evade the nade, at least the majority of it. Molotov can't evade that so easily. Will get pushed back. Can't take electric as a result of that. Counter flash will be right there for him. Texty knows that he's close, but the SMG still wins the fight. Secondary peek, jump face, and Executor goes down.
And now they need to start accelerating elsewhere. They need to start taking quicker space towards either A main entrance or into mid. I think they're just too slow to react here, RUSHB. They need to catch that timing, catch the CT's repositioning, and they've just missed that window completely. Great utility usage from Kaspersky. And this is similar notion to what he was doing towards Hut and Door on Nuke, wasn't it? Just sort of having those MP9s, crapper weapons, and using them in close-range duels.
Bomb's been seen. Potty backs off. Right call to make. Key. Spotted and sprayed. Potty, great kills. Secondary from SDY gets Zinni next up. Kiro alone, 1-on-5. Team falling around him. ENCE with a fantastic response to RUSHB start.
Well, at what point do we start wrapping this game up? Because this is RUSHB finally getting themselves a first gun round, which was close and narrow. They go into the next and they just get nothing. They don't even get a single kill. So the momentum is starting to shift in favor of ENCE. AKs are getting recovered. Economy's being lopsided. This is going to be a slow start. And on T-side Anubis, you can't afford that.
On T-side Anubis, when a lot of maps are T-sided at the moment as well. A lot of great T-halves can be achieved, and on this one especially. I mean, Glaive seems like he's already done.
Opening the door back to Astralis.
In his wildest, like, nightmares, perhaps. Don't think they can afford him anymore, to be fair, Dweg.
No, probably not.
There's a news post this morning that they're not even going to have an academy team anymore.
I did say that.
Well, ENCE have an academy team.
Yeah, they're doing okay. They're probably not doing as well as the Astralis talent roster was, but yeah, they're doing okay.
Might not be a matter of time until the main team starts to usurp the main team of Astralis. You never know. Obviously tech issues once again plaguing us, so we'll be a little bit more stalled out before we jump into the rest of this matchup.
I know that Miltzy's played a couple of games under ENCE recently when they've needed a stand-in, so rather than just using any other tier 2 prospect, any tier 2 rifler, that he's been given the call up, try and help the boys out, try and push them on.
And give the kid a chance and all.
Yeah, well, there's quite a few kids on the main team now, so
yeah,
can't give too many a chance, otherwise well, that's just it.
I can't wait to do the next ENCE Academy game because I just want to see the player Schwartz play.
Yeah?
Because like that's like such a name, Schwartz.
And they got, what, Miller out there, Miltzy, Too High is the in-game leader. And, well, if he follows anything like his other North Macedonian in-game leader that he looks up to in Kixan, then perhaps we've got a little bit of a prospect on our hands. Because I think that's a scene that really hasn't produced much. I mean, I remember the Blue Jays roster with Kakanito and Kixan. They were sort of grinders in Tier 2 and did okay with themselves. But everybody else sort of fell off, didn't they? Danny, Necrogenesis, no one from that scene ended up progressing their career into anything. So a new young in-game leader, it's an exciting prospect. Actually played in the UK scene a little bit, if people don't know. Played out on a couple of international mixers that went to both Epic LAN and iSeries.
You know what? It wouldn't shock me if I found out that Whitey scouted him from Epic LAN or something like that.
It could be. I know that he used to play with Shinigami, I think was one of the boys. Gabriel, who I think was an English player. I can't remember what the team name was. It was like Oslot Esports, I think they represented.
I feel like I've seen Oslot before.
Yeah, they had one good run at an iSeries. And yeah, so he was playing with them.
All right, well, focusing back on the ENCE main team. Well, they've had well past their BYOC days, although that might be coming back soon enough. Body and SDY make light work of the ecos here, so back to the BYOCs perhaps for RUSHB in the not so distant future. All 5 players unscathed of the CT side. Texty might not even escape with a tag, let alone a frag or a casualty or anything of any worth in this round. Indeed. Flawless from ENCE for their 4th. RUSHB back on the bye.
Yeah, any pro team that wants to go to a UK BYOC, I'm plonking myself right next to them, and I'm giving them the worst weekend they could possibly ask for. They'll regret that one.
God, I would have loved it if NIP had really turned up to LAN and sat next to Binmen International.
Oh,
that
that's
would have
it,
been
mate.
Hilarious.
Yeah. You want headphones to listen to the game? Well, you're not hearing anything. You just it's all on intuition. There's no sound coming.
Just listen to Dweg effing and blinding, just constantly smack talking every player that he faces, and then when he gets that infamous 1v3, it's just noise and
That's
nothing
it.
else.
That's the only thing. And I think for RUSHB, the only thing that they can ask for is an opening kill in one of these rifle rounds, because it's not presenting. And the CTs are kind of prodding. They're going aggressive out here towards A. The timing is awful, and they really should be getting the trade. They end up getting another kill against Naitu, so they've got A-split potential now.
Still dealing with 3 AKs on the CT side, however. Firepower might be a thing. Kinky maybe crossing into Poddy. Or Glaive takes the fight. Only a tag's worth of damage. Got a Rugs player still in play for RUSHB as the extension to the CT side has left that A site completely open. This might have to turn into a save call now for ENCE.
It depends if they get this Rugs player. If they get executed, then the round's on.
Poddy might get swung upon by Main, however. He's so wary. this player might come from. He needs that support of Glaive, who's now all back turn. Checks him, still gets the headshot. Kiro got body. Glaive trying to respond, but Kiro backs off. SDY coming in from heaven in the meantime. ENCE are going to try and hunt for a pick around the extremities. But nothing presents. They start backing off to save their guns. It could have been such a good round for ENCE as well, because they had 5 AKs in play at the start.
The exit frag should still present quite a bit. SDY, unfortunately, doesn't even get one. So out towards A main. Glaive might still be able to get a couple of kills.
Oh, Kiro checks it though. Free fighters gets a headshot in, so nothing more gained. All 5 AKs lost on ENCE's side. RUSHB with their second on the board.
And for ENCE, we've noticed a lot of activity on their CT side. Quite often they've been sort of working players through the canal. So I wonder, because this time it didn't work and mid was compromised, whether Glaive starts calling a little bit more of a passive line of engagement, sort of sitting back, playing on the bomb sites, rather than always constantly trying to take space away.
Let's find out. No such opportunities to go aggressive for SDY as he's Molotov'd away from both entries in mid. The HP down on Zinni, gets his kill anyway. The smoke involved transfers a little bit of that spray back to damage on Kiro. Even the HE landing right at his feet. 45 points of health now.
You can feel the desperation for RUSHB, in which even in that mid default, you've got a solo lurker with just no support. A teammate not on a boost up behind him, not a second player playing anti-flash. It's just individual moves being made. And Naitu down here on A doesn't have much support. Double mid and double B for ENCE.
See what the Frenchman will be able to hold there. He's got a smoke that he just used to block off the main entrance. So at the minute marker, he'll stall. Only a flashbang more to stop them, however. So they start playing that A execution, then Naitu's going to be in for a very rough time. Hasn't formulated yet for RUSHB though.
SDY is going to try and think about making another info play. Both of his jiggles haven't presented the fight, and now a man advantage starts shifting some of those rotations. Glaive's going to start moving off of B.
Sort of that mid is a threat. A can still be a target. Poddy's up or caught just trying to reposition away from the Molotov, and the accuracy was not going to allow to that flick. 25 seconds. Oh, Naitu seeing what's going on here. Gets the kill on Cairo. Upgrade to that better rifle. Glaive now backed up. Flash is sent. Turned away for the second one. Gets the kill on towards the man in the open. Texty follows up on Naitu. It's a 2 versus 2. Plant will be secured.
These double HEs could be very clinical on a retake, especially if one of them goes down towards the pillar.
They're going to place him up. Leaning up for Poddy, wants to take a directive engagement. Swing to spot. Oh, they're going to put them both at the pillar. Gets the kill on Texty. Kinky, 46 HP to clutch this now. There's no kit in play for the CT side either, so they're going to have to act quick. Poddy on the defuse. Kaspersky sees what's going on, and he gets his kill. They should have just enough time to get this defuse in as well. I think they just about got it on at the right moment. Indeed, they did. 5th to the board of ENCE. Another response to RUSHB's round.
Well, you could never predict that they're going to have double HEs on a retake. That's a very unique circumstance, because HEs are typically used early round or even mid-round. Great call to be able to get it out there towards the pillar, because there's very few options of where you use a HE. You don't even know if he's in there towards A main, so you don't waste it. It's the one location that gets used frequently on post plants. Texty swarmed, and then Kaspersky catches a good timing against Kinky. Missed opportunity there from RUSHB. I don't think they'll be too happy about that one.
And they battled very well in that round. But you are right, it came down to those double HEs. Couldn't have been placed more perfectly, couldn't have been read any better. Glaive and co sit and wait for their fate to unravel before them. They've been doing an extremely good job at dealing with whatever RUSHB seem to throw at them. Only
look at ENCE's mindset and say, okay, every opponent that we've had so far in the comp, we're much better than them, get clean performance. I do wonder who they're going to get in the draw going into those deciders, because that will probably, I mean, other than the MRQ, be the most important game for both ENCE and fnatic that so far this year. Because if you haven't qualified to a single LAN this year, you can't say any other tournament's more important.
When you know that both teams had some goals of trying to reach the major as well. Again, it's all about redemption for how the MRQ went down for ENCE. Because they did get so close, they fell at the penultimate hurdle. To a ridiculous run by Bait. Reverse sweep through the switch and then took both of the deciding playoff matches against both ENCE and Astralis. Up shot from Poddy, takes Kinky. Incendiary doesn't spread towards him. He doesn't hit their second shot either, though. HE's doubled up again. They will dish out their damage, and a smoke at the CT side blocks RUSHB from progress.
Notice how Kaspersky's been able to take all of B main. So all of that pressure that was building up there towards A, the chaos of it, that's where ENCE are really good tactically, where they can start having pressure points on the map. They can alleviate certain areas and take that space when it's unknown and undetected to the opposition.
Good shot for Glaive there on Cine. Surprisingly, Glaive is the top fragger in the server right now. M4 swing from SDY gets another pick back onto Texty. The aggression of Kaspersky doesn't go overly aggressive. He finds Executor pretty nicely. Kiro, AK picked up, about to start walking his way in. There's a couple of M4s that could be nice to trade up to the AK for better. Free fires the angle and still gets picked up by SDY. RUSHB conceding their 6th towards ENCE. Minimums taken on the CT side.
The RUSHB remind me a little bit of HOTU, in which we're sort of seeing these Russian teams that were frequently playing in local divisions that are now getting the taste of what it's like in European competition, what it's like to play at these higher ends of Tier 2. And we know that there are some diamonds in the rough. I mean, Firenshine, he's now found himself playing out with Lucky and Seltzer over there. And then you've got a similar thing. You get Nota that gets the call up towards Amcal, and then eventually to play with Jame and Kicker out on Paravision.
Kaspersky here, aggressed up towards this Canals angle. T-side players to walk. Zinni. Oh, still adjust towards Kaspersky. That's a start. Advantage established for RUSHB this time.
Yeah, Poddy's waiting for that re-engage out towards the stairs, but the smoke comes down and no one even gives him a jiggle. It's a rarity of an opening pick, and it's turning into a bit of a heavier rotation. Naitu has got himself an off angle, but the timing against the AK is pretty good, and he sees nothing. That's a great flash from his teammate out there.
HE sent well towards Texty. He goes a little bit deep, however, so it doesn't do that much damage. Waiting to reface the AK, forcing him off angle without doing any more damage. So 4-on-4 established. Kinky now going to start to form the split play into the B site. Passive from ENCE, however. Poddy will still be posted to receive the players at main. Flash does nothing to him. Molotov and HE also similar story. They need to block that cross. I haven't got anything to do it with. Throw that bomb over instead. Right call to make. Zinni goes down to Glaive. Advantage ENCE.
You've got a player that's at least trying to watch the backstab out there towards top mid. Incendiary down towards the pillar. I think Texty has to be a playmaker in this post plant.
Naitu leans up. Texty's waiting. AK fights the headshot of the first man, and the second goes down. SDY the victim of the AK. Kinky waiting on the platform. The AWP of Poddy firing, but Glaive calling it in. Save the gun, son. It's best for us overall. We're not getting this retake. We don't have kits, which I'm surprised to say, considering the amount of money they have on ENCE. As RUSHB will take 3.
Well, there's definitely felt in this series that Texty's been the best player for RUSHB, and he's the youngest player on the team. 18 years old, got about 250-odd maps played on HLTV, and pretty much all of them have been with RUSHB. This is a guy that has made the difference when times have been tough. I mean, even that post plant, that's a 3v4. You've got a B main individual that's got all the way out there towards top mid to try and clear the backstab. So there's not many players that are actually crossfiring on the bomb site. It's only Kinky and Texty that can do anything. Beautiful crosshair placement. Just excellent to the headshot of both of those players coming in from Canals.
Pivotal to this round for RUSHB. ENCE, of course, will be rebuying as you would expect. SDY straight into spot players in mid, but doesn't want to stick around too aggressively there, even though there was a jump face. He's wary of losing an opening fight because RUSHB may be spooling up some potential. Couple of individual rounds gained by them. Spray through with the flash support of Glaive. SDY gets a kill and a half out of mid.
SDY's just been such a game changer in mid. He's constantly been on the high press, always looking for fights, and he's getting a lot of support by that util usage. The breakage of the smokes, the flashes in. He has been the #1 player for me in terms of opening kills for ENCE.
Once again, Kaspersky is going to press out of B main. Got an advantage. How far does he want to extend for the info, perhaps? You'll be seeing a Canals rotation from RUSHB, though, so Kaspersky's safe, but maybe Poddy isn't. The AWP will be centralized on the bomb site. Molotov's being seen at Electric. Flashbang against him, forcing him back. And counter rotates. A mid player as well could be a threat. Poddy needs to hold at least one pick on this round. Shot doesn't connect. Texty deals with him. Kaspersky's backstab now turns into a join force retake.
And Poddy's so wide on the angle that even if you take a miss shot, you're not going to have the timing to be able to fall back. And that's played quite poorly. And now ENCE, I don't even know if they can win this retake.
They're going to try the hand. M4 boost of Naitu above that smoke. Shots on tag damage on Kiro. Both the AWP shots missing. Doesn't know where to look next. Sees what's going on. Losing his life to Naitu. But he falls down all the same. The Texty. Glaive trades him. Look towards main. There are defuse kits in play and a smoke that can go towards the bomb. It just there's there now. But Glaive and SDY just get the kills outright on their peaks and picks. ENCE will have the half at 7-3.
RUSHB are testing more on Anubis than what they were out there on Nuke. I think about the last round that was being won from Texty. I look at that one slight mistake of an overextension of an AWP, and it feels like it's on. Just the pressure maybe of the post plug, because it got really silent. There's not really many moves being made there from ENCE, because obviously they're waiting for the boost and they're waiting for the Canal players to get in time. That could have been potentially the round that swings it at 6-6. I think for RUSHB, they'll be kicking themselves that they couldn't quite convert there.
Tacticals called in by ENCE to readjust a little bit of that confidence, because it could have been a much more secure round. Had to come down to a retake. Man advantage that was conceded, but fortunately recovered. And pistols on a half buy for round 11 for RUSHB. Could still be another 9-3 half for ENCE. Like it was on the first map, like it was on Nuke. HE for SDY, well placed. First player out, dead. Second player out, responded to by utility. Meanwhile, the execution set by the main T side force. Texty just caught one of those kills, or picked up, put down instantly. SDY running out of ammo, does get picked up by Kiro at range, so 3-on-3. That mid player being a real thorn on the side of Glaive and Poddy. They stalled out for the bomb plant. Cash injection for RUSHB, but can they get any more out of it?
Zinni can re-smoke camera outside of A, so this could stall the CTs and slow the round down.
Or's picked up an executor, applies himself to Glaive. Kaspersky cannot get the kill on the player aggressing in heaven. Secondary AWP of Poddy. Shots baited on executors part. Poddy leans forward. Kaspersky picked up by Pistol instead. And the AWP can get faced on by so many players. Zinni's going to take him down, and RUSHB find a half by steal.
Now, it's difficult to be critical of Naitu because we're watching it from the mid POV rather than him. But as it goes, Jay, if your bomb site's being hit, you can't afford to go down without anything. And that's the A site anchor not getting a legitimate kill. SDY was the only one providing impact in mid. They get rushed, they get overwhelmed. And then slowly, the low investment buy turns into a round steal.
XM for SDY to close out the half with on ENCE. Rifles are standard for everybody else. Mid control, Canals control, taking what could be a very quick split into the B bomb site. Kaspersky's got a gap at the other side of that smoke, but doesn't abuse it. Instead, it's abused by the T side as Kinky plays him and plays him down. M4 of Naitu returns fire. Secondary pick not able to get achieved. Executor takes it to a 4-on-3 for RUSHB. CT trying to find the position of attack. Kiro known about by SDY and his XM. The AWP at range connects his shots, reducing them to 2 is ENCE. Lose control at the tail end of the half here. No way this retake comes in for Poddy and Glaive.
This is 2 rounds in a row in which RUSHB have just beaten them by pure pace, getting into the bomb site quickly and collapsing the opposition.
But they did at the start of Nuke. And certainly not going to be the way they can carry forward. The T side is over with a 7-5 advantage for ENCE instead, who move to their attacking half now.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket aréně, přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Well, it could have been a 9-3 half for ENCE, but they weren't able to close out the very end of the half. Instead, it's a 7-5. As RUSHB have brought back a little consolation prize on the T side. Will it be enough to turn over the map overall, though?
All in all, I'm impressed with what I've seen, but it probably isn't going to be enough. I think they can certainly challenge a lot more than what they did on map number 1, and it could start with a pistol win, anti-force by win, first gun round. ENCE, they feel uncomfortable right now. They look it in the server.
We know that their T-side stats favour them massively. 61% of T-side victories on ENCE. Could be a bit of a stomping half at the exact same time. Might come down to how this pistol goes. RUSHB try to bring some of that aggression in a bit more slowly into mid. 3 players to face. Glaive takes one. See the second shoulder. Gets a second headshot as well. Third man almost feeds himself up in another 1v1 duel. Meanwhile, Knight, who's acted out towards the A site as his captain falls down. Kiro is all that's left to clutch this in what needs to be a full-on ace.
Imagine being the head coach of RUSHB and just noticing both pistol rounds on this map have just been atrocious. We've just been farmed, we've been destroyed. No matter what we've tried, it's just been over so quickly. I mean, all they're doing is they're prodding, they're trying to get aggressive into mid, and while the spacing might be slightly off, they still give away 2 kills to Glaive, and then they just lose the A-bomb site straight away. So a shame that you've got 2 pistols that are completely uncompetitive.
Now, coach of RUSHB being Weird 1K, which is actually how you can describe RUSHB's performance in this pistol round.
Yeah, used to play on the Mustang crew with Doja.
ENCE on 8 rounds to their board. RUSHB stack on B. Kaspersky plays against them. 1 pick found. Gets overwhelmed with a numbers game. Now this bomb's going to try and commit. Actually, they'll look to the Mac 10 instead to try to see if they can get that AK adders in his hands, because that might be a dangerous weapon in the CT side. They'll split their way into that B bomb site as the bomb carrier will take it towards the A site. And now they try and back off, run into the trap sprung by Glaive and Co. The Mac 10 will get upgraded to an AK. ENCE at 9. RUSHB down by 4. The buy on the table for this one, which needs to be just as successful as the rest of them.
Might be nice to see a bit of a bonus round being used here for ENCE. Maybe bring a little bit of pace, a rush rugs, something quicker into A, maybe fast from the outset with a lurk smoke on B. I think this is the perfect round to educate a little bit of pace, just because you feel that there could be a lack ahead Kevlar for the opposition side, and also they're starting to get really desperate.
Nades on Kiro. Damaging into 60 points of health to start things off. Glass Cannon AWP in for RUSHB. And Texty strikes first from beyond that smoke. STY has gone down. HE deep for Kinky will not clear up the smoke. He's hoping that he'll still at top mid, but they're a little bit deeper than that.
You'll probably see that nade being lined up quite frequently from the T side, just outside of the canal. The Holmes HE, a previous ex-pro player, even coached Endpoint. He was the one that found that and started sharing it, and then since then it's basically pro meta at this point. Kinky falling back even more defensively. Intriguing that ENCE have smoked themselves off. They're going to dive through it.
Or are they going to split their way into the beats? I mean, they're taking Temple. IT acting out towards Bane here, so... Glaive calling a very unorthodox strategy at the moment. Has kept the majority of players on the other bomb side, though, so Texty and Zinni, both at Electric, have got a lot of work to do.
The problem is, if they go 1 for 1 each out here in the canal, the bomb's just going to get dropped in a bit of an awkward territory. It's all about timing on when they can connect.
That's going to peek first as well, bait them in. Chance for the backline player to strike. Zinni gets 1 kill out of it. And a second indeed. It will go 1 for 1 overall. 3 versus 2 for the RUSHB retake. And Poddy is nowhere near the bomb site. This might work out for him, though. Finding Kira on the orb rotation. Knighton has to deal with the next 2 players in the backlines. Here's one. Can't get the engagement. Poddy can Molotov the entrance, but he's going to be late to the marker. Needs to get towards Bane. Kill found, executed right around that corner. So into the headshot, not gained. And RUSHB keep the 6th.
Probably the right idea there for Naitu. Here's the footstep coming into Electric. Knows that there's separation between him and Poddy. So you just try and wide swing the angle straight away. You try and catch that player, maybe with Util out in the open, not expecting the peak to present straight away. And Poddy attempts the clutch, gets the molly down, separates the 2 of them. But close range is never easy when you're jiggling around default. RUSHB give themselves a bit of a lucky break there.
Now they do.
Zinni did excellent work to get 2, because that's not easy. You're being swung from 2 different sides at the same point. Now, that is proper tier 2. We've got socks being hung in the camera of the stream.
I wasn't going to mention it.
That's just proper tier 2, man. That's just...
Remember, what was the team that, like... They had like a house tour, and it was just like some suburban home in Kazakhstan or whatever it was.
Oh, that was probably K23.
Yeah, it was K23, and it was just like, it was the most like, you know, middle lower class like home you've ever seen in your life.
And they're trying to big it up on the tour, and it's like, yeah, this is just tier 2. Yeah, this is how we work with the smaller budgets down here. Don't quite have the fancy hotels, the 5-star rooms.
Oh, hey, I mean, not like they're playing from humongous facilities either in these matches. Not even ENCE. I think only Poddy's playing from the ENCE facility at the moment. International team nature, I guess. Once again, a technical pause before we go any further. A lot of issues on the RUSHB side to stay connected, which may well not be good, but I guess we'll find out as time rolls on. Above all else, however, I want to see them try and break their little habit of just getting individual rounds and then ENCE just answering back with 2 more, because won't be able to do that for too much longer here in this matchup.
I don't know if I told you actually, Jay. I've actually upgraded a mouse to a wireless now for the first time.
Oh, really? Which one did you get?
I got the same, the FK2, the previous one. So the exact same mouse, but I've just made it the wireless. I didn't even know they had a wireless one.
Okay.
So it's only been a new thing. And I've got the little stand to charge it. And I tell you what, I'm on it all the time. It's never died on me. So any of the pro players go, I forgot to charge the mouse, or like it's low on battery. I don't know how that's possible, mate, because it's never happened to me once.
I've made the move to wireless mice completely now. Like, there was Steel Series 1, but I also got a travel mouse called the MX Master, which isn't for gaming at all, but it's just more just for productivity stuff. But
yeah.
It literally, like, wirelessly lasts for a month. Like, not even a joke.
Get the battery worth.
Yeah, mate.
Well, I mean, look at even. I mean, it depends on how young the viewers are here, but the old sort of brick phones that you had in the early 2000s to mid 2000s, you charge those once a week. Maybe
hang
once
on,
or 2
when
weeks.
you say brick phone, like
not complete brick, like the old Nokias, not that, not like the Motorola.
I was going to say, like, you and I have a very different idea of what a brick is.
Yeah, no, I'd say even just like the first generation Nokias. I mean, now any smartphone, mate, you're charging it once a day. Sometimes people even charge it twice a day. Well, I can't believe we're like that. That never used to be the case.
Like, my sister sent me a video the other day of like a news report from like 2003 It's like, you know, it's like texting is all the new rage, but will it really be the new industry standard? We talked to an expert. It's like, I can't see it catching on. Texting will never be a big thing. I'm like, you were wrong, weren't you, son?
Well, look at the BlackBerry. I mean, that was incredible.
BBM was amazing, dude.
It was so good back in the day. Really good for PAs, and then it just didn't really catch on. And I feel like now people love the BlackBerry now.
No, it caught on, but it was definitely like a trendy thing. And once the trend died out and people started to like, when WhatsApp was invented, or well, not invented, when WhatsApp came to be basically BBM, but for like, you know, touchscreen smartphones, and people started to see, you know, iMessage, for example, come out on Apple devices, and it's like, well, suddenly you've got competition, and then you've got the superior devices when BlackBerries weren't very good, basically. Like they were very limited in their capacity to do anything except call and text. So
well, even now, I mean, a lot of people use Discord and TeamSpeak. I still remember the MSN.
Oh bloody hell, that's a throwback.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it's funny how different times. I mean, even CRT monitors. I can't believe we used to use that at a professional level, because I can't even stand looking at a CRT for longer than 5 minutes. I just get so, I don't know if it's dizzy or nauseous or what. I just get uncomfortable looking at a CRT monitor.
Dude, do you remember when we went to that expo in Hungary?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Because for those of you who don't know at home, Greg and I were out in Hungary in November to do an event at an expo, and we had a bit of time to sort of like look around. We went to like the retro gaming area, sat down and tried to play some Super Mario, and it was just like the CRT refresh rate just made us go so nauseous because it was that low. It's we've been spoiled by like 360 hertz.
Yeah, of course we have.
Like big time.
Yeah, bring up the 540. Where's it? Just keep upping it every single time. Yeah, it's very true.
1 million FPS. that's the next frontier right here.
That's it. It's never going to happen 20 years later.
Give it time. Give it time. Oh, man. Tech is weird. It's great. I mean, you talk about new peripherals. I got a new PC the other day, so.
Yeah, I've seen you've been showing it off on the socials a little bit.
Yeah.
Unintentionally to start, question mark?
Well, it was unintentional initially, and then someone DM'd me and said, why are you just you're making these posts just to show off your PC? And then I actually just made a post where I just showed off my PC.
That's
so
it, gotta do it.
It's just like, okay, son, you want to see showing off? I'll do it for you. The thing that people haven't paid attention to is the fact that I traded out my triple monitor setup for like a big ultra-wide. And,
so how many inches is that now?
I don't know the inches. I know that it's like 40-something, but it's like...
Oh, God, that's got to be awful to play on.
Well, no, actually, it's rather nice, actually. It's rather good. 144 hertz refresh rate, which is a little bit of sacrifice. I mostly got it, to be fair, for casting, because there's a lot of information, a lot of notes that I have on my monitors, and it's like, well, I make money through casting, so I guess I might as well get a piece of equipment that helps me do the job better. So that's what I've got here.
That. I mean, my secondary monitor is quite large, but to have that as the main one, no chance. No, I've got to have my 360. It's got to be locking in 24.5 inches. That's where it's at.
That's fair enough, I guess. I'm not very good at Counter-Strike, so it's not really worth it for me to get.
Not like the RUSHB and the ENCEs that are driving up.
Yeah.
No.
Nothing like that. Yeah. 9-6 for those of you joining us. There's still no ETA on this current technical pause.
I'm surprised there's no widgets and gadgets and things. I remember Crystal always used to have like a Rubik's Cube. Just these sort of situations, go fiddle with something by the time. Get a little tech deck out. Oh, God, that's running it back.
I mean, speaking of gadgets, I remember back in like 2010 or so, when people were predicting how esports would look, or like, you know, the like competitive gaming sphere, they thought that we were all going to be playing not on keyboards, but on those Razer, not Mambas, those like Razer gamepads. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so you should look into these, because these were like, they're like mini keyboards in which you would literally just program macro keys into them, and everyone would just be, the idea was that you'd literally not even use the keyboard for anything, like the keyboard in general. You'd just have this like micro version of it, and you'd have all the space to move your mouse, which on paper sounds like it's good, but in reality it's like, well, where are you going to put your binds?
Yeah, no, I'm not familiar with that. Don't quite have the naughty's age, so that's why. That's
You were like 10 years old when that was.
Yeah, no, that's
thing.
a bit fresh. Yeah. I'm gonna be 25 this year. I can't believe that, man.
I'm gonna be
I'll be
29
celebrating with
this
the
year.
CS. I'll just be pugging all
I'm gonna
day.
be 29 this year. I'm gonna go drinking whiskey down at the bar and be depressed at how old I am.
Yeah, what's going on? Imagine next year. Oh, God, the big 3-0.
Shut up.
Well, at least we're back into the game. At least we don't need
Yes.
to discuss that any longer.
Yes. 3 rounds to the good on ENCE, currently leading on the T side. Mac 10s on Kaspersky and Glaive. So that last round did kind of break the economy of the T line. Kaspersky going to be the first player forward to the B execution. Straight up, flashes in. Utility down. Texty gets away with 1 decent kill. Zinni with a trade back with his casualty. Whiffs the spray on the bomb carrier. Glaive can cross to the site. 10 points of health for the man. HG's Molotovs also sent his direction. And also Molly against Kinky will drive him back. 3v3. No bomb plant secured. Yeah, the shotgun's moving. Is Glaive ready for this? Flash forward. Man goes down. Bomb drop from range. A flick towards Poddy. Drops him. And Kinky makes it a triple for RUSHB to rush the bomb sites.
What is going on? The XM at long range. Fair enough against the bomb carrier there at Glaive, but the spin around against Jail, that is a ridiculous shot, and he ends it with a triple. 33-year-old Kinky has come off with a miraculous XM clutch.
Sit down, Poddy.
Jeez. Do not see shotguns being invested often. So when you get moments like that, you think, bloody hell, it's not a bad weapon at all.
To hold the defensive, gain 3 free AKs and all the cash bonus as well. RUSHB may still make this a game here. ENCE. Lacking in the rifle department, lacking in the firepower in general. Only Glocks available for this one. Flash comes in, Executor. Forced to back away. Kinky tries to engage with the AK of his own. They get a couple of kills out of this one. 3, 4, dropping 2 for Executor. Body almost got away with a cheeky kill on Kinky, but the HP difference is too much. So 1 to the goods. Rebuy up for ENCE. Now time to contest.
For RUSHB, they are going from a position where they were pretty much looking like they were 3-9 down, and now we're getting to almost a tied-up score. They've worked hard to get it here today. And map number 1, they showed competitiveness, but they didn't show the drive to win rounds, whereas here on Anubis, not only have they shown that edge, but they've shown the closure. And this is not going to be an easy match to close out at all, and I start getting the gut feeling that the third map has at least got to be questioned now.
But by how much? ENCE losing Kaspersky early. Kinky, another opening fight to go well. Into mid, I believe, is where it went down from. Looks like it extended all the way out towards the doorway. Unsupported as well from the T side line. They start backing up and grouping towards the A play. Flashes in to get main access. You've got 2 riflers here to defend, 2 AKs and Kinky and Executor. Flash to get Kinky and aggressive. Is Nighty going to be ready for this? He's blinded, holds the corner. Kinky sees nothing.
Lack of info, so that might drive Kinky back in towards mid. They might not think that A is going to be under siege at all. What a shot that is from Execute.
Smoke down to the main entrance as well. Glaive gets caught by Kinky and all SDY with that 1 response, and Poddy through the smoke reduces Executor to Ash. 3 on 2. Texty moving up. Pressing in towards Canal to kill right here. Could open up the B bomb site, and indeed he gets it. I'm surprised that SDY took the damage of the stray bullet. The inaccuracy of the adjustment. Now Zinni making his way in. Will beat them to the sites. Back of the site in general. We heard of the footsteps. Flashbang back. Spray through. Kill found. Double secured. RUSHB are even.
Well, ENCE need to stop giving away silly opening deaths. We've seen quite consistently in these gun rounds in the second half. They're just giving freebies away. And that was, what, 15, 20 seconds into the round, and they just lose the first player. That's a 2v4 of a recovery, one that probably shouldn't even be competitive. It's the AKs that are making the difference on this CT side, and you can only look at that XM round on the ramifications of holding on to mass AKs and what that's doing now for the defense line.
Again, Kinky gains so much for that. At least ENCE reduced the AK count on RUSHB to 2, but what have they got to bounce back and return with that lacking firepower on the CT side? They've got Tech 9s only for this round. Half bought in with a little bit of Kevlar for SDY and Kaspersky. Texty, smoked, edged up, 2 kills found. Couldn't deal with him in that corner. Flashbang against him. Nighty still drops to a quick flick headshot. Zini got 2 in the interim. And RUSHB are now in control. Ends of another buy to try and stop them, because if they win this next one, then it's going to be map point for RUSHB.
Yeah, this is just a round streak that's now starting to get out of order, and it's ENCE not putting up the most amount of pressure to stop it. They need to get, I think, Poddy on the big green. Try and get him posted out there on the archway, and try and get him in for a defensive line towards A main, perhaps. I think they need to allow the AWP to work something.
Texty. Now takes first face here. Driven back in the Molotovs. 57 points of health out of Electric. Counting utility from Kiro is going to try and support it. Zinni's seen a shoulder peek and now gets a kill out of that one. 2 for 2 trades as Naito and SDY try and gain something back. Lost Clay and Kaspersky as of Zinni and Texty gone falling. Kinky on the counter action. A player in mid that could well drop in with the bomb on his back. Indeed, Poddy gets that kill. Kinky's down. Kiro back sight. And his teammates breaking away. They're thinking it might be some sort of A play. Instead, Naitu strikes out, still losing his life. Kiro on 4 points of health, and he loses his life. Oh, the USP comes forward. A double. Not quite a triple. SDY, Executor, HP advantage, massive. And the fact they couldn't deal with that Glyph player is another misplay for ENCE. 11 on the board. RUSHB. This is out of control now.
I think ENCE deserve to lose this map now. They have lacked quality in this second half. They set themselves up quite nicely in the mid-round. They got some good trades. The AWP is being posted. It's a 3v2. What is going on at Glyph, though? We've got a missed AWP shot. Players aren't really lining up. They're not cross-firing. It looks all over the place. It just looks so discombobulated for ENCE.
Finally, a tactical's been called in. But it might be a little bit late here. Money shouldn't line up without the bomb plant bonus for ENCE. Do they force? Do they eco and play for overtime? Be 3 rounds to get there. To think how confident ENCE were looking. That 9-5 and said this probably is going to get wrapped up soon enough for good rifle victory to push towards the end. And RUSHB capitalizing on the momentum stored of the tech issues and getting right back on in this return. ENCE pistol plays only for 4 players. And the Mac 10 on Glaze, the only automatic to work with here. A steal may well save their bacon.
They're going in quickly to what looks to be a quick A split. Kinky's already seen the first and just try and drop the util.
Out of the way, damage being done. Zinni, Executor, kills found, easy pickings. They all run into the meat grinder. Bomb lost to Naitu, who can't even get a kill out of the round. 12-9, RUSHB on map point of Anubis. ENCE should have had this wrapped up. But then it's been a disaster for them since the pistol and the conversion. Nothing has been won.
And it just shows by evidence that when you've got BlameF, Crims, and the likes of Matty's on fnatic, and you've got SDY and Glaive out here on ENCE, how difficult Tier 2 is. It doesn't matter if there's Tier 1 experienced players. It doesn't matter if they had really successful careers in the past. Dropping down into Tier 1, no one's finding it easy at the moment. Lack of consistency, teams underperforming, and now RUSHB about to upset ENCE.
Only on the map, though, and still have a chance to secure the series. Poddy struck first on Ziddy, finally making amends for his previous lost rounds, although Glaive had to deal with the aggression. Kinky's gone down 5-on-3. ENCE may still contest this map.
And they need to try and, unfortunately, lopside the economy, but it seems unlikely that that's going to happen with how many few rounds there are left. They're trying to retake mid. You've got Texty that's going to get up towards the doors. Now, he might be able to catch a timing in which he can just keep walking forward, clear out the majority of the water and out here to the top mid area.
Glaive holding, seeing one, misses his chance to get the kill. His teammates of water will have to strike back instead. Secondary player, SDY does finish off Texty, and Glaive will get Executor as well. Kiro was watching for the A site aggression, doesn't see any of it. B site the target. ENCE will claim their 10th round. 1 out of 3 to get the OT.
Well, you have what? Passive lines of engagement being used, or sitting basically outside of B completely, waiting for some aggression. Potty gets one, and then they make it a 5v3 pretty quickly. It shouldn't really throw too much of a hunt in here. It's not going to make too much of a difference.
It's nice who goes down. I want to think about their own economy line here, ENCE. I won't go charging into the bomb site. Hope that Kiro makes a move into one of them and then they can punish that move, but no such luck for the T's. It's just the round. And even then, you're going to still be seeing the buys in from RUSHB, so it wouldn't make a difference if they got the hunt out. Even upgrade to the AK. That's how much Kiro can afford to lose.
ENCE need to try and stabilize and lock in for these next couple of rounds. Try and drive it into that overtime. And make sure that RUSHB's streak is going to not only be ended, but ended with your own. There's that first opening kill from Potty. And then you could feel the play. If they get success outside of B with that flash, then all the mid players' attention's drawn away and they're kind of looking outside of B. So makes sense why they went for that aggressive move. Just that both of those attempts were unsuccessful.
And it's about to face aggression here from out of the main. Player in for Kaspersky, but he doesn't get anything for it. Surely should have been a formality with that headshot on Zinni. It's probably the struck first, at least in mid, so a 4-on-4 means no major advantage. Executor seeing Knight 2. Knight 2 get caught with utility in hand. AK cannot win the fight against the M4. SDY just to trade him, though, with flashbang blindness. And the AWP in mid strikes back, wary of a counter backstab. The AWP Akira, however, inside of this smoke in at mid, the bomb plant will be secured. Re-smoke comes down, and Potty will now join his teammates on the A defense.
Well, they might as well attempt the retake again. There's still plenty of cash for the last round of regulation.
Heroes walking, Glaive giving him space. Rushing to the top mid angle, shot overcooked on the flick again. Zinni, 1-on-3, AWP watching his entry. And Potty puts him down. 3 kills for him. Stepped up massively since that awkward site defense, site take from the AWP on Central. Just wish you could have seen it a little bit earlier from ENCE to close out in regulation. They've got 1 more to overtime.
There's 2 rounds in a row that they've flashed off the AWPer, and yet they've still found connections. So that's going to be frustrating from a calling perspective, because you've got your util in the right positions, you're just getting unlucky with some of the timings. RUSHB know that they have been the better team out here on Anubis. They contested the first half really nicely, got themselves a long and extended round streak of 7 rounds in a row in the second half. But the job's not finished. They need 1 to close, and they need to do it now. You don't want to be playing off for OT.
One round left in regulation. Will it be a RUSHB steal, or will ENCE try and return the 2-0? Overtime is calling. Can the favourites answer? Will RUSHB take us to a 3rd map? Train would be the outcome if we have to go there. HE is close to SDY, smoked off from Electric, no access allowed.
SDY has been pretty unsuccessful with a lot of these attempts towards Electric. RUSHB have been quite passive, hasn't been a line of engagement where they've wanted to get on the front foot at all. Gets very silent. You've got the T's that have not been able to take mid, not been able to take A main space and haven't got anyone outside of B. So they're limited for options at the moment.
Molly's pushing Texty back. Zinni will strike on Naitu. That's the fast frag required. They're going to charge on SDY as well. HE against him. But it's Kaspersky in from mid that answers back to Kero. So 4-on-4 with only one player on that A bomb site as well. Second man's going to try and join him now. Indicating the Executioner coming in with a split real quick though.
Yeah, Executor needs to try and catch this camera player. Get Kaspersky first.
Teammates of Kaspersky making their way in from main. Kaspersky might sit back and cut the rotation, so Executor might not even get a chance to try and deal with this man. Other CT scrambling for the retake. Kaspersky's won the fight. Executor's gone down, and Kinky's Molotov'd off.
Willie expect him close towards the left-hand side. Great pick against the A main individual.
Zinni falling to SDY. Kaspersky holding an aggressive stance. Flashbang ahead of him. Kinky goes falling a straight headshot. Second player falls for the part of Kaspersky. Third man not so much, but Texty's so low. Glaive pre-fires it. And it's 12 apiece. We're off to overtime.
They locked in when it was required. When times were tough, you could feel in that mid-round that pressure was starting to build towards the side of RUSHB on whether they can make the correct call. They won the opening pick. I mean, it was Zinni to get that first fight out towards Electric. We're looking at what was a 5v4, and then the round starts getting silent. The entries come in cleanly towards A. Executor, I mean, he just couldn't really do anything there from the heaven. No fight was presenting. There was a lot of util going down. And ENCE, well, they've faded off against, what, 3 map points? They've done well to bring it into OT.
They'll go the distance to try and contest the 2-0. That's what they want. What they're gunning for. 2 guns in towards main from T side. Flash forward. Executor unchecked, but Kiro certainly was. Down and found him. Kinky flashes his way forward, catches both players blinded. SDY could drop the bomb, and indeed he does. That will call the backup. The T's need to scramble now.
That's a sick play from Kinky to keep that pressure up. Just constantly keep fighting towards the A main. HE goes in deep. Kaspersky misses the window of cutting the rotation. That should have been a freebie against the Temple individual.
And Molotov the angle though, and try and work an angle on the bomb site. Needs to tap up. Zinni cannot hit a shot to save his life. It's Potty now. A minute to try and play out the 1v3 clutch.
It's the classic. The team that struggles to convert in regulation always wins the first round of OT. It didn't look like it was going to happen, though. With the double entry they got against Executor and Cairo, you felt that the T's were just going to be able to continue on, trade off of one another, but it's the flash play from Kinky. That's what destroyed everything from ENCE.
Those 2 players getting caught in the moment. Their demise, it really started rather well, honestly. Seeing Glaive and SDY getting completely blundered off there and just everything falling to pieces. RUSHB have the start. And they have the double up set up. Fast. SDY in with the engagement. I thought Texty was going to whip that. Naitu trying to return on towards him, gets his secondary kill. Advantage for ENCE at the moment, but Zinni has something to say about that. Can't convert on the Frenchman, who does force out this B bomb site. Bomb can't cross though. Glaive caught in the open by Kinky. The smoke comes in late, and it has a small gap in it. The Kinky still fires through. Potty up in his hands, and a 1-on-2 will switch to the AK, I think, is what he's trying to do. Eventually gets towards 1, revealed by the noise being made. Kinky close. AK turns up, and Kinky wins the fight. It's 14 for RUSHB.
ENCE have done everything right in terms of the change of protocol. They're going for something a lot quicker, and it does catch the opposition off guard. You've got a couple of kills presenting out there from Dark. My wondering there, Jay, is what's going on with like the bomb carrier? First off, there's a smoke available for CT from the Dark individual, just doesn't get used. And then if it's not being used, why is the bomb just not being thrown across? I just feel like at times, ENCE just lack quality in tunnel vision. They just sort of like throw rounds away for the sake of it.
And a long map, probably longer than most, but this is the most important juncture of it. Glaive walking mid. Kiro on the corner, fought upon. The captain finally gets some revenge. Advantage taken for the T side. Secondary AK still out there. We're seeing 2 players to engage against him. He must know that that was an AWPer. Texty got Naitu elsewhere. SDY gets the returns and Poddy will strike on Kinky. That's much better for ENCE.
Well, Kinky's been the dangerous man out here in overtime. So as soon as they drop him and it's just a pure collapse, it's a bit of an off angle being held there from SDY in the mid portion. Executor up against SDY on the edge of the smoke. Will at least catch one.
Right to the bomb side though, and there's smoke down. He's going to charge right forward of it. Serious balls to try and go for a play like this. The bomb, recognizing the danger now, is going to go back towards the A-bomb site. Glaive loses his life, but Executor's on 5 points of health. So to win this 1v2 feels like a miracle, especially now that both players are packed. Moving in from Temple, Executor making noise. Kaspersky doesn't quite get away with the kill. Poddy can do so with the Tech 9, however. So ENCE deny map point again.
RUSHB will feel that they are doing well to keep it up, where they're sort of holding on to the lead. They're making it uncomfortable for Glaive. These guys are the plucky underdogs in this best of 3. So the fact that they've been able to even drive it towards overtime, that they're putting this much of a fight up, it's redemption after what was a poor map number 1. But there is a golden ticket. There is an opportunity with 2 more rounds to close to force it to train. And I think if you did get it towards train, you'd probably feel that the series could be up for grabs to go 3-0 in the Swiss.
But ENCE want to close it here. That's why they've fought so hard for this overtime. Straight into mid for Kinky and Zinni, though, finding SDY with a HE on the smoke. ENCE's CT half was the superior. Need 3 in a row to deny. Another overtime, deny. The 3rd map for RUSHB. Poddy, AWP, set towards B main. Utility coming down, takes a shot. Saw that second. That's what Kaspersky's there for. On the other side of the pillar, they'll lean forward and Zinni makes his move up as well. The AWP in the backline supporting the AK, revealing his position. Kaspersky deals with him. Kira can turn back. 2 versus 3, still taking damage, leg shots, 1 point of health for the AWP. Executor has a lot of work to do and he doesn't get much done at all. ENCE hold the line, hold the B site, and hold the even score.
Well, Kinky's going to be fuming after that opening kill that they're not getting more success with the trades. Now, we've casted quite a bit of RUSHB recently. This is easily the best performance in like a section that I've seen from Kinky. He's turning into a takeover player, and this is meant to be the vet of the squad and not meant to be a star individual at all, but he is allowing magic to happen at the moment.
Oh. Just saw Naitu. I don't know if Naitu read onto that or just got caught repositioning, whatever. Either way, no kill of that AWP, no damage to be done. No chance in the round, even with those circumstances.
It was good discipline for Poddy to not overpeak. Notice how as soon as he gets that first kill, he's sort of sitting back on the pillar, but he's not swinging straight away. He's waiting for Kaspersky and some of his teammates on rotate out there from the likes of Temple and out from CT to try and take that first contact rather than him.
You see that team play come together. Or flashed off. Poddy going to be driven back, maybe into that A-bomb side because he might be required. They were going quick in from Rugs. I think the nade just came down from SDY to dish out damage towards all of the individuals of the T side. Another HE lands pretty nicely on Executor as well.
And Naitu and SDY have got 2 on A. Wonder if there's a flash play to get Naitu further aggressively to defending A main.
Poddy's in support of the 3rd man. Molly sent, utility inbound indicating it's going to be a hit. They counteract with even more utility sprayed through the edge of that smoke. Naitu spams blinded and just mows through them all. RUSHB dropped the bomb and they dropped the round. Should drop match point to ENCE as well.
We've seen Naitu struggle on some of these A defenses in regulation. Yeah, he comes out there and he just lines up everything. Kinky gets away with 1 out from mid, but Cairo, just like the last round, he's in a 1vx that just isn't winnable. There's just no chance here at all.
Match point for ENCE, Swiss point for ENCE. Sometimes all you got to do is hold mouse 1. As SDY closes, Naitu takes the crown as the ultimate difference maker at the ultimate moment. They just need 1 more.
Now, ENCE set themselves up with some good utility usage there. Just straight spam. I mean, the spacing's good. I think right there for RUSHB, they're all trying to get themselves packed, trying to trade off of one another, but that AK just rips, just does so much damage at close range. And for Naito, who just can't even see a thing, all you're thinking about in that situation is just, as long as I've got good spray control, I don't need anything else. Just make sure the bullets are tight, make sure there's no strays. And now we've got a series point for ENCE, which is something they weren't able to have in regulation.
Should be noted, keep the spray control whilst having no info as to how the spray is placed. At that point, you're relying on intuition and game knowledge and your practices to your spray control and hoping that that would be good enough. And in this case, it was a whole lot more than good enough. 4 AKs for ENCE to deal damage onto RUSHB in what may well be the final round of this series. Last chance for the Russians. Kaspersky, Incendiary's up, Executor making his walk up. Kaspersky left for dead, but he still gets assistance from Glaive, who drops the bomb. In that exchange, they pushed it in as one of the forward players. The Orb of Poddy may feel some pressure, but SDY is dealing with Kinky. Glaive has Dominion. Kiro gonna make his way forward. A flash that goes nowhere. Glaive has shut him down. Zinni in an impossible clutch with no health to do so. The HE will close, and ENCE may have let it last a little bit too long, but they have secured their series. 16-14 on map 2, 2-0 over RUSHB. They're moving forward to the deciders.
Yeah, well done from ENCE. They got pressured probably a lot more than what they were expecting, especially with how comfortable Nuke went down. But it tells you they locked in when it was required. They were able to adapt, and we saw a little bit more impact out of Poddy in some of those last key rounds of regulation, pushing it into overtime. Maybe that's a bit of a pace setter, right, of what we can expect in those decider best of threes, where ENCE, even as the heavy favourites, might still have a tough time. It's still undefeated, 3-0 in the Swiss and 2-0 in this best of 3 today.
Absolutely. I mean, look, that's a very solid win for the ENCE side at the end of the day, and I think they could be happy with the swift one that they've had. I mean, look, they were one of the front runners of the competition, right? Like, we were looking at them as being a favourite to make it into the LAN. I think right now they've certainly applied themselves. You can have doubts in terms of their general level of form, in terms of what they've been doing in the international space, or how the makeup of the team can last in the long term. But here in this tournament, they are our key opportunity. They are our key opportunists, and this is the key opportunity that they've taken.
And it really helps that you've got two front runners in fnatic and ENCE that have been able to go 3-0. I think the worst thing that could have happened was a potential draw between the two of them in the deciders. So I think they'll be happy about that much. And now for both ENCE and fnatic, look, you've just got to focus on the other tournaments that you're playing in. You've got to get ready for that draw on those decider best of threes, and just make sure you're not being upset, because I would say both of them got tested to degrees that they probably won't be satisfied about.
Yeah, look, I mean, ENCE could have certainly closed out this final map up in a much better fashion. I mean, fnatic struggled around that first half of the series, so there are still improvements to be made, but in terms of the tournament run, they've got what they came for. They got their 3-0. They're moving forward towards those decider playoffs, and now we can see how that top round now looks with the way that the draws have played up. You can see Na'Vi Jr. will take on RUSHB, so another CIS derby. Passion UA will take on the Eklot side, and then you've got Partizan versus 500, which will decide those next 3 spots towards the decider games, Dweg.
Yeah, got a little bit of an Adria derby between the Serbians and the Bulgarians. I think that would be quite a good one. I don't quite know what's going on with Eklot at the moment. I noticed that in 2 best of 3s today, Jay, they aren't playing with Nubik. They had a stand-in. Hopefully, that's not the case moving into the next round of Swiss. You want them to be as fit as possible to get themselves over the line. Now, 9 versus Imperial Valkyries, that's a bit of a rough draw. I think that's going to be a really easy time for Rules and the boys over there. Cybershock versus Nexus, though, that should be a fairly competitive game, honestly.
Yeah, of course, those are tomorrow's games. Of course, we're still focused on round number 3 because we've got to get through those 0 and 2 matches to see what the draw will look like for the lower games for round number 4. So it's all about elimination. Today was all about promotion. Tomorrow's going to be all about elimination. So make sure you're tuning in for all that action, because certainly for that Nexus Cybershock matchup, that feels like it's going to be the key main event of the round. That could be quite a surprise. I think a lot of people would look at that game and say, oh, well, you know, they're not the highest end tier 2 teams. They're not even the highest end teams in general. So, you know, maybe it might not be all that good. I think actually that one could actually be a very entertaining show.
Well, I think both teams will be really disappointed being down 0-2. I'd say that both Nexus and Cybershock are good enough to make it to at least the top 8, get 3 wins. So the fact that they're both down at 0-2 tells you they've had a rough time in the best of ones and tells you that they were getting upset. So now it's about showing it in a best of 3 and finally trying to eliminate the other.
Well, look, of course, all that action starts at 5 p.m. CEST tomorrow, so make sure you're tuning in for our final best of 3s of this particular round of the Swiss stage. And as well, throughout the course of the week as well, from Friday, we continue on with round number 4, and next week we pick it back up with round 4 and 5. So there's a lot of action to contend with as well. So make sure you're tuning in for all the action. We'll see you back here tomorrow as we roll on with the Conquest of Prague.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Miliony tiketů, tisíce analýz, nekončící diskuze. Jedině u Tipsportu jsi součástí největší komunity sázkařů. Najdi top sázky v Ticket Aréně. Přečti si rozbory zápasů a vylepši vlastní tikety o ty nejlepší nápady. Prostě načerpej inspiraci do každého utkání. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.